That's going to be a 12-7-16, and DeLosa 12-7-36. Got 11s for both Teddy and Richard Lewis. Congratulations, guys. Good running. Everybody please to the red gate on the left side. Let's have an off-tech official grab your car. You guys are going to come straight out to Marshall for race number 2.
Up next, race number 2. 1-ATH Masters Electric Truck, 45+. Heat 1 of 1.
Of course, Truggies, please be careful of Marshall entering the track. Please be careful, guys. Marshals will be Dave on the 1, Richard Noonan 2, Taylor 3, Will Jones 4, Chris Ward 5, Richard Lewis 6, Teddy Davis 7, and I need volunteers at least for 8, 9, and 10 if anybody wants to help me out, please.
James Henry. Mark Decker.
My goal this weekend is to not say anything stupid.
Once again, this is race number 2, 1/8 Masters Electric Truck.
Brandon Hester. Jay Drakeford. Bob Walker Jr.
Still need some Marshall up, guys. I need an 8, a 9, and a 10,
45
please.
seconds to the start of the race. Larry 20 Jr.
Cone 6, I do not have covered. Richard Lewis to the 6, please. Richard Lewis to the 6.
All right. We are here. It is the 1/8 scale electric roar off-road nationals here at GSRC in Shippensburg, Pennsylvania.
That was Alex Sturgeon. I'm Tyler Hooks, and we're going to be announcing for you guys this weekend. A little bit of sound difficulties earlier. The rain is wreaking havoc on not only the cars on the track, but also us a little bit. But we are moving into Masters Electric Truck 45+, race 2 of round 1 of qualifying. We're actually going to go through 3 rounds of qualifying instead of 2 today, as we're going to try to get ahead of the weather. The weather's supposed to be pretty bad tomorrow, so we're going to see what we can do.
I did introduce myself the first time we tried to go on.
Yep.
And then I didn't do it the second time. This is Alex Sturgeon. I'm from the Hobbytown Hobbyplex in Omaha, Nebraska. And I got brought in to help out Tyler and do the play-by-play. And this is my first time doing this, and I'm really excited.
You're the man. I'm the sideshow.
Yeah. My goal this week is to have fun, call the races, and not say anything stupid.
I told him that that's a bad goal because we're gonna say something dumb. And by we, I mean I'm for sure gonna say something dumb.
I'm looking. They had 2 heats of Masters yesterday, but they pushed it all into 1 heat. They got a big enough track, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Definitely a lot of the familiar names that you would see up in this area: Henry, Drakeford, Mihelich, Kamarian. Those guys I know for sure off the top of my head.
Yep. We had quite a bit of overnight rain, and they did a really good job getting the track back together for us. Lots of sawdust, peat moss, hay bales. They got that AstroTurf on all the marshalling spots so the marshals can be safe.
Yeah, if you had seen this track over an hour ago, you would be pretty impressed right now.
Yeah, for sure. There was just a ton of rain yesterday.
You're getting some love in the old chat room on YouTube. They're saying it's awesome to hear their very own race director on the national broadcast.
Oh, well, thank you, guys.
They brought out the big guns for the most prestigious Roar Nationals of the year. You know, the biggest deal that there is, they brought us out.
Yeah. We've held this race twice.
Yeah, I was there for one of them.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, you beat me. By a lot.
I made the main, and then all my wheel nuts came off.
I do. I remember that. I was marshalling. top seed in this one was James Henry, truck number 1.
He's got the. This is gonna sound dumb because it's not white walls. They're like black wall tires because they're the black wheels with the dots on them.
They do look cool though. Man, he got through that hard section really well. That right there though, I've seen some guys do that. So the talk of practice was obviously the front section being the hardest part of the track, but then on Wednesday, the little jump at the very end of that you go into that corner, there actually wasn't a lip there.
Oh, okay,
so
yeah.
You sort of just floated over it, but if you hit the brakes at all, you would basically nose into that front part of it and crash.
So is that where that photo of the guys on the tractor and doing some track work came from?
You know, I actually asked Spencer about that. He said that they were doing that Wednesday morning.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They're adding some lips to the jumps before practice really got underway. They added the lip to the end of that hard section in that corner. They actually added that. When did they do that? They did that Wednesday night.
Wednesday night, yeah.
So after the first day of practice, the track-controlled practice, they added that. And then I also noticed they fixed the two big jumps in the middle, so they actually jumped quite a bit better too. And then they took out a section of that hard rhythm section in the front, and it didn't really make it any easier. It just made it so if you missed, because before you had a triple no matter what.
Right.
And now you don't have to do that. And you can if you want to lay up, it's a little easier to lay up, I guess. It's Hester right now, the 7 truck out in front, 14.706, and Rusty Mihalik on a 14.706 as well. Those two running pretty strong. There's that hard section of the track.
I think that is Rusty right there in the yellow wheels, green wing. Maybe that's Hester that just went by him. I don't know. We'll see when he comes back around. But
got to learn these. It's day 1, so we got to learn the paint schemes a little bit too. That's always
need a couple hours.
Yeah, whenever we hold a big race, it takes me a little while to remember the paint schemes a little bit.
James Henry kind of recovering here. He's back out in the lead.
Pretty tight race. Your top 5 on 14 lap runs.
Mihalic's going to have a long lap this one.
Yeah. Oh no, your leader takes a big tumble.
So this section that we're going to drive into right here with whoever we're following, this drop-down section, I was watching the guys in practice this morning. It looked like Spencer was doubling the first 2.
Yeah. So about half of the top pros that are here have been doing that every once in a while. And right now, it's really soft down there too. So if they go in a certain way, the nose is going to collect it up.
For sure.
Yesterday, though, it was pretty sick when they could hit it just right. Their fast laps definitely came from that section.
Definitely a neat looking layout if you put it all together. It's looks like a tough one to actually put it all together on, but if you can do it, it looks pretty sweet.
I think today is going to be really good. That off-camber corner that they just went up into before they come downhill, that was actually breaking up yesterday and the day before that, I noticed. And I think with the situation that we have going on right here, I bet you that thing stays together pretty much the whole day.
Just packed in with rain.
Exactly. And the cars are kind of doing it for us too.
So James Henry out front. Pretty narrow lead, though. Ooh, there may be part of it right there. He's on a 14.710. Brandon Hester in second on a 14.712. And Ophir also on a 14.712.
Ophir was fast yesterday in buggy too, Masters buggy. We'll see him coming up here in a little bit. Getting though your top 5 on 14 lap runs, it's probably a big deal to get that 14th lap. Everybody here will be in the main together. Getting through that tough section again. Not sure what to call that.
The front section?
Yeah. Like, I was trying to think of nicknames last night, and I sort of ran out of...
it looks almost like a triple, but I know that there's not. I don't know.
Right.
I don't even know if there's 6.
It's like a double, triple, double.
Double.
When they do it right. So it's like a... Well, yeah. Triple, double. Triple, double, single.
trying to pull up the lap times from yesterday to kind of see how different they are. So in Masters, James Henry, fast lap was a 30 flat.
Oh, wow. He just did a 28.9.
Yeah, so the moisture's definitely adding some confidence for these guys.
Yep. Oh.
Talked to Spencer a little bit this morning. He said yesterday when they were running, the track was starting to turn black, but he's like the grip actually went down a little bit. So usually would think the blacker it gets, the more grip it has, but for some reason he was saying it seems like the grip kind of leveled off and almost went down.
Yeah, they were saying it had like a polish to it towards the end of the night last night. Ophir up to second now, just in front of Brandon Hester. He did a 29.9, so again, the lap's getting sub-30s.
James with another mistake on the front. That may tighten
Ophir's
it up
coming.
shortly. Oh, it's going to be really tight.
Yeah, I think this one's going to come down to the wire for sure.
Ophir out front at the moment. James Henry behind by about a second.
There, that's better.
Oh, clean. Going to try to put in a heater lap here.
He needed that lap. He needed that for sure. Is it going to be Henry or Kamarian? 29.3 for his last lap. Ophir is going to be coming around.
Ophir going to get it.
Woo, man.
Ophir on a 14.710. James Henry 14.712. Waiting for Brandon Hester to finish up. Looks like he might have made a mistake on the last lap. He's going to finish with a 14.716. Mihelich in fourth and Jay Drakeford in fifth.
Good comeback for Ophir. He was able to qualify for seed fourth, but last 2 or 3 laps, man, he put them together. A couple 29-second laps right in a row. These races with these single mains, they're gonna be fun to watch.
Oh yeah,
because I think a lot of them are gonna be really, really close.
One chance for romance.
Yep. All right, we are getting into our first AAA main class. Only 1/8 truggy and 1/8 buggy will be doing AAA mains on Sunday.
Oh, okay, cool.
Everybody else will have singles.
Matt Clark checking in, another one of the Live RC announcers. Nice Ice Cube reference.
A nice Cube reference.
I guess it is a triple double.
Yeah.
Oh, but then there's more at the beginning. Double, triple, double.
Mm-hmm. I was watching on Wednesday. Aiden Horn was one of the first ones that I saw with in Truggy doing it right when it was a triple
right.
double. His was just rip, rip, rip. Did like 5 or 6 laps in a row. I was like, oh man, he's got it. And then they took the bump out, the first triple out.
And it somehow got more difficult.
Yeah, there's like a little remnant of a bump there too. So if you hit it in the right spot, it'll kick your truck or your buggy up.
Perfect.
And then it's harder to make the next jump. But
right.
If you are able to know that that's there, they're kind of like overshooting it slightly.
Yeah.
But there's also some other guys that are laying up, downsiding it, and then just gunning it the whole way.
So there's still like a transition. There's just no jump after the transition.
Exactly. Oh, Kamarian had to run. Or is that Benny? Is that this kid? That is.
That is, yeah.
Yep.
I think that's the deal. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think if you run 45 plus or masters, you can't run.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yep. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's bad news, Bears.
That was Josh Hartman's truck. That is unfortunate.
It's one of those big jobs for sure. Been there.
There's quite a few kids here. A lot of stools being utilized on the driver's stand.
A lot of days off from school being utilized in the first couple weeks.
Uh-huh.
This is Benny right here, I believe. Whoa. Got some brakes.
Taking his time on that downhill, doing really well. First lap's coming in. So far, so good for Benny.
Smooth through the front section. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Servo's not one to servo.
Well.
Come on, Dad.
That is another bummer. I've been to a lot of nationals in my life, and I've had a lot of dumb stuff happen to me. Like the first or second qualifier, and just...
It's usually not an ideal circumstance either, because then, like,
your
if
mindset,
there is...
your
well,
mindset goes to, like, panic mode.
And if there's some sort of reset, then you're in the bottom. Not good.
Well, that'll kind of open the door for some of these other guys. Benny had 2 really good quality laps to open her up, but right now it's Bradley Lingerman, truck number 4, out in front. Only by 0.4 of a second, though, over Bob Walker, the 3rd. We're following truck 2, Zach Wright. Is that right? Trying to catch the numbers. They're planted right on the front windshield. That section right there looks really fun to me that he's going up right now. I know I said that before, but...
The double up the hill?
Yeah, I'll say that again. It just looks fun. Kind of weave your way down to the bottom again. Bob Walker, the 3rd, now going to the front. 30.1 that last lap. Bradley, Gavin, David, Zach, Richard, Teddy, Benny is out.
So 3 heats of E-Truggy here. Oh, wow. Caught the outside pipe.
Oh, still going.
3 heats of E-Truggy here this weekend. So this is the first heat of 3. Again, these guys just went off of the first round of seeding as it started raining in the second round.
Right when we got underway, too. At least they got 1 in. I mean, that's you know, enough to separate the field a little bit.
Oh, wow. This lap's almost like one continuous crash.
Truck 3, Bob Walker now. Now Bradley Lingerman and Bob Walker going back and forth for that lead. They're on a 14:29 and a 14 at 7:30. A good lap there for Hemingway.
Jimmy Beans in the chat. He says he's going to stop by later and check out the race in person. So we'll see you later.
Walker the 3rd.
3 minutes left in this one.
30 flat that last lap. 14 at 7:26.
So the 40-plus guys showing, at least so far, that they came to play. Hot lap that we were seeing, and that was high 28. These guys in heat 1 of 3 for E-Truggy are 30 flat hot lap.
Top 2 in this one on 14-lap runs. Gavin Yoder on a 13:10 back there in 3rd. Lingerman and Walker going back and forth for the lead here. Both of them did 31-second laps that last time, and they're 14:25.5 and a 14:25.9.
Uh-oh.
That was Bradley, your leader, so he goes on his lid. Truck 4. There it is, 29.7 for Bob Walker, the 3rd that time. 14 at 7:22 now. Dips into the 20s, 29. Saves it.
It's funny when we can hear these things like over our shoulder on the track.
Yeah.
Hear what you're seeing.
.32-second lap for Walker, but Bradley had that 36 last time. So right now, Bob Walker, the only one on a 14-lap run to set the early TQ here. So a race like this where, how do I put this without sounding funny about it? But like, you have a 12-car A main. You have maybe like 6 or 7, maybe 1 or 2 paid guys here, but then you have some pro guys beyond that. But then beyond that, you have a lot of regional guys. So it's like an opportunity almost for these guys to get in there.
Yeah. I remember being in that circuit, especially 8-Scale Electric Nationals always seem to kind of end up that way, and I remember being in that spot like, I don't know, 2014, where it's like there were going to be 2 guys in the main that were not
So I think
paid guys.
that dogfight for like maybe, I don't want to like isolate anybody out, but maybe from like 8th through 12th for that qualifying spot. I mean, that's going to be a big deal for a lot of them.
Yeah, if you live in this area, that ends up being like a bragging right.
Right, yeah. Walker able to get through that section a little bit more than the rest of these guys here. I think that's been the big difference. Gavin Yoder with a 29.7 on that last lap, and he's actually moved up into second now, also on a 14-lap run. So your top 3 guys getting up to the 14s. 29 flat for Walker that time.
Getting it figured out.
And that's with an old school body.
Yeah, I was waiting for somebody to bring that up.
Those things look so big now. Like, I've gotten used to the bruggy body. That when I see one of these, it looks enormous.
It does, yeah. It does make them look a lot bigger.
Another good lap. This is going to be a good look. Another one.
What I like is when he's going through the front section, even if he's going to mess it up, he's just going so fast that it doesn't.
You just pin it. He's going to finish with a 14.717. And Lingerman might get back up to there second. I think he just crossed and has done that white truck. Yes, he is. Where's Gavin at? That was Gavin right there. And Bradley will come back to get the second spot just in front of Gavin. So Bob Walker the third, Bradley Lingerman, and Gavin Yoder with a 14-lap run. Zach Wright with a 13, David a 13, Teddy with a 12, Josh with a 9, Richard with an 8, and Benny was going to be on his way to a 14, I bet, if it wasn't for that electronic issue. I'm sure Dad will get that fixed up.
Come on, Dad. It's his fault to begin with. That was the best, traveling around with my dad and then being able to blame him for everything.
Yeah. You know, my son's worked on his own stuff a majority of the last year and a half. So when stuff goes around the track, I just look up at him and be like,
don't know what to tell you, bud. Yeah.
I'm like, it wasn't my fault.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more fun when you can blame it on somebody else. So I want to say, maybe I'm wrong, but I think Chicky's running the regular electric truck class and then the Masters e-buggy class.
I don't think he's running Masters at all.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, I thought he was. Maybe
I don't think
totally
so.
wrong.
He was in. I'm pretty sure he was in the regular heat yesterday.
All right, so we got Chicky, Mechanic, Decker, Dudley, Burns, Long, Harvey, Korick. Ah, man, that one's DeJorlamo and Longo.
I think you're right, DeJorlamo.
I knew that. I totally knew that.
Oh, it's my biggest fear to kill people's names.
Scotty told me he's like, man, just get them wrong. It's fine.
Yeah.
The chat room will correct you.
The chat room, it will correct you. I found out yesterday that I've been saying Spencer Heckert wrong for the last, 8 years.
What have you been saying?
I've been dropping the H.
Just Eckert?
I thought it was Eckert, like it was a silent H.
Yeah.
He like looked at me. He's like, it's Heckert. I'm like, oh man.
Luckily, that's one of those where you typically say it fast enough that you can't really tell anyway.
Exactly. It's like I don't know, like wheat. Like this, the H is silent. Wheat.
All right, these guys getting underway. Yeah, we are in Shippensburg, PA. I think I flew into Baltimore. Not even really sure.
Yeah, that's what we did.
It's about a hour and a half drive out to the track from the airport. Following along with Ethan Mechanic.
I bet you these laps start out hot. Wow, Mechanic with a 28 flat to open her up here. That's a great lap. And track's gonna be fast today. Did you see his nose come up?
Yeah.
Just a split second, but he managed to save it there. That was good.
Yeah, when
so yeah, look at that. Your top 7 sub 30s there already.
When it pops up like that, you just can't really get the drive that you want through the next obstacle.
27-1 for Ethan.
So Ethan feeling it.
And already coming up to a little bit of traffic.
Uh-oh.
Getting it wrong in that front section. That is going to be
He got the drive better that he wanted, but it just didn't really work out.
That's probably going to be the story of the day is if you crash there.
Especially now with it being wet and the marshal's like trying not to fall down.
It's going to be tough. So it'll probably put Ciccarello to the front. Your top 4 guys were already on 15-lap runs, and Ethan's only going to drop down to 14.7-1.
So being that this is a Roar event, you will not be seeing any sort of Mad Maddie or anything like that. We get full government name here. So it's Maddie Long running in the 3rd spot. Decker up to 2nd.
That's Ciccarello down that little stair step at the end of the back straightaway. Straight to that far corner. Truck looking really solid, really smooth.
It's like we were talking about earlier. The grip level right now is when you really feel like a hero.
Yeah. I've got some stories. I've been to a lot of races where this has happened, where it's rained the night before, and then you go out there and you're like, it's like magic.
Oh yeah.
All of a sudden, your stuff that was not feeling great the day before, all of a sudden starting to feel really good. I think that's Mechanic coming up behind Ciccarello to see if he can get back in front of him, but he's in the 4th spot. That's such a tough spot to be, where you might be faster, but the guy in front of you is actually the leader on the track.
Yeah, he's the leader, so he kind of dictates.
Yep. Ethan's running X-ray, isn't he?
Yes.
Couple teammates.
Chicky also kind of like
the team manager, right?
Yeah, mentor, manager,
both
guy for all these guys.
Both of them with a big crash. Long lap here for Paul. That is devastating.
Yeah. Poor Matty Long getting caught up in that. Sounds like Mad Matty's front diff is trying to no longer be a part of the truck.
So that should put Benjamin Decker maybe to the front. No, Matty Long now to the front. Ezra Korick in the 2 spot. I believe he's running a Kyosho. He's in that white and orange Kyosho on the far side of the track, but Matty should be... That's her right there.
Paul with some more trouble in that front section. Trying to save it, knowing it takes the marshal to get there so long.
So Matty, last lap was a 30.4. This lap 29.3. Again, we're seeing those really fast laps, way faster. Way more people getting those fast laps than I saw in practice when the track was dry.
Yeah, you don't have to be in that like one good line today.
Exactly. And it's cloudy out, so I don't think this is going to go away today.
No, yeah, I was going to say that too. I think, there are definitely some days where you're like, man, being overcast kind of sucks, but this is not one of those days. This is actually kind of keeping the track in a really good spot.
29.4, a couple back-to-back 29-second laps. Maddie's on a 15.721. Ethan is back up to a 7.26 after that one early crash lap, and Ezra Cork still in the third spot, also on a 15-lap run.
I saw at some point, too, Ethan had a 35. I think it was the lap where they tangled up on the front
section.
section.
Right. Yeah, they did touch there.
So he's definitely got the pace, just hoping to kind of clean it up next round, probably. For those
Maddie
asking, go ahead.
Really sorry, Maddie looking really smooth out there right now, though. Just trying to finish this up. Minute 45 to go. She knows she's got the lead.
For those in the chat room, we are going to do 3 rounds of qualifying today. Try to get ahead of the rain that's going to potentially come tomorrow, and then we'll kind of see where we're at in the morning. But, yeah, this is the first round of qualifying.
.27.5 for Mechanic now. He goes back to the lead. And I think he's in front of this pack of cars now. So Maddie's going to drop to the 2. Ezra's still in the 3 spot. Your top 3 on 15-lap runs. There's Mechanic.
This is one of those things where, you know, if you're somebody who's just watching the race and you see that Ethan won, you'd be like, oh, man, that was a great run. But he's going to come off and be frustrated.
Like, yeah, he's not going to be very happy with two big crashes.
Yeah, because he's not, in his opinion, he's not racing anybody in this race. He's racing all the guys in the next race.
Yeah, he just did a 27.1, followed by another 27.1. So
trying to salvage mode.
That's about 2 seconds faster than Maddie's fast lap.
Yeah.
Maddie in that 2 spot.
And it's kind of what you were talking about. You've got those guys that are that pro level, and then your regional expert level driver.
Yeah.
Maddie kind of holding him up, not on purpose. She gets out of the way.
The loop is in the corner.
Which corner?
The one that they just passed.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that yesterday. I thought it was straight across, but it's actually
the back corner.
I
was confused. I didn't, because it was going off at a weird time.
Yeah. Ethan, Maddie, Ezra. I think Paul's done with a 14.04, and Benjamin with a 14.04.3. So that battle for 4th and 5th back there was tight. Mechanic will get that 7 at 5:13. You got to think.
So got to be going low 15s.
Yeah,
if not 16.
15, maybe even a 16. If you 35 seconds, he was doing 27-second laps. So that.
And he had the 1 in the beginning too.
Yeah, that's
good salvage of a run though.
For sure. So top 3 getting 15. The previous TQ was only a 14. So here comes the top seeded heat. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Somebody's saying it looks like with your entry fear you get to pick some corn too. I think there were a couple of cars
2 years ago?
2 years ago that ended up in the cornfield. I know Dakota Finn ended up out there, and I think Cole Toller did too.
That's not G's property, so.
Oh, no.
I don't think that's a good idea.
No, I don't think it was on purpose. I think they were runaways.
Yeah, they were runaways. I remember that, but I think I was talking to him on Wednesday. We were talking about how 2 years ago went and the direction of the track and everything like that, and I think he mentioned that he wanted to keep people from jumping into the cornfield this year. So Tater Sontag with the top seed yesterday. Tater, in both classes, Tater had, I believe, the fastest laps of Wednesday practice when the track wasn't grooved up. And then yesterday he had the fastest laps when the track was starting to get grooved up. But I will say that the gap between him and everybody else did start to get closed up.
As the grip came up, everybody else kind of caught that.
Yeah. But
well,
in this class, though, he was pretty fast.
This may bode well then, because the grip's not like ridiculous and it's consistent everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
What state is this taking place? What state are we in? I don't even know.
We're in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we are in Pennsylvania. I got to mark Maryland off my been to states list, though, by just landing there.
Yeah,
and
for
then
sure.
driving through it. That was pretty neat. My family, we went to Washington, D.C. once, but we never actually stepped over into Maryland proper.
Right.
So. I've been to Pennsylvania a couple times. When
what state is LCRC in? Is it in Pennsylvania?
Yeah. Oof. Yes.
All of these blend together for me.
Right.
I've been to these places before, but I don't know where I'm at.
Yeah. I don't think it's in Ohio. It's in Pennsylvania. My son wants to go to that race next year.
LCRC is great.
It looks beautiful.
Yeah, I would recommend anything.
And it's big. All right, so here we go. First lap's coming in hot. What do we got?
28 flat to open.
Horn to the 27.6. Same thing for Heckert. I almost did it again. Spencer Rivkin to the 27.9. So your top three start off with 27-second laps. I bet you we see a 26 at some point, momentarily.
27.2 from Tater.
Dude, Ethan was fast.
Oh, yeah, he was, yeah.
I remember him from when I ran the State Line King of Kings race those 2 years, I think 18 and 19.
He had to be pretty young because he's about the same age as the rest of these guys.
Yeah. Being the age that I am, I've got to see a lot of these kids kind of grow up.
Right.
27 flat there for Tater, so he takes the lead. Your top 6 on 16-lap runs.
So Aiden just did the first drop down and then skipped over the second and third one. That was kind of cool.
That was sick. So Horn, man, it's tight. It's going back and forth between your leaders. Aiden up over that big triple in the back, turns the corner.
Aiden was the top seed in E-Buggy, too.
There we go. I told him his stuff looked good when I was watching him in practice. Looks like Rivkin now up to second. Again, your top 6, Aiden, Spencer, Taters, Spencer, Heckert, Chase, Lemieux, Lee Setzer on 16-lap runs. Daniel Sedler's on a 17:05. Sorry, 15:05. Colton Thomas and Aiden Manchanda. Oh, I killed that name. On 15-lap runs. Again, battling for those kind of lower spots in the A main for the resort. If they do a resort, they probably won't do a resort, will they?
I don't know. Usually you would do the resort after the first day of qualifying.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It'll be kind of weird, though, because we're going to do 3 rounds today.
Aiden able to just rip off nice, clean laps. Hitting that, like you said, kind of dropping in, bouncing off, and then dropping down.
The margins are really small, though, because he's been catching Lee just a tiny bit, but not enough for it to be a problem.
Yeah.
Lee kind of battling back here. He's up to the 3 spot. So Associated 1, 2, 3 right now.
Just ran a 27.1 along with Spencer Rivkin.
Horn just consistently 0.2 faster a lap.
That's Lemieux behind him. And Setzer in front of him. I think that's Setzer. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Setzer right in front. Whoa, Aiden. A little wild.
Rivkin getting a 26.8. Still 3 minutes to go. Aiden trying to say beep beep.
Lee letting him
go. Lets him go.
So these guys both in the top 3. Good sportsmanship.
Aiden getting a little wonky there, but he collects it back up again.
It's so tough. You just, you lose your rhythm, and then you're not where you want to be.
Plus, it's probably like slightly more wet on the very outside part of the lanes too. So you get a wheel over there, and the next thing you know,
the car gets like real sluggish, feels heavy.
Yep. Rivkin, Spencer, he was coming. Knocked out a couple more clean, low 27s along with that 26-second lap earlier.
It's crazy because even as wonky as that lap looked for Aiden, it was still a 27-second lap.
Yes, it was. 27.4 for Aiden Lee with the 27.5. He's kind of tailing Aiden, able to maybe catch a little bit of a toe there.
Trouble for Chase in the back.
27. There's Spencer Rivkin. He's got the
daytime
white,
body?
Yeah, the daytime body out for the truck.
I guess it'd be nighttime.
Yeah, nighttime there, yeah. But he was running his purple body in buggy.
Okay.
I'm not sure which one I personally like better.
I think for him, sometimes it's what was cut out last for that car that still looks good.
I think I favor his purple body. I don't know. The classic Rivkin. So Spencer turning the corner, hitting the straightaway, looking really smooth. Aiden Horn to the 29. That's the first kind of slow lap I've seen from Aiden Horn, but he's still hanging on to that 2 spot just in front of Tater Sontag. Spencer with a little bit of traffic in front of him, but no harm, no foul here. Look at him cut that right there. Not even really a cut. He's just staying high.
I was watching him kind of do that in practice. I watched E-Buggy, and he just stays really high in that corner over there. It looks kind of neat.
I haven't done any off-camber stuff at the Plex in a long time. I think I'm going to, for the Techno Series, I think I'm going to put in something that's kind of a chicane off-camber.
That'd be fun. I don't really like the 180 off cambers where they're like cambered down and it's impossible to get around, but I like the like 90 corners or chicanes.
Still Spencer, Aiden, Tater, top 3. Lee, Spencer, Heckert. Thomas Kaufman now up to the 6. I think Chase is out. I think that was his truck up there.
Yeah, Lemieux out. Looks like maybe they were saying Spencer Heckert having some trouble.
Oh.
That was Daniel Sedler.
Daniel Sedler. So Spencer 16 at 7:18. Aiden Horn 7:20. Tater with a 7:21. Lee with a 7:24. All 16 lap runs. That finishes up our.
Oof. Unfortunate for Heckert not being able to finish that last lap. He's going to draw all the way down to 11.
8.
So Ethan Mechanic going to be able to get a 5 even with the 2 crashes. So he had plenty of pace. Then it's going to be Kaufman 6, Fernari 7th, Manchanda 8th, Matty Long 9th, Ezra Court 10th, Heckert 11th, and Chicarillo 12th.
Mini Truggy.
You're a fan of this one, aren't you?
I love Mini Truggy. I'm also 2-time Techno Series Mini Truggy champion.
Hoo-hoo.
Yeah.
Over the shock tower body or below the shock tower body?
Yeah, no, over the shock tower body.
Ooh.
The J Concepts, is it the finisher? Which one is that? It's not
I
an
think
S.
so.
Yeah, it's a finisher. It's not the S15 or the F2. Yeah, it's an old one. I don't know. I think it looks mean on there. Over the shock tower for these little guys.
These things are fun to drive around because in proportion to the car, the tire's so big.
Yeah. Oh. So this one's another one with 8 cars. More than last year, though.
Yeah?
I think last year they eliminated the class.
Yeah, I mean, this region here, they still have fun with these little guys. Ronnie helping somebody out with some dirt.
A lot of the same guys from the short course heat, too.
Yep, yep.
Did you also forget your jacket?
I actually have one.
Oh.
I left it in the car, but
I forgot mine.
I may go get it because I was, I'm from Texas. It's 137 degrees right now.
Yeah.
But I was like, maybe. I don't really know what state we're going to.
It was 102 in Omaha on Monday.
Yeah.
And then I looked at the forecast. I'm like, oh, it's supposed to be in the 80s. And I was going to bring my jacket, and I had it sitting right next to the door. And then we got like halfway to the airport, and I went, oh, crap. I hope it doesn't rain or anything.
Right. We always equate for temperature, but never for wind or rain.
Exactly.
Are the Worlds coming up next weekend? I do believe
yes, they
start Friday or Saturday, something like that.
I think that's one of the reasons why this race is not as big.
I do believe that is the
I mean, you can account for probably, a dozen or two?
Yeah.
At least a dozen pro drivers that probably are using this week to make sure they're prepared for the Worlds.
Yes. Yeah, most of the guys here, the pro guys, except for maybe Spencer, are guys that this was driving distance.
Yeah, okay. I know Spencer Rivkin and Tater Sontag are leaving, I think, on Wednesday.
Yeah, that makes sense.
For the Worlds. So, Mini Truggy, this is one of my favorite classes to run. You put a 5.5 with these things. Make sure you got a nice, good speed controller, 5.5 motor. Let it
You're
rip.
ready to party.
Ready to rip. Actually, I take mine, I under gear it by a tooth, and then I put a little bit of boost on my speed controller.
Stays a little cooler.
Yep. So is Hemingway leading the first couple laps this time? Cody Dudley to the front. Car number 2. Again, a lot of these guys are seeing each other in short course as well. Or have already raced with each other from short course, I guess I should say.
Oh, no.
That guy's got some brakes.
There's got to be like a weird bump there, too.
Mm-hmm. Could be from the cars hitting the brakes, their nose is going into it and causing like a big scrape on the ground.
For sure. Got a Cody Dudley fan in the chat room. Dan Hunter checking in on his buddy.
There you go. Is that truck 2 right there? Yes, it is. Able to do that big double. Some of these guys were not doing the triple. They're not. Nope, nice and smooth right there.
That's a big jump for a
It is
mini
big
truggy.
jump, yeah. Taking the drop down one at a time too. Just trying to be smooth. Again, I think the way the track is now is probably better for these guys than it was yesterday. Yesterday there's some big holes starting to get created. You'd see a big, like a chunk or something get rutted out, and all of a sudden there's giant clods on the ground. They're hard as a rock, and these guys are hitting them and crashing. But right now, I don't think you're going to see that.
Stuff like that is pretty game over for mini truggies.
Yes.
Landon Wilson saying that it's 81 degrees right now in Texas, and I'm missing the good weather. So I hate you. I'm glad that there's nice weather down there right now. This week wasn't that bad, I will say.
I think we got our last 100-degree day on Monday.
Oh, I can assure you we did not.
I was out in a boat fishing all day.
There you go.
And did not catch anything. This is my first time all year I've gotten skunked.
Are you guys back open?
Yes. Yes,
nice.
we are. We've been open since August 7th. So the Hobbyplex, we remodeled the Hobbyplex. We the night of the J Concepts race, the INS race at our place, July 15th, I think it was. That night, we moved all the pit tables off, and the plan was to bring the store down to where the pit tables are. It took 2 days. We had a lot of volunteer help. Our owner got a bunch of like church kids and stuff to come and help.
Sweet.
And they basically just picked everything up and threw it down there.
Oh,
and
no.
We had to sort of get it organized so we can have a store for a month.
Right.
And it ended up actually only being about 3 weeks, a little bit less time than we thought. and we open back up August 7th. We're having a grand opening September 20th and 21st.
Perfect.
It's way different. It's so clean. Like, that's my favorite thing about the remodel at the Hobbyplex is just, like, the floor is not carpet anymore.
Right.
So I can just have the part-timers at the end of the night just go through with a dust mop and just keep it clean. I'm so happy.
One of the most underrated things when you go into any hobby shop is if it's clean or not.
Yeah. Cody Dudley, he has led this one for most of the way. I think maybe from the first or second lap. And he's not crashed. He's been real smooth.
He's on pace to lap the entire field except for second.
Yep, 13 at 7:10. Second, Josh Hartman, 12:01. De La Rosa, Taylor with a 12:13. I got to talk to him the other day. He's a fan of the Hobbyplex Show YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah.
Subscribe.
It's one of the best things about being an announcer is that you can just shamelessly plug whatever you want.
Exactly, whatever I want. There's his first crash. That's the first crash that I've seen from Cody for at least the last 6 laps. 6 or 7. Even with that crash, 39.3, still leading, still in a 13 at 7:18, so he had a little bit of a cushion. Josh Hartman is back up to a 13 at 7:34. I think that's Taylor in front of your leader here, I think. Yes, it was. Have you raced on the East Coast a lot?
Some. I wouldn't say a lot, but I've been to LCRC a couple times. I went to State Line. I did the Nationals at State Line.
Yes.
I don't know. There's definitely been more. I'm just not I'm gonna blank on them right now.
Right. I think the farthest east that I actually got a chance to race was Adrenaline.
Oh yeah. Obviously, been to
Adrenaline
Adrenaline
RC.
too.
Yep. But before that, it was a tilt yard, and that was like 20 years ago.
Right. The one that I haven't been over to, or over here for, that's one of the more, I guess, famous ones in this area would be Mimi's. I haven't been to Mimi's. All right, so Cody Dudley wrapping this one up, 13-7-14.
Josh Hartman did manage to get up there and get that 13th lap as well, so he's keeping it close in case there's any sort of tiebreaker. Being on the same lap, kind of a big deal.
Or as we saw in E-Truggy, where 37 cars stop on the last lap.
Yeah, for sure. There you go. Zach Wright getting third, David Hemingway, Taylor De La Rosa, Bobby Baker, Richard Lewis, and Gavin with a no start on that one. I think we're already halfway through the round.
We are.
Race 6.
Excellent.
I've been a part of the e-buggy Nats twice. So of course we had him twice at our place, 2011 and 2018. And in 2011 it was the second ever. The year before that it was at oh gosh, I forgot
NorCal.
the name of it. NorCal. It was at NorCal.
That track layout was so cool.
Huge jumps.
Yep.
So much elevation. I always wanted to go there.
I want to say, maybe I'm wrong, that might have been the late Kevin Jalesh who did that track layout.
Yes,
it was epic.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like, you go on YouTube, that's like one of the most watched RC videos on YouTube for racing.
I will say the Truggy A1 from our place in 2018, Iowa RC Tracks, Chili Duncan's channel.
Yeah.
It's got like 3.1 million views.
That's, yeah.
It's insane. It hit some sort of
algorithm,
magical algorithm, and everybody's, you can just find that video like super easy. So like 3-something million views.
Guys, and talking about some of the pro drivers here, if they're going to go to the Worlds or not. I don't believe Aiden's going. I don't think Lee's going. I don't know about Spencer Heckert. Maybe.
As far as I know, it's just Spencer Rivkin and Tater.
Yeah.
Sontag. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. We were trying to get interviews with him before it rained, and I was able to talk to Tater about it. We're going to track Spencer down later, just ask him how he's preparing and all that good stuff.
Yeah, those guys, if you check some of their Facebook pages, just because I pay attention to these things, there's definitely a new product in one of Tater Sontag's Facebook posts. So see if you can go figure it out.
He did say he was working on stuff. They were working on, like, I think he said 4 different shock packages.
Oh, wow. The thing that I saw is not even Losi or TLR. It was something else.
Oh, there you go.
Report back. You will win nothing. But
Masters. I think there's 2 heats of Masters. I'm pretty sure there is. It is. Checking the heat sheets here. 7, 8. Yeah, there's 2 heats. Looks like possibly 16 cars, although 3 guys in this heat are not running, so we might be down to 13, that's a tough number. If they're going to stick all 13 in the main or not. So, Jay Drakeford, he was your top seed in this heat. The first of the 2 heats. Overall top seed, I believe, went to James Henry. Yes, it did. He'll be coming up next. Back to my live screen here so I can see. There we go. 31.3 that time for Drakeford. Pretty good lap. Top 2 on 14 lap runs. Jay and Dwayne. Gutshaw. Top 2 able to get in 31-second laps that time, both of them with 31.3s. Doing good, getting around traffic right there too. Nice and clean. Couple little big mud balls on the track, but kind of off the line, so no harm, no foul. Oh, your leader getting a little hung up, but not needing a marshal. 14 lap run at 7:22. We'll probably stay right around there again. RC God's looking kindly on Dwayne that time. Ooh, it's going to be close. Gutshaw now to the front, both of them on 14 at 7:30s. Still 4 minutes left to go. Pretty sure that's Drakeford that we're following on the track. Gutshaw's car number 4. Yesterday in that hump right there, that kind of off-camera hump before you hit that front jump section, there was a big rut that came up and had some pretty big clods kind of embedded into it. Every once in a while you can see the cars hit that and get a little shaken up. But it's kind of like this off-camera corner too. It was getting some character to it, but now that character is pretty much gone as it all kind of got worked in. It'll be interesting to walk over there and see, because it was blind from the driver's stand as well. Couldn't really see it unless he did some sort of track walk. So Drakeford and Gutshaw again, top 2, 14 lap runs, 14:7:28 for Drakeford, Gutshaw on a 14:29. Jeff Bottinger and Bob Walker Jr. back there racing for 3rd and 4th, and they're both on 12 at 7:04s, trying to reach up there and get on a 13 lap run. trouble right in front. Your leader does a good job of avoiding that, but he's got to change that line, and sometimes that can be a little hairy, and manage to keep that thing on all fours. Good job for your leader. Getschall had that 36.6 that last lap, so he's going to drop off that 14-lap pace. Leader just being smooth out there. See his car kind of bounce up a little bit. Big clod right in front of him, too. Man, he's gotten lucky a few times here. If that was yesterday, that would have been a dry clod. Would have just annihilated that car. Very smooth. Came off right there. It's just weird how it just kicked you off to the side. And that's going to be a long lap for your lead car. We'll see what that changes here. He was on barely on a 14. 1 minute to go. He might be able to salvage it. $13 flat. He's got to have 2 good laps here. Get back up to that 14. Little outside. Almost the same thing as last lap, but he collected it back up. This will be a good lap. This will probably put him back on a 14. Yep, 14 at 7:31. So it's all going to come down to this last lap for Jay Drakeford. Gutschall back there still on a 13:07. Walker on a 13. Then you got Bottinger and DeGirolamo on a 12. Will Jones on 11. Gets through that front section again. I actually think that front double, triple, double section, we'll come up with the name of it at some point. But I actually think it got easier with the way that we have the track right now. I think it's a lot harder when it's more dusty and you risk all that wheel spin and get a little sideways. One more time. He did get that 14th lap. One more big jump and one more turn, and Drakeford should have this one in the bag. 14 at 7:30 to start things off here in this 45 plus 1/8 Masters buggy here at the 2024 Roar 1/8 scale electric off-road nationals.
This is 45 plus.
45. You know, I turned 45 last December.
So you're ready.
So now I'm good to go if I ever want to enter one of these.
The only one you're not good for is when they do 50 plus.
50 plus. That's okay. My wife could enter.
Nice. She was robbing the cradle? Or rocking the cradle?
Yes, she
or
was.
Whatever.
Well, these are your top 8 from yesterday. It was tight. Seating in this one was really tight.
Same as the E-Truggy class.
We got JWRC in here saying, call it the washboard.
I'm into it. It's like a washboard, but if you had like 4 broken ribs.
Right. Of course, this Masters buggy sponsored, I believe, by, see if I do this right. No?
Oh, yeah, actually.
Yeah. It's actually hard to read which one this is supposed to be.
Definitely need a 9 and 8. Those are very important spots. Definitely need an 8, definitely need a 9. Marshals, volunteers, please. Help your boy out here in the booth. very popular spot, but definitely needs 9 and 8. 8 and 9 covered, please. Meanwhile, we'll run down our car numbers. James Hendry going to be car 1. Rusty Nell car 2. Ophir is going to be
Readjust my mic. Every time I touch, I accidentally move the mic.
We'll call it. Let's call it the Kentucky, or not Kentucky. I was going to say Kentucky because it rolled off the tongue, but Arkansas washboard.
An Arkansas washboard. Okay.
Because I don't think anything that's like super straight or like well proportioned comes out of Arkansas.
Okay.
See, I told you we're gonna get there fast. Kentucky washboard sounds better though, so we may just go with that.
Yeah, I don't think I have too many friends from Arkansas, so I should
Oh,
be okay.
I just don't even care. Plus, my stepsister's going to college in Arkansas, so I know that it's not that ideal of a place.
What's the town where they have all the mountain biking though?
Bentonville.
Bentonville. Emerson and I were going to go there one year, and at the last minute did something totally different.
Ride some bibliocicletas.
Yeah, I can't remember what that was. I thought we went to Colorado instead. Because it looked like it was going to rain all weekend down there, so we went to Colorado instead.
So you went to one of the other states where it looked like it could rain all weekend?
Well, yeah, but we wanted to go mountain biking, and it was like my vacation, kind of like how this turned out.
Right.
Vacation, it just happened to work out. That was a fun weekend, though.
I'm sure.
No matter
I'm sure
which
mountain
direction
biking
you
in
went.
Colorado is great.
It was pretty cool. It reminded me how fat I was. Especially with the elevation.
Yeah, no kidding.
That was tough. Call it the oops instead of the whoops. That's my line whenever I build whoops at my place. Remember the INS 2 years ago?
Oof.
Oops. You know what? After that race, they actually got worse. Because
I can only imagine.
I put in a giant roller. So you'd go into the whoops hard, and then you'd have to like slow up for this big roller and hump over the top of it. And it was a braking zone. So now it got.
Oh, no, yeah.
So you could basically drive. But if you did it right, it was cool because you could drive right into the face of the hump.
Right.
From the whoops. But yeah, I got hammered in there in 13.5 wheeler for the rest of the year.
Following along with Rusty here. He is out front in Masters 45 Plus Buggy.
So far, the first one in this class to get into the 29s, 29.9 that last time around. Maddie Long's stepdad, is that right?
Something like that.
Looking really smooth going up to the top of that hill again. That is a pretty big elevation change from the top to the bottom.
Uh-oh.
Front end.
Saved it.
So right now, just your top two, Rusty and Ophir, on 14-lap runs. So that would put...
oh, my goodness. That was a big case.
That's a tough spot. Here comes everybody.
That was real short and real abrupt.
Drakeford's time pretty good so far from that first heat.
Yeah, so Rusty was going to be kind of in a world of hurt. Ophir was going to go to the lead, but then Ophir crashed on that lap as well. Uh-oh, more trouble. Saved it that time.
Rusty down the back straight, dropping in. Green wing.
I'm into it. As long as you land on your wheels, I mean,
yeah,
it's fine.
You know, it's such a tough section, and when you were gone, I was like, I actually think it got easier, and then everybody's crashing again. Your top two, Ophir and Rusty, now on exact same times, 14 at 7:25.
And so Rusty had been leading the whole time. Ophir out front now.
I thought Ophir was your top seed, but James got it right at the end. Must have got it at the end yesterday. I was watching the seeding round.
You're like, these are my guys.
I was kind of sizing them up a little bit.
Oh,
I'm
no.
Not going to lie.
Oh, wow. That was the best traffic disaster ever. That worked great.
It actually worked out okay. He might have missed a loop, actually.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Rusty trying to inside and kind of laying up this time, making sure he doesn't have any sort of big mistakes.
Yeah, if that was Brandon, then he might have missed the loop.
And we'll find out right here.
Nope. Yes.
Yep.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was. Still about a minute 45 left to go in this one. Ophir and Rusty back and forth again. Both of them again on 14 at 7:23s. They've almost been on the exact same pace this entire race. There's a good lap from Rusty at 30.7. Ophir should be coming around just about any second in that 3 car. And your top seed in 3rd, probably 4th overall if he stays where he's at. Rusty surrounded by cars right now, man.
That's always so tough.
Use the force, Rusty. There he goes. Another good lap. This is going to be a good lap, even with all that. Ophir had a 37 flat, so he's going to drop back down. So 14.722 for Rusty. Ophir on a 14.730. Still your top 2 on 14-lap runs, though. But I think that'll put Drakeford up to the 2 overall if it stays this way. There's still 45 seconds.
Oh, no.
Brutal.
He'd make it the TQ.
Brutal.
Oh!
Brutal.
Hopefully our marshal's all right on that one. He almost got hit in the hand.
Got the wrist shot.
Front section so brutal today.
It's tough. I mean, that's kind of been the talk of the weekend. It's just that they even talked about changing it more yesterday,
Right.
and then decided against it, which in my mind was a wise thing to do. I don't know if changing it after or in the middle of Thursday practice is a good idea.
It's one of those things where, like, you don't actually know it's going to work, even if you do change it.
Exactly.
So you could just 6 and 1, half a dozen the other. These guys just ahead of Drakeford's time.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Your top seed will finish in 3rd in this one, probably 4th overall for the round, so still get some good points.
These guys coming around for their last lap.
All together. Rusty trying to go for that triple. That car just does not
Oh,
want to do it.
no.
Super, super terrible, awful, worst
Got
luck
into some
ever
traffic,
right there.
and he's super far away.
And he's off in the mud, and the marshal's got to be taking care of his own footwork there, too. So
Well,
that should give it to Ophir.
yeah. The worst he can do, because he got the extra lap, is 3rd. But it's still a bummer.
Yeah.
Ophir with a long lap, too. Oh, such a bummer.
Drakeford's going to get a 2.
Yep. So it's going to be Kamarian, Drakeford, Mahilich, Henry, and Rocketon.
Ophir Kamarian, 14.730. That's pretty good. Gets the 0. We're back into the big heats. 13 cars in this one. There might be a few that didn't show up, too, that, you know, I've done that, where I kind of know they're not here. So, but I put them in anyways just to make sure, because you never know that person who just shows up with no practice.
They're like, I don't want to run in the rain.
Yeah.
They show up for Q2. You're like, I already deleted you. You're gone.
And So they did pick up. They did pick up some cars because when I landed, I looked at the entries and it was only like 86 entries, and we ended up with like 100 something.
Right.
So they did pick up quite a few more cars because at one time there was only basically 2.5 heats
Of e-buggy?
Of e-buggy, and now we have 4.
Sweet.
So that's good.
Rona making fun of me in the chat room. Using the burner account.
How's Texas? You've been racing a lot there?
I've been racing a lot of dirt oval.
Yeah? That's what Will's been doing.
Yeah, I went and ran 8-scale nitro like a week ago, and I had a runaway, and I hit a Connex box, and it bent the chassis and blew the motor up, and I was like, I'll see you guys 6 months from now.
Oh, no.
Just went home.
Emerson drove his 8-scale for the first time in a while, like 3 or 4 weeks ago, outside of our house for some reason. I don't know what he was thinking. And he hit a pole. He hit the pole in front of our house and broke like the whole right side of his car.
Game over.
And I thought to myself, I'm like, okay, that's how people do that.
Yeah.
When they come into the store and their car's in pieces.
There it is, right there.
Right there. We all do it. I think I hit that same pole with a Vendetta last 4th of July. So, yeah, there's a good almost, what do we got? 12, if everybody's here, 12 times 4. So,
48?
48, yeah. Math is hard. Almost 50. I wanted to say 50 cars, but it's not quite 50, but it's pretty close.
I don't think Will Almaeda is here either, so maybe 47. A little Jay Drakeford action out there, it looks like. But it's not. Oh, no, that's not Jay Drakeford. That's Fokianos.
Get a couple laps in here. Zach Wright, the number 4 car. First couple laps, pretty good. Ooh, big tumble there. Marshall. There you go. There was nobody actually on the 6 cone.
Oh, no.
Probably getting somebody else. Otherwise, that would have been a perfect spot to crash in. It was literally right next to the cone.
Right.
Kind of a long lap there. So that's going to put, well, let's see, because Brady Lucas might have a long lap. Brady Lucas had a long lap, but still at a 14.727. He's the only one right now on a 14-lap run. Both Brady and Zach able to get a 30-second lap for a fast lap of the race so far. Looks like 11 out of the 13 cars are running in this one, so.
We're missing Bill Nye.
Looks like it.
This is actually Bill's brother, Byron Nye.
Yeah. Oh, like
the science guy.
Yeah, there you go. Good call.
Yeah, our little pylon just says B Nye, so obviously it's Bill.
Right. Wouldn't that be something?
That was my whole childhood in school when the science teacher didn't want to teach that day.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that was straight to the top of the buggy.
There's a comedian that I follow, and I can't remember his name right now on the spot.
Bill Nye?
No, it's but he used to be a teacher, I guess, and like one of his things was like in one of his bits is pretty much, you know, your teacher just had a hard night the night before when they just bring the TV in and play a video for the class all day.
Roll the card out.
From the AV room.
I only had that so long. We ended up with the projectors pretty early on in my school career, but I definitely saw the AV cart.
Brady doing a good job out here, 14.727. It's been that pace pretty much since the second lap. The number 2 car, just nice and smooth. See how everybody's attacking this front section, kind of tiptoeing through it. I mean, really, this track actually now, like, how it's getting packed in from the cars, and you got the sawdust off to the side. There's no sun.
It'd be super fun to drive on.
Oh, I'm telling you, right now, I mean, it's hard to come to these things. When I was doing RMT work, I wanted to drive so bad at like every track I went to. I got yelled at so many times by Bob Ingersoll for borrowing somebody's car at the end of the event so I could drive.
It doesn't get easier either. You still just want to do it everywhere you go. Especially now. When we got here this morning, I could have totally passed.
I was like, nah, no thank you. Yeah, I don't miss this sort of thing at all. So the last race that we had outdoors, I was telling the other Levercy guys this, that 3 days straight of rain. We raced, but we got the track in. We raced every day because we did this whole sawdust thing. We had tarps and all that stuff, but it was so much work to get the race in because it rained overnight every single day, Friday night, Saturday night, or Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday night.
Right.
And then the track started getting built that like weekend afterwards, and it was, of course, then it turned into a drought.
Right.
It was like, thanks.
That same thing happened at Thornhill. The whole last year before they covered it, it rained at every race we did, and then they put a cover on it, and there was no rain.
Right. He's getting there pretty good. I like that layup. The trick that I've seen with that is you can't flick the wheels or do anything with your wheels. You know, everybody starts doing the wheel flick thing.
You're committed to whatever direction you started with.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Oh,
kind of settling in.
Quad?
Oh, I think he did. Yeah. The camera followed where he was going to go, and then he didn't go there. I was just about to say it looked like he was settling in.
Nice. That was good.
He's committed to not committing to that section.
Yeah, exactly. just take your time. Make sure you get the laps in. He's on a 14.724. That's not going to be terrible. Chris Fokianos up to the 2. Bobby Baker and Gavin Yoder back there on the exact same time for 3rd place. They're on 13 at 7:17s. David Hemingway's not that far back on a solid 13. Then you got the rest of the guys on 12s. I think Brady's should be pretty happy with this, really. He's got a little over 30 seconds.
Uh-oh. He's definitely going to move up from where he's seated.
Yeah. As long as nothing else crazy happens like that.
This might be Teddy Davis, but I'm not sure.
Well, they are doing a resort.
After round 2.
After round 2. See
Yeah,
how
so
it shakes out.
This Teddy Davis right here.
Little slow roll. Like a drunken Russian stuntman.
Nice.
All my peeps back home are just got a little chuckle.
He said it. He really said it.
He said it. Brady Lucas is going to get that 14 no matter what, and pretty sure that he just crossed. 14.730. His average lap was about a second faster than everybody else's.
That'll usually get the job done.
Yep, that's pretty good. I forgot my charger to my phone last night. I left it in the truck, and I didn't want to bother anybody. So I had this like little baby charger that came with my headphones, and I plugged it in, and my phone's telling me that it wasn't enough. So I charged it I went to sleep last night at like 8:30.
Perfect.
I don't know why. I just did. And then I didn't wake up until like 6:50. So I slept for a long time. But my phone, it started out at 7%. And when I reached over and picked it up today, it was at 30%.
Perfect.
So overnight, it charged 23% on this tiny little charger that my phone said, hey, get a different charger. It still charged it a little bit. I've had multiple texts and messages from people. I'm like, I'm on vacation.
Leave
Like
me alone.
trying to get me to order stuff or ask me about, numbers of stuff to order for the store. I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm not there right now.
What's the best battery for my X-Max?
Yeah, one of my friends just texted me last night. He's like, hey, you want to go fishing tomorrow? I'm like, I'm not anywhere near you.
Like, actually, I would like to, but
I would love
no.
to. It's just, unfortunately, different time zones. I was watching Daniel yesterday. He had some hot laps.
Daniel Sedler?
Yeah. Just couldn't get all three of them together.
Cohesive
Yeah.
unit of 3 laps.
Yep. I was trying to be professional and try to learn names of paint jobs out there yesterday.
Right. He's a pretty easy one.
Yeah.
Red, white, and blue.
Yep.
Good kid. Cool family. Followed along with Mr. Sedler.
Out
Young
front.
Mr. Sedler.
Lap time's coming in. So far, so good for Daniel.
Oh, wow. Really smooth through the front section. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It was looking like it was going to be a pretty solid lap.
Yeah, it's still not terrible. 31.1. His previous lap was a 29.4 to start things off.
So Benjamin Decker's sliding out front now.
Way to do it. The 2 car should be that one right behind him. He's on a 15 already, 7:29.
Oh, and then he goes flying.
And he goes flying, exactly.
Should be a better lap for Daniel here. He was still in second even with those little bobbles.
29.5. 28.8. Sorry, Daniel with a 28. He's the first one to dip into the 28s now.
His car looks like what I would want my car to feel like out there right now.
Just got to negotiate the traffic now, too.
Wow.
You know what? The other part about that front section is if you do miss it a little bit, it's almost better for you to just
hold it wide open,
hammer it, and not try to lay up. Because if you lay up, you hit that second. The second to last jump is actually tall.
Right.
So if you lay up a little bit, then all of a sudden you hit that one. Huge tumble.
He had just put in 2 really solid laps.
Yeah. Got marshaled pretty fast, too. All things considered.
He did exactly what you said. He turned the wheels.
I know. It's like a... When Emerson was coming up a little bit, he would do that constantly, and I'm like, hey, stop doing that all the time.
You just wouldn't understand, Dad. It's what all the
I
cool
know.
kids are doing.
I know. Levels out the car. Shut up. I think that's going to change it up quite a bit here. So David Harvey, the 5 car, now on a 14.10. Benjamin Decker on a 14.10. Sedler's going to drop down to a 14 at 15, and Aiden Manchada also on a 14 at 7:15.
Daniel just made another mistake, so Harvey or Decker are going to be a little bit safer now.
Mm-hmm. Your top 6 here in this one on 14-lap runs, the bottom on 13-lap runs. Long ways to go. 7-minute qualifiers here for ENATS. see. Trying to pick up the 5 car. That might be him right there.
This is Decker, I believe.
Yeah.
So he's back out in the lead as well.
28.3, another good lap.
Looks like maybe an X-ray car.
Yeah, I thought I saw the X-ray on the side of that. Good call.
Thank you.
So, another personal side note here, anecdote to this whole thing. I just realized that I need like reading glasses.
Oh yeah, me too.
Like,
I actually have them. I'm not gonna wear them, but I have them.
This is the first time where I've had something up close to me and I can't read it.
You're like, wait a second. We've hit the threshold.
Yeah, I've had 20/20 vision my whole life.
Oh, that was about to be the worst
really
place
lucky.
ever.
Decker's got about a 4.6 second lead over David Harvey. So he's got a little bit of a cushion, but of course these guys don't want to crash. Give any more time back. It is qual points. So it's not just the heat, it's the overall position, obviously. We'll probably, well, not probably, I'm sure we'll see most of the top heat getting 16s and a bunch of 15s.
Going so fast.
Yeah. I wonder if this is going to be the kind of track, though, where Truggy's faster than Buggy.
I would think so, yeah. We could both be totally wrong, but I would think so.
Wow. I want to call that front section something, but I don't think it's live RC appropriate.
Oh, then it's even better.
I was going to call it the pincher.
That's fine.
Oh, okay.
You'll learn pretty quickly that like the things that you can or cannot say on here are actually pretty egregious.
Man,
that's
a
big
bad
old
blood
bummer
right there. That was not good. He had a lead. He has a lead. 3.6 seconds. I think that lead's going to evaporate here. And we're back down to 14.
Now we've got the panic driving.
Yep. There he goes. I don't know if that one was unforced, but...
No, that one was not even... There was no unforced or forced.
Yeah. Yep. David Harvey to the front. It's 14.03. Did a 28.8 while Benjamin had that 36 flat.
I could be wrong, but I feel like David Harvey's not that old. He has like a 50-year-old man name, but I think he's like a teenager, which is always confusing for me.
Yeah. Yeah, most kids these days are named like Aiden.
Ryder. Spelled 3 different ways.
Connor.
So I think David Harvey's one of the LCRC guys, and I remember seeing him and then like envisioning somebody much older, and the person was not old.
That's our car 5 right there, isn't it? Hang on to her. Turning and burning. Getting around that corner loop. 14.03 for David Harvey. Benjamin with a 14.07. Still racing here for 3rd and 4th. And Aiden Manchanda?
Manchanda.
Yeah. Got 2 cars still running too. Just got their extra lap. One more to finish. Bob Walker the 3rd. So David, 14.03. Your top 3 going to beat the previous TQ as well.
Got Dario checking in from Portugal.
Cool.
Oh, he's 33. Oh, he is actually not young.
Oh,
Never mind.
Not young,
Sarah,
but not young, but not old.
We got a Sarah Harvey, which I'm going to probably wife. I'm going to assume wife.
There you go. Dude, I'd give anything to be 33 again.
Yeah, he's not 50.
Yeah.
There's Daniel Sedler out there. Good hair.
Now the breeze is kicking up.
James checking in from Kansas.
Hey, I know James Martley.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I do.
Nothing wrong with 50, and the guy's name is Outlaw Farmers. This is all...
It all comes together.
It's all fitting. Got the old Tejas State checking in. I've heard it's not 100 degrees today, which is pretty sweet.
Is it Austin where you live at?
Yeah.
Is that town still growing? By a
Yes.
lot?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would like it to stop.
Same here. Not Austin, but Omaha. Too many cars.
It's like, yeah, man, we get it. It's cool to live here. Go away.
So this would be your B sort from yesterday.
C.
That. Is it the C?
By C, no, I meant C as in yes. It is
C
the
is
B
okay.
sort.
Okay, sorry. Derp.
Evan Tapp checking in. My father just messaged me and said 60 is the new 30 and then called me something unmentionable.
Right.
Well, don't know how to help you, bud.
I read a headline. I didn't actually read the article, but something about like how people age in spurts in their like 40s and 60s. Like it's noticeable.
Yeah,
at
I
some
think
point
yeah.
in your 40s and at some point in your 60s.
I wouldn't say that I know that firsthand because I don't, but I have watched my father do that. Got to 40 and he's like, I can't hear anymore or see. I'm like, oh, cool.
Yeah. My dad grew a beard when he turned 60-something.
Just said it's time.
Well, yeah, it was just weird. I was like, what is that? I didn't even know you could do that. I can't do that.
Dylan Raposo leading the way. That is who we are following, I believe. No, we're not. Yes, we are.
Yeah, I saw Dylan's Facebook post this morning, I think, saying that he was feeling pretty good about himself. Like the track layout. It's in that 2-car.
Oh, no.
I think that might have been, is that Kyle?
It might have been, yeah.
The leader should be... Yeah, Dylan's got a little bit of a lead here. Should be coming through the bumps right there.
There he
you go.
is. Yeah, he's that red and something.
Kind of a red, white, purple.
Oh, there he is. No, yeah, he's the blue. That's why I'm confused. I'm pretty sure he's the blue. Nope, also not that.
Nope.
Sorry, camera guy. Totally wrong.
We're going to get a text. Will you guys make up your mind?
That one's Benny Comarian, who's running third. So, yeah.
Benny trying to make up for his truggy, that unfortunate.
Yeah, that was a bummer.
He was going to go fast in that heat, too. So
For
there's
sure.
your leader right there. I like that paint job.
I think he changed it and then changed it back. I think this might be the OG paint scab.
Yeah. Nice. Car gets through there really well, even not doing the triple part of it.
another one of the X-ray contingent up here.
There's a good X-ray team. A lot of
Oh,
people
yeah.
walking around with X-ray T-shirts on. Hang on to her. It's on a 15 at 7:16, and Thomas Kaufman on a 15:23. So that would put them first and second, moving up in front of the previous heats TQ.
15 is going to be really respectable.
Yeah, for sure. Before we get to that top heat. I think he was another one that I was watching yesterday where he'd have like 2 good laps and then would have a not so good lap, and then would have 2 more good laps and then have a not so good lap, and then would regain and tried it, and it just kept not working out. 28.8. His fast lap so far is a 28.1, so the fast laps are still there.
Yeah, what we were talking about earlier, it'll end up being close on whether or not Truggy's faster or Buggy.
Yeah. 26.7, though. That is pretty fast.
That's fast, yeah. That loop being in the corner like that's going to make things, that could make things interesting. Yeah, because where do you start the race at?
Well, not just that, but I'm thinking like finish, like a side-by-side.
Oh,
finish.
right.
Like if you can get underneath somebody and not even like pass them, but just
force the issue
to that inside part of that corner. Wasn't there a Neo Buggy race where was it Ronafalk and Tessman?
Yes.
Racing, and they had that loop across, and
yep.
I think was it David that snuck it on Tessman, or was it the other way around? I can't remember.
I think it was David that snuck it in.
Yeah.
Because then you got the close up on Gord just frowning.
Yeah. Dylan's been very clean the last, 5 or 6 laps here?
I'd say so, yeah.
He's been just picking off 28-second laps. Kaufman with a 28.3, also a solid 15-lap run for him. Benny with a 30.1 on a 14.08.
Solid run for Benny.
Yeah.
I think he might be, he just moved out of the way.
Yep, that's him right there. He's one of those young kids using the stand over there.
These guys being really courteous to Dylan. I saw Garrett Hallbreaker move out of the way as well. All these young guys probably hanging out in between races, having some fun.
Yeah. It's very easy to let your car kind of slide to the outside, coming into that pucker zone there. And on the outside, that first jump doesn't quite have the giddy up.
30 seconds left in this one. Raposo still out front.
Right there, that's the money spot. Gets through, no issues, nice job. 15, 7:15. Again, your top 2 looking to move in front of the top seed so far.
Dylan with about a 13-second lead on the field. Pretty impressive. Oh, wow.
Speaking of pucker.
Yeah, both these guys get 15 laps. They're automatically going to be 1 and 2 going into the next heat. Nice. Getting through it on the last lap. Oh.
That's off camber too, coming up to that big triple jump.
Right.
When it's dry, it's you're just like waiting forever for that thing to turn.
So Raposo going to finish up on a 15.7.16. Thomas Kaufman on a 14.7 flat. So not getting that 15, but he is the fastest 14.
Yep.
Then Harvey, Decker, and Manchanda going into the A heat coming up next. All right, so going into the last race for the round. Not really sure how long of a break we're going to take, but we will let y'all know when we know.
Yeah.
3 rounds of qualifying today. This is the end of the first round of qualifying.
think it's going to be about a half hour. That's what I
Okay,
heard.
yeah.
Yeah, actually, from the driver's meeting that I was paying attention to, I believe it was a half hour. Between
That
the two.
makes one of us.
Yeah. I had
Man,
no choice. I was
Chan, duh. Okay, so the first way we said it.
Chanda. Man Chanda. Everyone grew a beard after watching Yellowstone.
Totally fair.
It did change that. Okay, so I haven't actually watched that show.
It's good.
I know it's good. My wife loves it, but the actor that plays the guy who's married to the woman in that one that's super hardcore.
Yes.
It's gonna sound really stupid. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But he's so different in that show from
something else
the
that you
movie
watched.
the movie that I know him from, which
Right.
is Fast and Furious 2.
Okay.
So different. But I
trying
can't
to remember him. Oh, is that the same guy? Like
Yeah,
the
it's the same guy.
Oh wow, I didn't even know they were the
Right?
same human.
Yeah, same guy. Peter Renault on here, give me a shout out. He's one of my original Patreon members for the Hobbyplex show.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's one of those feet websites.
Well, no.
I'm kidding.
Okay. So here we go. A heat. We're going to go fast.
All right, getting it started with horn. Uh-oh.
That's one of those starts that would ruin me.
He's just already frazzled.
Yeah. I suspect we'll see a 26-second lap here, I'm sure. At some point. Maybe.
Oh, Joe Bornhorst commented a little while ago. I told these guys earlier, they pulled out all the stops for the most prestigious event of the year, otherwise known as the 8-scale ENATs. That's why me and Alex are here, because we're the best. Duh. Horn with a tough first lap. Or second lap.
How about Spencer Heckert leading lap 1, 28 flat?
So Heckert, Sontag, Rivkin, Lemieux, Lucina.
Those Midwest boys, too, trying to get it done. Chase Lemieux in there as well.
Whoa.
Ooh, trouble in front. That might have been Paul. Saw the yellow.
Horn trying to get back around Spencer.
Yeah, Spencer Eckert, though. 17:01. Taters on the 17:0. I keep saying 17 because I see the 7.
Sontag catching both of these guys. Oh, Sontag right around Horn.
Yep.
So Tater out front now. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
Starting to see some 27-second laps. How about Ethan Mechanic now up to third?
This is similar to what you said you saw yesterday, where when the grip wasn't extreme, Tater's stuff was really, really good.
That was kind of the feeling I got from talking to like Aiden and stuff. They were talking about their lap times, but then they were talking about Tater's lap times.
Right. Definitely looks like he's got a good pace going on here.
But look at Mechanic, dude. Matching Tater. 27.8, 27.8.
Pretty close. He's about a second back right now.
He's about, yeah. Tater's going to have a couple more cars in front of him here shortly. I think Mechanic, I think Ethan's got a little zone to himself.
Oh.
Tater getting a little wonky. Hanging on to her.
So one thing Tater's really got going for him is like he's super comfortable being uncomfortable, if that makes sense. So
he's on the edge.
Really good at like catching it when the car is out of sorts.
He's got those quick twitch muscles.
For sure.
Dude, look, Ethan's 4/10 back off of Tater. Ethan is flying right now.
So the local boy trying to make it happen here.
And Tater getting a little bit of trouble there, so
that may move Mechanic out to the lead.
Crazy. And Spencer Heckert still rocking and rolling back there in third, also very, very close. Maybe 0.8 of a second between the top three.
So Mechanic out front, yeah.
Lead.
Tater falling down to the 3 spot.
3.5 minutes left to go. He's just got to keep that front section clean. Yesterday, they were trying to jump all the way up onto that.
Right, all the way to the
corner. Digging out that part of the corner almost. You can kind of not cut the pipe, but you can hover over the pipe if you aim just right.
Right. So Tater putting in a 27.3, trying to get back towards the front. He's going to slot back to the 3 spot. Oh, he makes a mistake in the front. So now it's going to be Mechanic and Heckert battle for the TQ. Oh, that wasn't Tater. Never mind.
That might have been. I didn't see
There's Tater.
2.5 minutes to go. You got your top 5. Ethan, Spencer, Tater, Chase, and Spencer in front of the current TQ. See if we can pick up Ethan here.
Here's Heckert.
Yep, that's Spencer.
So Spencer Heckert running in the...
Wow, 17 flats for both Ethan and Spencer. Little whip in the air right there.
There's Ethan Mechanic.
Ethan. Yellow and blue X-ray.
Heckert with a 29-second lap moves back to 3rd. Oh,
Whoa,
Ethan.
That was close. He puckered up on that one.
It's really close. Even that small of a mistake could make the
Sontag
difference.
Trying to come back. Hang on
oh,
he saved it. Oh, my goodness.
So Tater going to come back out to the lead.
Only your top 5 in front of Raposo.
So solid run for Dylan Raposo.
Yeah.
Oh, Mechanic. Oh,
there it got
all
him.
that work.
Chase Lemieux, they might be. Ethan might have been far enough in front of Chase. We'll see. We still got 1 minute to go. Tater Sontag back to the lead. That front section just getting everybody.
It looks so scary even when you do it right.
Exactly.
So Chase up to 2nd. Ethan to 3rd. Heckert to 4th. Rivkin 5th.
And Colton, Aiden, Gavin, Lee, and Paul.
Tater now has about a 6-second lead on the field.
I think if Tater wins this one, he probably won't feel very good about it, just from the early part of the race.
Man, I don't know, because this is one of those tracks I feel like you're just going to crash. So if you're him, maybe you're just like, hey, well, you know, I had a good pace, and I crashed, and I still won, so it's fine.
Yeah. That's Chase Lemieux, your 2 car.
Suspension on Chase's car looks awesome. Being a lot more reserved through some of these sections.
Ooh. Tater's now got almost a 5-second lead. Chase, if he can get to 2 here, that'll be really good.
Yeah, it's a solid start.
Solid start. Same thing for Spencer. Even with Ethan having that one crash there, he's still in the top 5. Much better than the truck even.
Yeah, so Tater going to take the TQ. He's going to be the only driver to do 16 laps this round.
Didn't see a 26.
No, and the 16 was a little bit slower than truck. So kind of what we were thinking, just a little bit slower.
There it is.
Just jumps all the way into the track.
Nice.
All right, that one goes out to Sontag, Lemieux, Hecker, Mechanic, Rivkin, and then Dylan Raposo from the B Heat, going to go 6 for the round. Then Fernari, Horn, Kaufman, Harvey, Decker, and Busina, top 12.
Cool. Well, we got through round 1 officially. Hooray.
Guys pumped about seeing a challenging track. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's shaping up awesome. Track crew did a great job getting this thing back runnable. We even had some of our pro drivers on the practice days out there trying to smooth out some of the jump faces and stuff. And
there were a few pro drivers out there this morning too, to help spreading around.
Perfect.
So yeah, everybody working together to get this thing going. It was pretty good to watch. It kind of come together, and man, the track actually looks really good.
Looks awesome.
And I think with that, we're going to take our break. So about a half hour from now, what time is it?
It is 12:35. Are we East Coast?
We are East Coast time, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so 30 minutes from now, we should be getting back going for round 2 of qualifying, and we will be back to bring you guys the rest of the action.
There you go.
Race number 1. Ford LED short course track. Heat 1 of 1.
Once again, racers, it's the exact same race order. We're just starting this one by finishing order. You will keep the same car numbers. No need to change your stickers. Round 2 is on live RC. 1, please start going to tech. Race 1, please start making your way over to tech. For the short course truck, Hemingway, Noonan, DeLosa, Davis, Lewis, Jones, Alameda, and Ward. You guys are in the first one. Please start going to tech right now. Marshalling is going to be 8-scale electric buggy heat 4-4. That same ASOR. So marshals, please start thinking about it. Well, we're going to start in about 10 minutes. short course truck. That's Hemingway, Noonan, DeLosa, Davis, Lewis, Jones, Alameda, and Ward. Marshalling is going to be race number 12, guys. Marshals, please report to the racetrack. It is about that time. And contrary to yesterday, we do have solid internet, so we can actually use you now this time. Thanks again, guys, for working with us here. We had a little technical issues, but fingers crossed, everything's working great right now, so let's try to keep it that way.
Marshall Car 3 Tater Sontag. Car 4 Chase Lemieux. Car 7 Spencer Heckert. Car 6 Ethan McEnnis. Car 2 Spencer Ripken. Car 9 Colton Bernari. Car 1 Aiden Horn. Car 8 Gary B. Car 5 Lee Setzer. Car 10 Paul Ciccarello.
For the short course, you don't have to wait on me. You guys can get on the track whenever you want. We're going to start in less than 3 minutes, so if you're not out there, tough luck. Once again, Marshals, fill them up, guys. I'm still missing a bunch. I'll call them again. Aiden Horn 1, Spencer 2, Tater 3, Chase 4, Lee Setzer 5, Ethan 6, Spencer Heckert 7, Gavin Vecina 8, Colt Bernari 9, and Paul Ciccarello 10. do me a favor, if you can hear me, can you please grab the 10 cone and swap it with the 1? Because we'll have you marshal up on the hill, and we'll have you take the cone 1 over there. Thank you, my man. Set the grid, guys. Set the grid. Looking awfully barren here for this first round, but it is going to be car 1 Hemingway, car 2 Noonan, car 3 DeLosa, then car 7 Davis, car 6 Lewis, 4 Jones, 8 Alameda, and 5 Ward. That is your starting grid. So again, it's 1, 2, 3, 7, 6, 4, 8, 5. Thanks, Aiden. Hemingway, please check it in and turn it right around for me, sir. And the starting grid is 1, 2, 3, 7, 6, 4, 8, 5. Car 1 on the tone. Everybody else, your number is called. Less than 5. 2, 3, 7.
All right, we are back for round 2 of the 2024 Roar Electric 1/8 Scale Nationals. Kind of a handful to say sometimes.
A lot of words.
A lot of words. This is four-wheel drive short course.
Had a couple of guys earlier asking when four-wheel drive short course was. Right now.
Bam, right now.
Found it.
Here we are. I also used to love this class, four-wheel drive specifically, when Scotty had his short course showdown.
I went to a couple of those. They were awesome.
They were fun. The second round, the second time we held it at our track, I TQ'd and then found a way to lose. That's what I do. My email address is top qualifier, not top finisher.
Oof. All right, so if you're just checking in with us today, we are moving into round 2 of qualifying. Round 1, it was Tater Sontag on top and E-Buggy, and Spencer Rivkin taking the TQ and E-Truck. The rest of these classes are, I believe, considered support classes.
Support classes, yeah.
Yeah, so you've got short course, mini truggy, and then the master's classes as well.
That was kind of the difference between, like, when the last time that we held it at our track, too. Gosh, that was 6 years ago, but we didn't have any sport classes at all.
No.
It was just buggy and truck and I think four-wheel drive short course.
And short course at that time was still considered.
It was still
like
considered. Yeah, I think there was 3 heats.
Mm-hmm.
So, Hemingway leading us out again.
Who we're following along with as well.
Yep.
Yellow front, white rear. Techno truck. A lot of stickers.
Yeah, for being a big body like that with plenty of space for stickers, there's no stickers on that one. I did used to not like paying for the paint job.
Yeah.
I got upcharged like $20 every time for the short course body.
It is a big slab of material.
Yeah. A little unlucky right there, but kind of no harm, no foul. He's on the 12 at 7:05. Right now, second place, Will Alameda. And 12 at 7:26. So your top 2 on 12 lap runs. Taylor De La Rosa on 11, so is Will Jones, Richard Lewis. Looks like a couple of these guys with a no start in this one. Your leader takes a huge tumble. No marshal needed again. I did manage to track down my favorite drink for the weekend, so I'll be plenty caffeinated. And
we are kick-started.
Yeah, we are kick-started.
Is it the flavor too, or does it? You just need kickstart period?
It's the flavor. Like they used to make a lemon lime, and that was like if they were out of orange, that'd be my next one. They stopped making that. Then they made like this blueberry one, which is not very good. Had this weird aftertaste.
So it's orange or nothing.
It's orange or nothing. Yeah, if they don't have orange, I basically walk away angry. I get all pouty. My wife hates it.
My wife.
Will to the front. There was a couple crashes thrown in there, and Will's been putting down some pretty good laps, consistent. So 12 at 7:18 for Will Alameda. He's in the 8 car.
We were talking about this.
He's the one that
didn't run the first round that I would have deleted and you would have not.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yep. Well, there's only 5 trucks running right now.
And some of those guys ran the first round, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, a couple of these guys did, and then they're not in this one. There he is, all blue. I think that's a Techno sticker on the side of that one as well. I think that's what that is. .35.2 that last lap.
2 minutes left.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Something might be up because my screen suddenly is a little different. And it shows him on lap 3. So we'll try to get that figured out, see what's going on.
Jones, Lewis, and Noonan, Davis, Ward. Alameda is in that 5.
A little bit of trouble right there for David. We're still trying to see what's going on with the scoring. There you go. Hemingway back to the front.
So the main scoring computer is having a little bit of issues, so that means every other computer associated with it is also going to have issues. So we are hoping they remedy it in between these races. The loop's still counting and working properly, but
yeah. I think that was your leader on his lid over in the corner. I'm not sure if he's done yet or not, though. While we get this one figured out, I think that was your leader. That was the last one to be done. We'll see if it works out that way. And keep this show on the road. Car 8, that was Will Alameda. That's him right there. And there he goes. You can hear the loop working. He must have showed up. I wonder if he showed up late. Like or if, I don't know.
I have no idea.
Who knows what's going on right now. Keep it going. He's the only car still running, so he's the only car the camera guy follows, and
so we're just ruining it for him.
We're watching him yeah.
Luckily, he's also the only one who got whatever
And
lap
it's a
this
short
is,
course truck,
probably.
so more than likely it like lands on all fours almost every time. 'Cause that's what they do. They're like cats. You can like drop a short course truck from 10 feet and it rolls and lands on its wheels still. Well, there you go. I think that's what happened. I think he got that extra lap. He was the only one to get it. So
All right.
yeah.
Next up is going to be the Masters E-Truggy class. 45 plus.
My podcasting partner keeps trying to convince me to get an oval car
An oval car?
and race dirt oval with him. Get a
I'm in.
velocity car.
I'm into it.
I know. That Traxxas Modify is intriguing because like we're gonna have a class of that.
Right.
It'd be kind of fun to just buy one of those and not worry about it
Right.
if I'm gonna do it. The other thing is usually like so I'm the off-road race director. So when it's off-road, I'm down there doing my thing, obviously running the races and stuff. It's still kind of hard to race, but at least I'm near my stuff.
Right.
When I'm not having one of my races down there, like oval or on road, I'm working upstairs. In the
Oh,
store.
yeah. So
And
you're like not even close.
Yeah, and so I don't usually like racing at our place when I have to work.
Right.
Because then I can't make any adjustments. I can't try different tires. I can't really get good practice. So
Well,
it's like,
as most people would say in that situation, it is a circle.
well, it is, but
Especially at y'all's place, it is a circle.
it's a circle.
Not saying it's not made very well, but it's like you're high grip,
It's a
so
high
like
bite.
yeah.
It's a high bite circle, especially now when I feel like last year we kind of figured out how to really get that thing in there.
Yeah, so when you have like that consistent grip level, like that amount of things that you're going to change is so much smaller.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's another class for me to buy a car and race and run and add to my collection.
I mean, I really enjoy it, but
I had a
I'm also
sprint car.
biased.
I had a sprint car at one point. I've had a couple sprint cars at one point.
Talking about bodies that are not easy to paint, I'm not sure that there is like a class of RC dirt oval that the body is like straightforward and easy to paint.
Yeah.
Just none of them.
Yeah, because sprint cars are essentially panels.
Yeah, and then now all the modified bodies and all the late model bodies and everything are like 2 or 3 pieces.
Yes.
So it's just I don't even ask painters to paint them.
And your short course bodies are huge.
Huge, yeah.
For like late model or what do they officially call it? Just short course modified?
Yeah.
Yeah.
SC mod or SC late model or whatever.
Sounds like we might be relying on the announcer for a little bit
I think we are.
behind us, which is okay because the speaker's like literally right behind us.
We're announcing the announcer.
We're announcing the announcer. I think it was our 10 scale Nats in 2016 where like the internet went out right when two-wheel mod was coming up. So all these people were mad.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And I'm like, and then like one of them was, one of the comments was Hobbytown found a way to like screw me over again or something like that. And I'm just like, okay, well, sorry.
Just weren't going to win.
It wasn't us. It was the ISP. It was the internet service provider.
Nobody was going to win in that situation.
No,
but definitely not you.
Yeah. knock on wood, we've actually been pretty good
Yeah.
now. Because back then it was like we were still pretty far outside of the city limits,
Right.
and now the city's kind of built up around us more, and so internet's more readily available just in general.
That's like the one situation where it's actually a good thing.
Yeah. Because before we were the only place out there, really, that even needed internet or was paying for internet, and now there's all these businesses around us that I'm sure are using it. I know the shirt place across the street from us, they pretty much do nothing but online anymore.
Yeah,
like
so obviously they have to have it.
Yeah, and like all their people almost all work from home now.
Looks like we're following along with Rusty Mihelic.
Yep.
Masters 45 plus E-Truggy.
I think he might be of only one or two that are on a 14-lap run, if I heard correctly, behind us. We're kind of relying on the announcer, on Jared.
We are flying blind.
Yeah.
So these guys about halfway through this run, 3.5 minutes in.
Still think that downhill chicane is pretty cool.
I'm just kind of getting into the whole thing. Like, I think obviously the rain actually did a lot of good, and then it being overcast, now the track actually looks smooth and nice.
It's drying up a tiny little bit on that off-camber. Like that's like the highest point of the track. I think it's going to be the first little piece.
Right.
That starts to even get maybe even dusty eventually.
I went out there before this round started, and it's actually pretty hard.
Yeah. It was a new layout, so they were saying like if it was an older layout, it would have been really hard,
right,
just in general, and the rain wouldn't have penetrated it as much.
So Ophir TQ'd the first round, and I believe he's right in front of Rusty right here. So I don't think he's going to TQ this one.
That was close. Rusty kind of followed him through there a little bit.
Oh, that was nice.
That was nice of him. And Rusty was only in fourth in the first one.
Yeah, so much better run for him.
He's one of those guys that kind of envy because he can grow the beard out.
Oh, yeah.
If I tried to do it on the sides here, I'd have nothing. It'd be just patchy.
Another nice family, Rusty and Stacy and their whole crew.
One more to pick off here. That back straightaway is 12 cars.
It's going to be a lot.
You know, like, I don't know. They might have to bend him around, I guess.
Yeah.
Rusty going wide each time, doing the layup line. It's almost like he's been forced to a couple times, though, just to stay clear, not get any traffic issues or anything.
Being patient.
Yep. And again, everybody in this heat, they're all in the main.
Right.
There's only one heat.
Rusty just keeping it calm, smooth, collected, not doing anything super crazy. Really smooth through that front section, but definitely like slowing down a little bit.
Yeah.
There's something to be said for that, though, if you don't crash.
You know, when I was talking to everybody on Wednesday and Thursday, we were talking about, okay, it is possible to get through there with like a, this was before they changed it too, with like a double type
Right.
line, but it was a full second slower.
Right. Right. Yeah. Now it's not as like not
Yeah.
as big of a deficit. Kamarian kind of hanging in there behind Rusty, but obviously with Rusty being in front on the track, he's going to be ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
For JR done. Alan Placer done. James Henry done. Mark Decker done.
Car 9 still running. Everybody else has finished. Once again, drivers are going to pull them to the red gate.
All drivers are finished.
Everybody running is done. Rusty
Larry
Mihalik
Says
takes
JR
round 2 of Masters truck, 14.705. He's going to beat Ophir by 7 seconds here. Ophir goes second. Decker and Henry all go in those 14-lap runs. 13s for Bob, Allen, and Larry. Jay out after 8, but we'll see him back in round number 3. Everybody out to Marshall, please, including cars 7 and 11. I need you guys out there, please.
Up next, race number 3. 1-ATH electric truck. Heat 1 of 3.
Drivers, be cautious on your warm-up laps. Watch for oncoming marshals.
Gavin Yoder. Josh Hartman. Teddy Davis. Zach Wright. Benny Combe Ryan. David Hemingway. Bradley
Marshals
Limmerman.
again, take your cone numbers based off your car number. Still need my 7, my 11. Let's see. Henry,
Bob
you're good right
Walkley.
there. Stay right there, Henry.
Richard
Thank you.
Noonan.
You and Richard can both tag team that spot. Thank you. Still missing my cone 7. Brandon Hester, cone 7. Brandon Hester, cone 7, please. Now let's set the grid, drivers. Set the grid. Anybody see Brandon Hester? Is he still with us? Cone number 7, Brandon Hester, please. Or if somebody wants to help him out, cone 7, Brandon Hester. Starting grid, this one's going to go 3, 4, 8, 2, 5, 9, 6, 7, 1, 10. Gotcha, Will.
Will Alameda.
Thank you for covering the 7. Thank you, sir. All right. Car 3 on the tone. Everybody else, when your number is called, less than 5. 4. 8. 2. 5. 9. 6. 7. 1. And 10. I think it took off a little early on me, but that's all right. Yes, Will, you'll be cone 10. Make sure you stick your car as well when you get a little bit of a downtime. Will showing up on Friday.
6 minutes left.
Will is not car 3. Will is supposed to be car 10. Again, look at the heat sheets, guys. You'll see it. Minute 10 into this one. Benny starts off with the opening lap of a 30.8 as your fastest thus far. We'll give it a lap or two and then start calling it off. Again, guys, faster car behind you. Slide over, let him by. You guys are both going to benefit, I promise you.
Five minutes left.
2 down, 5 to go. Josh Hartman is my leader, 14.714 pace, followed by Zach Benny, all on 14s, and it's going to be Hemingway, Lingerman, Alameda, Davis, Yoder, Walker, all on 13s, and Richard on a 12. One-eighth electric truck, off and running with heat of 1 of 3, race number 3 overall. Hartman, that time by 32.7. That's going to be that all turquoise car working his way around the center switchback here. Hemingway gives him a line. Thank you, Dave. Dave, we're currently solidly in 4th. Benny in that 2 spot. Benny running the blue and white. Watch the 7-pack go fair. Oh, my goodness. Hartman, Kamarian, Lingerman. Your top 3 right now, followed by Walker, Hemingway, Davis. Oh, Lingerman taking the big hit right there down to 7. And these guys are switching all around here with 3 down and 4 to go. It's going to be Benny out front now, 14.719. Again, blue and white is your leader. That was car 1. Up the chicane he goes and down. Coming to the front 7-pack. Double, triple, and double. Followed by Walker, Hemingway, Hartman, and Davis, your top 5. Then it's Bradley, Will, Gavin, Zach, and Richard. Quick lap does go to Benny, 29.2. Comes back this time with a 29.4. And leader is that HB truck, blue and white. Through the center he goes. That little switchback section coming to the corner table and the chicane. Second place is going to be Bob Walker, the 3rd. Bob hits the start-finish line this time with a black and blue truck. He is currently 4.8 seconds back of Benny. Followed by Hartman 3, Hemingway 4, Lingerman 5. Working up on the 4-minute mark, guys. 4 down. And coming up on 3 minutes left to go.
3 minutes left.
Race 4 starting to be through tech. No issues there. And 5 start thinking about it. Benny, Bob, Josh, Dave, Teddy Davis, your top 5. Currently top 2, Benny and Bob on 14s. We have Hartman on a 13.7 flat in 3rd. Hemingway 7 flat in 4th. Davis 05. Yoder 09. Lingerman 10. Wright 21. Alameda 26. And then we have Richard 12.724 in that 10 spot. Kamarian 7.5 second lead. 14.713 is the run. Race 4 is up next. That's your B sort, quote unquote, of truck. Caution after the 7-pack, guys. Stay outside, and clear.
2 minutes
Bit
left.
of a mess down there in that right side corner. Working out, guys. Coming through the double-double. Under 2 to go now. Benny leads by 9 seconds. 14.711 to a 7.25. Hemingway on a 7.29 now. And then we have the 13s down the board for Hartman, Davis, Yoder, Wright, Lingerman, and Alameda. 12 for Richard Noonan. .530 gone, 1:30 left to go. Benny Kamarian, 14 second lead, getting quicker as he goes here. 14.709. Leader coming through the center switchback. Coming to that corner tabletop now, dropping his way down there. Down the chicane into the front 7-pack. Double and triple double. Minute 10 to go. Benny, Bob, David, Teddy, and Josh, your top 5 here with 6 down drivers, 6 down, 1 to go.
1 minute left.
29.4 that time for Benny. 14.707. Probably going to run out of time, but probably could push a 15 here with a clean run. Benny looking pretty quick out there. Bob, 14.727. He's 15 seconds back. Hemingway's 1.4 behind Bob in that third spot, followed by Hartman, Davis, Yoder, Wright, Lingerman, Alameda, and Noonan. Your top 10. 30 seconds left. That time out for Benny. New fast lap, 29 flat. 14.706 here with 20 seconds left to go. Final 10 seconds, drivers. Race number 3 coming to a close right here. Everybody, of course, as you know, you're going to keep going until your name is called. 3, 2, 1. Drivers, keep going until your name's called. Keep going.
All right, guys, internet is working again, and we are all caught back up. This is the first heat of 1/8 scale electric truck. Not the Masters class, but the regular class. Benny Comarian out front. Trying to finish this one up. Oh, man, a really, really long lap for Benny. He's going to finish on a 14.721, but his last lap was a 47-second lap. Then it's Bob Walker and Dave Hemingway. All right, so next up is going to be the B heat of 8 scale electric truck. Mechanic, Long, Coric, Ciccarello, Decker, Dudley, DiGirolamo, Harvey, Longo, and Burns. These guys getting their warm-up underway. Marshall's getting out there to the track. All right, these guys are all checked in, so they're going to set the grid, and then we will get going. All right, Ethan going to lead these guys off in this one. 6th place run, if I remember right, last round in E-Truggy. Looks like Chicky not checked in for this one.
Hey, we're back.
We are back.
We've probably been back, huh?
I have been back for a little bit, yeah.
I just had their cheesesteak down there at the food truck.
Is it good?
Very good.
Excellent.
Yes. Made a good call. I was just going to get a cheeseburger, but I got that because I'm in Pennsylvania.
Sounds good to me. All right, so Ethan off to a good start already. Launching out to that corner like you were talking about the guys doing yesterday. Ethan with good speed in the first round in both classes.
Yeah, just 2 crashes here in Truggy that first round.
And then I think it was maybe 1 crash and buggy. Looking good through the front center section now.
Looking very good.
Catching traffic.
There's 1. There's 2. Nice job.
Excellent.
16-lap run. So they are going to be doing a resort after the second round. And I'm sure it'll be by best time. They probably, I don't think they can do it by qual points.
I don't know.
I don't really know if anybody ever even does it by qual points that often anymore. It's usually fastest time, laps in time.
Yeah, usually 1 round.
Yeah.
Or maybe qual points, but single best qual point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe.
So Ethan on a 16.724. Not quite the crazy speed we saw in the first round, but I think that the track's probably leveling off a little bit.
Still
We'll see.
knocking out 27 second laps, though. That's pretty fast.
I'm just not sure that we're going to see the, like...
No, from that first, yeah.
Yeah, the 26.7 or whatever. Maybe we will. Maybe I'm wrong.
So far, he's been pretty good dealing with lap traffic. He's kind of found that sweet spot right there, too.
Truck looks good. Ethan looks good. Traffic being patient with him. Him being patient with traffic. Alex Burns in second.
Ezra Korick in that 3 spot. Those guys are on 14-lap runs. Alex was on a 15. He's on a 14.7 flat now. He's got time.
So Ethan set up to lap the field.
Yeah.
Whoa, that could have been real bad.
Close. It's a little different just like watching the screen and you know, as a race director who gets to do what I do, I'm used to seeing the track as a whole sometimes and kind of being able to use my peripheral vision a little bit.
I've heard that talked about before in other like sports broadcasting or motorsports broadcasting where people are like, you know that this thing happened on the track, why did you not talk about it? And it's like, well, because typically everybody actually does watch the screen because you want to be announcing what the people are seeing.
Yeah.
So it's very rare for broadcasters really in any sport to not be watching what's on the screen.
Right. The worst for me is Supercross.
Right.
They'll be like watching some awesome battle back there in 4th and 5th, and then they'll cut away from it because they're like contractually obligated to take video
to do
of the winner as he's going over the finish line.
Yeah.
And then something amazing happened back there, but you don't get to see it right away. You got to wait for the replay. He's been really good through that section this time around. I mean, really good.
Oh,
look at that.
I was afraid that was going to go that way. Good recovery, though.
Got super lucky there again. Unfortunately, 8 skills just devour track pipe.
Oh, yeah. Not friendly.
That's something I'm really working on for the Techno Series this year. I've purchased this these rubber sections of pipe, like that are like a hard rubber, and I'm using them for all my corners.
Okay. See if they last longer.
Yeah, see if they'll last longer. See if the 8 scales won't tear them up this winter, and then make my expensive white pipe last longer by not having to bend it.
Yeah, for sure.
Still hanging on to that 16.724. That's a really good time. Got 2 minutes. Where's Ethan from?
He's from around here.
Oh,
like he's pretty local to this track, I believe.
See if Alex still hanging on to that 14.01, 14 flat, kind of hovering, almost up to a 15-lap pace. Back there in second, Benjamin Decker up to third. Him and Cody Dudley almost on the exact same paces. Matty Long in 6th on a 14.10. David Harvey on a 14. Andrew Digirolomo on a 14, 7, 18. I probably killed that name. Ezra on a 13. Ethan going through traffic again.
If you're a guy like Ethan, too, you're appreciating having someone like Jared Barden in the booth who's like races around here a lot and is also just a good announcer because he's really kind of keeping everybody knowing where you're at. Yeah, okay, they said he's from Shippensburg, so he's from right here.
From right here. He's got some clean air here for the last maybe lap and a half. Nice and straight through there this time.
Pretty much every lap.
Yeah, almost the same spot every lap.
Oh,
hang on
saved
to her,
it.
dude.
You don't want to do all that work and then the last lap just slow roll. Team X-Ray driver making it work. One more lap for Ethan.
Once again, getting through there. Nice and clean. Coming up over the big triple, about to turn and burn for his final time. 16:24.
So
the bar has been reset.
Only the top 4 drivers last round got 16 laps. So Ethan set probably hope, or you would hope for a top 5.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time.
Oh, wow, his hot lap did get back to a 27.1, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the track is just about the same.
I think Truggies are just going to be faster for right now.
Yeah, I agree.
For sure. This is big tires. They can get over more stuff easier, and you can kind of wheel it a little bit more, I think. And
yeah, recover a little quicker and easier.
Somebody just sent me a picture from my store. It looks like it's John Haas, one of my local guys who races. He usually practices during the week. It is Friday. There's just a hearse just parked
Old
right
school.
outside. Yeah. I'd drive a hearse just because everybody would talk about it.
All right. It's big dog time.
It is big dog time. Except I'd make the back clear, and I'd put like a casket back there.
Oh, my goodness.
So you could see through. Then everybody would really be talking about my car.
Yeah, right.
I think your top 6 or 7 cars from that last heat also improved over the TQ. I was down there eating, and I heard that Benny had a good run.
He did, yeah.
Got through the whole run.
His last lap was like really, really long though. It's like something happened or broke. I don't know.
Yeah.
He made it to the line, but it was really long.
That's good to see. It's fun watching. It's fun seeing little kids do well.
Right, for sure.
All right, it is game on. It is the top heat of Truggy. I'm sure Mechanic will be in that resort for round 3. Already jumping that step down to the bottom.
So Rivkin, the TQ in round 1, he's leading us off in this one.
Now, if they do complete all 5 rounds, it'll be best 3 out of 5.
Are we doing 5 rounds or 4?
We're going to try to do 5.
Oh,
yeah, they're going to do 3 today and 2 tomorrow if possible.
Got it.
But they're going to try to get in 3 for sure today. Normally it's 2 out of 4.
Right.
But
so Sontag leading the way for these guys right now. Now Rivkin back to the lead, so Spencer leading out now. Sontag in the 2 spot, Heckert in the 3 spot, Setzer and Lemieux. Moving into the 3rd lap, Sontag out front again. Rivkin in the 2, Setzer in the 3. Top 3 drivers on 16 laps.
This one bounced around quite a bit last time, too.
So here's Tater.
Little whip.
Sontag back to the lead, Rivkin back to the 2.
Those rear wheels just touched that just a little bit.
Oh. So Tater on to the back straightaway, coming back around. That should move Spencer back to the lead.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Yeah, so Spencer out front. Sontag in the 2. Right now,
Ethan having a great run, too, in the 3 spot. 16, same thing for Heckert.
Right now, Ethan Mechanic's time would put him 3rd overall. Back
Spencer
out front with
that
Spencer Rivkin.
Drop down.
Yep.
Jumping
Yeah, he does like the double single.
Yeah.
Oh.
Whoa. Yeah, you can see the track just drying off just a little bit more. It's starting to turn like a lighter shade of brown.
Right, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, right in the middle of the line.
And you can see a little bit of stuff coming off the track now as well. Nothing crazy yet, though. It's still, I bet you it's still plenty grippy.
I guess it's a single double down the hill, not a double single.
Spencer getting that thing sideways up that hill, too, kind of like.
Yeah, and he is really high, like you said before.
Yeah.
So Sontag back out front. Oh, there's the mistake for Rivkin. That moves Setzer to the 2 spot.
There is that threat of rain tomorrow, so that's why he wants to get 3 qualifiers in today.
Right.
And I think if they only got 3 in and tomorrow was a complete washout,
it would still be fine.
I
right?
think they only take 1.
Oh, wow, okay.
So, and then of course the tiebreak would be the time.
Right.
So there's just like a little bit more pressure as we get into these later rounds because you never know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Right.
Tater back to the lead though, 16-7-20. Spencer 22, Lee Setzer on a 16-23. Spencer Eckert up to a 16-25. And Chase Lamino on a 15-7 flat. Your top 5, almost all of them on the 16, but
top 3 ahead of Ethan Mechanic's time now. Setzer hanging in there with Rivkin for the 2 spot. Sontag's about 2 seconds clear on the field right now.
It's kind of cool to see the lines like that time Spencer's truck kind of bounced and it almost set him up for the corner. Like it bounced and he was able to wrap around it using the balance of that.
Sontag out front.
He's doing single down that backside too. Keeping it low.
Last lap was a 27.3, so these guys in those low 27s. No 26s this time.
No 26s, nope. Rivkin's closest to the 27-1. Just under a minute 20.
Sontag with a 27 flat that time around. Getting closer to that 26.
He might have overheard us. He's like right over there.
Right. So Rivkin holding on to the 2 spot. Lee must have made a mistake. He's in the 3rd still, but he's fallen off of the previous TQ of Ethan Mechanic.
And now just your top 3 on 16s at the moment.
Rivkin trying to put in a push. He goes 27 flat. He is 1.5 seconds behind behind Tater.
Little action in front of Tater.
Oh, wow.
If that was yesterday, that would have been an explosion of like these like.
It would have been too hard, yeah.
Tater, your current two-wheel drive IFMAR world champion.
It's getting really close up front. Rivkin went 27-1 last lap. These guys are only separated by tenths of a second right now.
This guy's trying to keep Tater from going 2 for 2.
Last lap.
Tater didn't do that. It's bugging. Smooth through there.
Oh,
he's done that a few times.
Yeah.
Got that wheel up on the pipe.
Oh. Got by the loop and hit the wall.
Gunned it across that diagonal loop.
Which he almost needed.
Yeah. There's your 26. Spencer's last lap was a 26.8. But it wasn't enough. So Tater Sontag with the round 2 TQ. I think Mechanic's going to get a 3.
Yes, he is.
Fantastic run for Ethan. That's pretty rad.
Probably kind of like what we were talking about. Looked at the first round and was like, look, if I don't make those 2 mistakes, then I'm
right there.
Probably third again.
Yep. Fantastic.
All right, so the top 10, Sontag, Rivkin, Mechanic. Oh, it went away.
No. I can bring it up. In my,
I got it. Sontag, Rivkin, Mechanic, Hecker, Setzer, Lemieux, Kaufman, Fernari, Machanda, Burns, Horn, and Sedler. That's your top 12. So now we've got 2 TQs in the E-Truggy class. Spencer Rivkin taking the first round, Tater Sontag taking the second round.
Yeah, I caught myself earlier. I was like, oh yeah, Tater did buggy, not truck. Get it right. Otherwise you're fired.
All right, Mini Truggy up next. 1 heat of these guys, Dudley, Hartman, Wright, Hemingway, DeLosa, Baker, Lewis, and Yoder. This is about the halfway mark of Q2.
Yep. I was reading something, so there was a little Facebook argument going on about the e-buggy nats and stuff, and if you really think about it, like, yes, it's not like a 250 whatever turnout, you know, that or more that you're going to get like at the Nitro Nats. It always sells out and everything, but 100 entries, like if you're an actual competitor here and you have a 100 entry race, I feel like you're almost getting more of your money's worth. Because you should get like maybe a little bit of extra track time, just in the mornings.
Yeah,
There's
I mean,
less people to fight with, you know, less lines to worry about.
Yeah.
And if they do add a qualifier, because they can, I mean, it's like it turns into more of a chill race.
Right.
And you might get a little bit more track time for your $100 entry fee. So it's not that bad. It's not that bad of a deal, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like an alternative way to look at it for sure. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, I understand I guess, you know, why some of these guys aren't interested. You know, there are an extra set of rules that maybe.
It does kind of stink for the track because the way that Roar breaks down your payment.
Right,
you know,
right.
I mean, Roar is taking care of most of the really expensive stuff, but the track still needs to have something out of it. But hopefully there's some sponsorship money there, too, that kind of helps. And
yeah, you definitely hit that, like, it's like if you're a rookie basketball player and you hit some sort of performance metric and then you get paid a lot more. Like, yeah, when you hit that 200 or 250 entry mark as a Roar track doing a Roar event, then you really get that extra amount of money. Javier checking in from Puerto Rico or Florida. One of the, I don't know, one of the two. We got John checking in from Florida.
Same climate.
Something like that.
So
a lot
Zach
of Puerto Rican
Wright.
food in Florida.
Yes.
Cuban food, Puerto Rican food.
Yes.
Good food.
I went to Coral Springs once. That was fun.
That's a cool place.
Also got rained on.
I can't believe it.
Actually, what really stinks about that race was, God, that was 13 years ago. I was really fast in e-buggy at that race before it rained.
Right.
And then it rained, and then I wasn't fast in e-buggy anymore. I had not the right tires. Like
The
something
locals were
happened.
all like, "You just wait.
Yeah.
You just wait a couple hours."
Something happened to the track a little bit where the calcium chloride mixture and all that was just never quite got back to where it was. On
And
the
then you
first
went
two
home and all your
practice
stuff
days.
rusted.
Oh, it was bad.
Oh yeah.
It was bad. Actually, I ended up selling all my stuff from that race for cheap, super cheap. Started over. My pit space was about 3 foot high of water,
Oh yeah, no, I'm out.
and I was sitting there the whole time. And luckily, I had my buddy's iPad to keep me occupied for a little while, just playing games. And that was because by the time I realized what was going on, there was we were already.
It was already time.
It was already It was we were already flooded. So I'm just like, well, I'll just sit here and wait for it all to drain out, I guess.
Right.
Zach Wright out in front, 13 lapper. You got your top two on 13 lap runs. David Hemingway on a 12.7 flat back there in third. Everybody here makes the main.
Who was our TQ last round? It was Cody Dudley, wasn't it? I feel like it
Yes.
was. And it was like by a lot.
It was by a lot. He was the only one to get a 13, if I remember correctly.
So this one definitely a lot closer.
Mm-hmm.
So Wright, Dudley, Hemingway, Baker, Hartman, Yoder, DeLosa, and Lewis not out there. Oh, actually, he ran the first lap.
Yep. You know, I've never actually run my mini truggy on a track surface other than ours at home.
It's probably not as fun as it is on your traffic service.
Yeah. It'd be kind of fun.
They're super front heavy.
They are a little
Weight-
front heavy.
weight-wise?
You gotta kind of, you gotta give them a little bit more gas when you jump. They
For
like
sure.
They like to nose down a little bit.
But then at your guys' track with all the grip, like you're good to go. But somewhere, well, pretty much
Well,
anywhere
you have
else.
to make sure too. Like, people look at me like I'm crazy. A lot of people look at me like I'm crazy when I tell them this, but you got to cut those tabs off your truck in the front, at least.
Okay.
So like the Techno cars, they've got little droop tabs there, like an 8 scale.
Right.
On our track, because we run our ride height so low,
Yeah.
when they dip down, they actually grab the
Yep.
track. So I've dremeled all those off of my cars in the past when I've had them. And I tell people that, and they look at me like I'm nuts. I'm like, no, flip your car over. Look.
Yeah. Look at all the dirt inside of your
Take those
droop
things off.
screw.
All of a sudden, when you do that, they jump a whole heck of a lot better.
Right.
I get why they're there, but like on our track, you can adjust the droop by your shock length.
Right.
You know, so you don't really need them. And you're running like 16 millimeter ride height. I mean, it's like
Right.
slam.
It's pretty low.
Yeah. I think that's Dudley going back to the lead now. Oh, Zach and Cody, looks like they went back and forth that lap. 38-second lap for Cody, drops him back. They're a lot closer, though. Only, well, Hemingway now getting up there, too, David. I see a trend. Have we had the same TQ yet? Did David do it again in short course?
Don't remember. Maybe that might be the only class that has had repeat
Yeah.
TQs.
Good lap there for Cody. Ooh, side by side. Oh, man.
Actually, we haven't. Not in a single class because it was Will Almeida. who
Oh,
got
that's right. Yes,
short
yes,
course.
yes. That was a big mix-up between 4 out of our 7 guys on this racetrack. feel like there's been less crashes as well through in this heat as well in that front section.
Yeah,
Haven't
guys
seen
like
too many
kind of
bad
just
ones.
figuring it out, getting all the jitters out in the first run.
Yeah.
Oh,
A little racy. I think everybody's still running.
oh, the front section
that was the
does
5
claim
car.
more.
Announcer's curse.
Dudley
Taking over.
he might be our first repeat TQ.
13 at 7:17 for Cody.
Oh wow.
13:7:19 for David. So David had a good lap himself there at the end, but how about 31.3 for the final lap there? That's his hot lap of the race
It is.
to take that top spot again.
All those guys actually really close on lap time
Yeah.
too.
This main's going to be fun.
Yeah, for sure.
Because everybody here makes a main. They're all going to start at once. They're all relatively close in lap times and pace. So that's pretty much the halfway point. I think we got Masters Buggy coming up next.
Yep, should be Masters E-Buggy, 2 heats of that, and then 4 heats of regular E-Buggy.
The driver stand area and the upper deck of this facility, it kind of reminds me of like a big clubhouse.
Yes.
When I was a kid, I made me and my friends, we made a 6-story treehouse,
Oh wow.
and it was very unsafe. We had multiple neighbor kids actually fall out of it.
Oh, perfect.
And yeah, both of them grabbed the rope because they didn't want to die. So they grabbed the rope with their hands and slid down, and they had these.
Oh
burns
no,
right down
crazy
the middle
rope
of their
burns.
hands. Yeah. The city, the city of Omaha actually made my friend's mom have somebody come and tear it all down.
They're like, "What are you guys doing?"
It was tall. There was a what's that little thing that's on the top of boats? The lookout. There's a name for it, and I can't remember what the name is. Crow's nest. That's right. Okay, so that we had a crow's nest, and it was way, way, way up there. And I mean, I never even went that far up there, but a couple of my friends did, and they would do this thing where they'd take this. They brought a mirror with them, and they'd
Right.
take a mirror in direct sunlight at people's houses.
So you guys were just a menace all around.
It was horrible. It was cool, but it was also not cool. This is a much safer sort of clubhouse
Setup,
than
yeah.
what we had. I actually drove by. I like to drive my childhood home every once in a while, just to see how it is. And they actually tore that tree down. Like, they cut it all down.
They're just like, "Let's just get rid of this whole thing."
Yeah, it's all gone. I once saw a squirrel get electrocuted from, like, the 3rd story of the treehouse.
Oh no.
This poor squirrel went up to the electric lines and grabbed the thing with his bare claws, and
Just
it
game
was
over for little buddy.
fried black, like blackened, smoky, everything. Like the power company had to come out and actually knock the thing off
Oh no.
because it was stuck on it.
It's bad news if you're still there. Like if you electrocuted yourself in place.
Yes. Anyways, sorry, we're racing. We're racing RC cars, not frying squirrels.
We're doing both. All right, so Jay Drakeford was the hero of
Yes.
Heat 1
Yes, he
of
was.
Masters Electric Buggy. I don't know where he ended up in the first round, but we're going to find out because we have that
I
information
think
here.
he was 4th, maybe? 4th or 5th?
Second.
Oh, yeah, okay. I knew he was up there. He's starting off already a little bit faster, 30.6. Well, a little bit faster than the rest of the field. That lap, his first lap was a 29.80. He was already on a 15-lap pace, so he's got the
This is
speed.
actually, we'll see, but I think it's actually a lot faster pace than what he ran the first round anyway.
Then you got Bob Walker, Jeff Bottiger. Drakeford, 14.711. That last lap was a 31.9. Walker Jr. getting up there, though, with 31.5. So he's also got the speed. How about Gutschall with 31.8? So these guys starting to pick it up here about 2 minutes into this one.
Drakeford about 20 seconds faster than he went the first round as well.
Yeah. Drakeford, car number 1. Ooh, coming in hot. That might be him right there, white and orange buggy. It is.
I believe it
number
is,
1.
yeah.
Yes, it is.
I believe it's an HB Racing buggy.
Oh, hang on to her. No marshal needed, but that got a little hairy.
Drakeford trying to make it happen. He's another guy that's like fairly local to this area, Virginia, whatever state we're in, Pennsylvania.
I thought that was going to be a way worse lap than what it was. It's only a 36-second lap.
Still out front?
Up in the 38s or 40s even, but
he was on a pretty crazy pace to start, though. So.
Yeah, got through there really clean.
Ugh.
Still on a 14. Got the second half of the race here to kind of just clean it up.
Yeah, he did a 14.730 the first round, and he
still
was
ahead of it.
Just a couple of tenths off of TQ.
Yeah. And, not terrible.
No, it's probably still going to drop his average time.
Walker's going to be about 9 seconds back. The field kind of spread out in this one. Actually picked up 2 seconds right there for J.A. Drakeford.
Trying to recover. He was, like I said, he was on a 15-lap pace on the first or second lap, which is pretty crazy.
Did you see his car get a little kicked over on that off-camera corner? But I bet you behind there that hole's starting to develop again.
Right. Down to a 14.723, so dropping the times again. Ooh, makes a mistake. Doesn't have to get marshaled.
Still doesn't need a marshal.
Not going to really help.
There you go. They're talking about tech behind us in the announcing. I feel like the e-buggy nats have got to be the easiest.
You would think so.
Because, I mean, it's really just, I mean, dimensional-wise, all the cars are basically close to the same, and the wings and all that. And
essentially
just,
just voltage. And
your battery, yeah.
Yeah.
I ran tech a few times for Roar back in the day, and I hated it.
It's tough. It's tough right now, especially because everybody's fighting over the HB or not HB battery thing, and it is putting certain classes in kind of a tough spot. E-Truggy is tough.
Yeah, because you also don't get the milliamp hour that's coming with your battery. So
yeah, four-wheel mod on carpets. Usually pretty tough.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Walker Jr. and Gutschall are in 13s. Will Jones, Jeff Bottiger, and Joseph DiGirolamo on 12-lap runs. There are 2 heats of this class, and I think they're probably going to end up dropping 2 cars. So I think they're going to end up with 14 cars. So they'll probably be a B main.
Yeah, that would make sense. Have they told you how many cars are going into the mains and if there's
12.
bumps?
There are no bumps.
No bumps, okay.
And 12. If somebody loaned me a car, I'd probably sign up and run. I'd run the 45 plus B main.
I think you should.
If they'd let me. I was just told no. I was just told no.
In your ear? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Alex can hear the producer in his ear. I cannot. So
Yeah. Oh, that's true. That's
Alex
right.
was told no. I was told no such thing. Like, I could say that I want to run, and nobody's going to tell me anything because I can't hear it.
Yeah, you can't hear it. Jay Drakeford. How about a 14:7:18? Bringing that time down even more right there at the end. How about a 29:7 for last lap? That's pretty good.
Doing all he can do.
That's worth getting excited about. That's a fast time.
I'm into it.
Bob Walker Jr. with 13, and second Dwayne Gutschall with 13, and fourth Will Jones and Joseph and Jeff all getting 12s in this one. Jimmy Beans in the chat from Scotland. This is the top seed of 45 plus E-Buggy. And just looking over so I can remember. Ophir Kamarian took the first one. Drakeford, who just posted a really good time, qualified second in the first round of qualifying, and Rusty with that 3. Looks like Henry, McQuaiden, Duffy, Decker, Placer. They were all in that top 10. So we'll see if they can do it again here. Marshall's heading out there. I think they might need a volunteer or two. They're gonna take a second here maybe. Make sure they got everybody out there. They got everybody out there. Good job. So the TQ 14:7:18 for this round. Omir's going to start us off. And away we go. There's those cool wheels again. Couple good starting laps here, 30-second laps for James and Ophir.
All right, if you're in the chat room, we can see you again in real time.
Yay. I was just saying we got a shout out from Scotland.
But I think what he was saying is it's like Scotland, Pennsylvania. Like he's like an exit down is what he was saying.
I was all excited because I found out not recently that I'm like 70% Scottish.
Oh, cool.
So my wife and I were like, we need to go to Scotland. That's like a goal of ours.
Go see your
Some
heritage.
sort of, yeah. Find the sturgeons. There's a lot of sturgeons in Kentucky, I found out.
Really?
Yeah. Like that was Kentucky was the original state where the sturgeon family came over from or whatever. So James Henry now up front. I believe he qualified maybe third or fourth. I think maybe fourth from that first round. I kind of feel like everybody's now starting to settle in. You get those first round jitters sometimes. You get the maybe some of the unknowns. after getting the track worked in this morning with all the wood chips and everything all over. It kind of seems like everybody's kind of getting more comfortable.
We'll see if it kind of makes me eat my words, but I feel like you get that unless you're like the top 2 or 3 in the pro class.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Because Spencer was the TQ in the first round of truck, and then he was second this round, and Tater was up there in the first round, and then he TQ'd this round. So those guys, like, that's what makes them so good. They're always up there. But
and pushing it.
Yeah, for everybody else, you're like, I don't know what's going on in round 1, and then all of a sudden I do in round 2.
Right.
So I think you were talking about James Henry's first round run. He was fourth. So now it's Henry, Comarian. They're ahead of Jay Drakeford's time. Comarian just barely.
Yeah.
And then Mark Decker and Sean Duffy right now. Henry's on a heater of a run right now.
Yeah, he's on a really good one. Do you think those are caps? Those black pieces, or are those like Sharpie?
No, they're caps. It's like the carbon wheel or whatever, so it's all black, and then it just has that cover over the top of it.
Oh, okay. I used to do that when I raced 8 scale, did the whole Sharpie thing.
Yeah.
In the middle.
Oh, I mean, it could be that, but I do think it is a black wheel.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oof. I was going to say, being pretty patient right there. Sometimes that gets you, though, in those pucker jumps.
Right. Hope you're letting him go there. So that's your 1 and 2. So now Drakeford the only one, or Henry the only one ahead of Drakeford.
Whoa. Yeah. James went on a really good run here. He has not gotten too out of shape.
Oh.
Until I
and then you cursed him.
I cursed him. I totally announcers cursed him. Man.
He should still be fine.
Now I feel bad.
Oh, I mean, you will do it multiple more times.
There's some people that race at our track where I know that if I even say their name on the thing, like, they'll crash. And they always tell me about it.
It's funny because 2 things happen in that situation. You either say their name 500 times because you know it's going to piss them off, or you don't because you actually like them and want them to do well.
Yeah.
Or you like them, but you like seeing them be miserable.
Yeah. But even if I say something like, he who is unnamed is now leading by this much, like, they'll know who I am.
know.
So they know I'm still talking about him at that point.
Right, right.
Like, there's just not much you can do.
There's no winning.
Oh, see, there we go.
What? That's not the same guy.
That's not the same guy? Oh, okay.
But that one's actually in Scotland, so that's cool.
Awesome. Wow. Trying to go outside.
So he's catching up to Ophir again. This would be the second time.
Yep. 1 minute.
That was scary.
Ophir is just barely in front of that TQ by like 9/10 of a second.
So trying to go 2 or 3 for the round.
Right. And this would be another new TQ for the class. So far, only 1.
So Cody Dudley just ruining it for everyone.
Yeah.
Except for himself, I guess.
Except for himself, getting those 2 in.
Rusty Mihilich third. He was our 45-plus TQ for Truggy this round. We were having internet issues during that time, but he did pick it up.
I was thinking about that when I was down there getting my cheesesteak, while we were waiting for the internet to come back, and I'm like, I've held 6 Roar Nationals now at the Hobbyplex.
Yeah.
And I swear, it's like everything waits for you
until that weekend
to hold a Roar National to go wrong or go bad.
Right.
Like, we had a router just quit. Just for no reason whatsoever. It just quit. And then we had to run to Office Depot and get a new router.
Yep.
Or
So-
like our printer. Our printer just decided to stop one year. I think it was during the Andra Nats.
Mark with a little bit of a mistake, but it shouldn't change anything. He's going to end up with a, why am I struggling? 14-7-13. Ophir with a 14-7-18. He just beats
your top two
Drakeford.
just got it by 0.2.
So your top 6 for the round in Masters 45 Plus are Henry, Kamarian, Drakeford, Mihelich, Duffy, and Decker.
Rusty and Sean Duffy get that top 5 as well. And it looks like Mark will get a 6 for the round. Rendell will get an 8. Alan Placer gets a 9. Alan Placer, one of the main sponsors of this event.
Oh, cool.
The MT Toys. I think I'm saying it right.
Oh, sweet.
He does Power Wheels.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Isn't that neat? Like mods Power Wheels.
Right, yeah. I've heard that that's actually a really big market.
Did you see that video that we did? It might have been a couple years ago, but we had in the summertime a local club that races Power Wheels used our dirt oval.
I did see
Remember
that,
that?
and it looks sweet.
It was sweet. I'm ticked off that video only has like 500 views.
Right.
Like
It looks super fun.
A bunch of my videos where I've done, I've been like, why is this one not getting traction? Because it's
Right.
so unique and so weird and cool. Like
Yeah.
it should just be, hey, share this with your friend. Check this out.
Yeah, I did see that video. It was. I mean, it's hard to say it's not funny because it was funny. Like
It's
it's
pretty
super
funny.
funny.
Yeah. It was funny because they're not going that fast,
No.
but these little kids are getting like mad at each other.
Oh, they were very serious. Do they
parents?
still come? Like, do they come back?
No. Well, the problem is during the summertime now we don't have a dirt oval.
Oh yeah.
So
that
I
makes
kind of
sense.
take over the rest of the track in April,
Right.
and we could do it in the wintertime, but I don't think they do it in the wintertime. So the timing didn't kind of work out. That one year I kept the dirt oval. How do I put this? Nobody liked it.
Right.
Like we don't race dirt oval in the summertime, but I kind of left it because I didn't want to have to completely redo it when we put it back in. But it takes up a certain amount of the track space for off-road. It's like when we hold the INS race.
Yeah, you've got a dirt oval in there.
Yeah, you know, so
I get that. We got an Eric Jensen checking in the chat. Hi, Eric. Hope you guys are working hard, not playing Excite Bike.
I have Excitebike at home on my Nintendo. I used to work at a video game store.
Oh, really?
Yeah, back before the Hobbyplex stuff. From like 97 to 2000, I worked at a video game store.
Sweet.
At one point, I had every single console that was out in 1999.
I was 2.
Yeah. Oh, thanks.
Our chat room will know that I do that to Scotty on the regular.
Oh, yeah. There's Alameda, so I think he did miss the first round, like you said.
Bill Nye not out there.
Nope. So we're starting off fresh here for E-Buggy round 2. Got 4 heats. I think there's going to be 12 cars in this one. 30-second lap, so that's plenty of space. Should be.
What is the rule typically for an announcer? It's like 2 seconds? Or you try to do
Yeah.
2 seconds?
Try to. Sometimes I just pick a landmark on the track, and when that car goes by it,
It's time.
you know, yeah.
So Will, speaking of Will Almeida,
Yeah.
he is out
It
front.
starts off hot.
Oh my goodness. This is quite the crash. Following along with Teddy Davis from Florida.
Starting off on 14 lap runs for your top 2.
Hip and steel. That's got to be right.
Hip and steel.
Hip and steel. Oh my goodness. We are having some violent crashes in this one, and I'm into it. Oh.
Will, the number 13 car. I wonder what that looks like on there.
I think Will might have just
Sticker-wise.
been crashed on the front straightaway and broken.
Oh.
Could be wrong, but I don't think I am. No, he's still out there. I lied. This is Will right here. I was thinking because his short course truck was blue.
Yeah, it was like all
that car
blue.
was blue.
That's what I was kind of looking for, but I like that paint job.
Yeah, it's sweet.
Got a little bit of my colors into it.
Somewhere Jared Tebow's just shedding a tear right now.
It kind of has that same.
Oh no!
Oh boy, maybe we should stop talking about that car.
We're not even talking about him. We're just talking about the paint.
Yeah, the Rick Howard used to have a paint job that was similar to that too, kind of that white, baby blue, and blue, and some red. So Alameda on a 13.709. Brady on a 13.10, right there with him. Brady with a good lap, 31 flat. Alameda had that 35 too, so that's why they're a little bit closer.
Brady
Big
was the
time
one, I
connection.
believe, who won this heat the first round, I
I
think.
think you're right, yeah. Boy, Will had a gauntlet to drive through in that one.
There is some carnage occurring.
I think Brady will definitely be your leader this time around. So Brady on a 13.09. That's going to shake up the order quite a bit. Teddy Davis up to the 2, Bobby Baker to the 3. Your top 3 on 13 lap runs. Then the next batch of cars all the way down to about 8th. Gavin Yoder's on 12 lap runs, everybody else on 11.
Teddy Davis and his crew, I believe they came all the way from Florida. So good for them.
That's some good
That's far.
dedication.
Oh, wow, that was loud.
That happened a few times yesterday. That's that corn stopper.
Oh, yeah. Really, really trying not to hit the cornfield.
Yeah.
So Will down to the 4th spot with his unfortunate excursion in the middle of the track.
Is the 2 car. And Teddy Davis from the 12 right now running 2nd. So
Oh, my
Oh,
goodness.
boy.
There it was.
coming in hot.
This is one of those situations where, you know, like the motivational speaking pages love to tell you that you can only control what you can control.
Yeah.
In this situation, that is not the case.
Yeah.
There are a lot of outside factors. There's namely 11 other outside factors.
Yeah. I've been in that situation before where I've been, like, faster,
Right.
and it's hard. Like, the closing rate sometimes is so hard.
Or a car comes from like 3 lanes over. You're like, where did you even
Just
come from?
Nowhere.
Bill Nye's brother not making the call for this one. Really.
Darn it.
Had to go have lunch with Bill.
I wanted to ask about Planet 9.
I just wanted to sing some songs.
Just going to maybe
This might be Brady Lucas.
ask about Dark Matter. That's the 2 car right there. That is your leader. So the pink, white, and what is that, blue?
Yeah.
Light blue pink?
I have a sneaking suspicion that something on the right front of his car is bent, but I
Looks
think
like
I
it.
saw the same thing in the first round, so I think it might still be bent. And he has a tire coming unglued.
Oh, the tire definitely coming unglued. You can see it popping up. Look at that. Cameraman.
Expert camera guy stuff.
Expert camera guy.
What a hero. He doesn't wear a cape, but he is smiling.
One minute here for Brady to just kind of hang on to her at this point. He's on a
He's-
13-11.
He's getting really oh. Wow, that was hard. He's getting really fortunate that it's coming unglued on the inside and not the
Yeah.
outside.
Need that sidewall. You know how I was just talking about how I think everybody's just kind of settling in and all that good stuff?
And then there's this heat.
I think that's not the case.
I mean, if any heat's not going to settle in, it would be this
It'd
heat.
be the D heat of E-Buggy.
Yeah. Oh, that's just bad news bears. So Teddy Davis back out front.
From the 12. Car 12.
There he is. Just holding it down for the Florida team.
Those are cool colors, too. Are those Florida colors? Is that orange, blue, and white, kind of?
No,
No?
not even close. I think it's gold or yellow and purple.
Okay. Whoa, man.
Teddy cruising it on home here. Quietly putting in a solid run.
He might have caught Brady anyways, because I think he's going faster than what Brady was on about 2 minutes ago.
Good finish.
13:08.
13:708, yeah.
Last couple laps, knock some more time off. I mean, even Will, I don't think Will did not make the first round, so he's going to get third in this one with a 13-lap run as well, so respectable.
Cars are still live. That's car 10 and car 13 and car 5. And car 13 and car 5 is still running.
And I think that's Will crossing right now. Yes, he is. That should do it.
13:708 take first round TQ with 3 heats left. 13:708 to a 7:15 Lucas. 13:730 for Will. That's going to be Kevin, Bobby, Dave, Tim, Zach, Chris, all with 12:11 for Richard.
All right, so we're moving into the C heat of 8-scale electric buggy. Teddy Davis, the pace setter at the moment.
So that'll set TQ for at least one heat.
That's all that matters.
That happened to me at Worlds. I was TQ for a heat.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I was pretty stoked about that. I got the interview. Started crying. Because I was trying to think Will. Will was helping me out a lot. Like, I was calling him about setup and stuff like that. And his suggestions, like, made my car, like, way better.
Good.
And so when I won my heat and I got to talk, I was like, I'd just like to thank Will. And I was like, he's like, really good friend. And I love you, man. Like
I won the main at the Worlds right after Tater won the
yeah.
Worlds. And so I had to do my interview. It was like the D or the E main. And I'm like, just what all of you people watching online want is to see me win the E main right after Tater wins the
Right,
Worlds.
yeah.
This is what everyone wants.
So Byron Nye has a YouTube channel, Reaction RC. For some reason, that sounds vaguely familiar to me.
It does sound familiar.
Yeah,
He's following in the broadcasting just like his brother Bill.
right. I did one YouTube video for this race on the way here,
Very nice.
just so I had something to show. And
Now the trip's a tax write-off.
you ain't kidding. I was trying to tell my sister that when she traveled with me to Worlds, and I was trying to tell her, I'm like, keep every receipt for all of our stuff.
Yeah.
See if these guys get a little cleaner than the previous round, or previous heat. Not round, heat.
Heat round heat.
Use your words, Alex. Use your
Run.
words. Previous run. There you go. I like that.
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
The body's catching.
That's what you want to see on the first lap.
Yeah, and if your body comes off at a roar race, you have to
It is
stop.
game over. I caused a big ruckus because of that at your race, which is why you're bringing that up.
I didn't mean to, but then in the middle of my sentence, I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. That happened once.
That was not good. That's the most angry I've ever seen Ron Scher ever.
Oh, and then I was comp director, so they were like trying to get me to talk to everybody as like a mediator about everything, not just that, but like anything that happened at that race. And I'm like, oh god, like,
Just what I want to do, talk to teenagers.
yeah, I thought the whole point of the RMT was I didn't really have to do anything other than set up the track. But no. Manchanda. Getting some love from Jared in there in the booth.
He's leading out. This is one of two brothers. I don't think the other brother's here, though.
That's pretty good.
I saw their dad.
Are they youngsters or are they old?
They're young.
Older.
Yeah, teenagers.
Teenagers?
15-7-17. That's a heater.
That's pretty fast. That's 2 laps quicker right now than
Daniel-
the current TQ.
Daniel Sedler on a much better run as well. He's in the 2 spot on a
Yep.
15-7-24.
I think those two boys need that.
Wow, that couldn't have gone any better.
It's like it didn't even happen.
Yeah. That could have been so much worse. Good recovery.
Got lucky a couple times there. That's going to put Sedler back to the lead.
Yeah, so Daniel Sedler not having the best first run, but trying to recover here. Aiden back out to the lead now, so
Back
a little
and
bit of a
forth.
longer lap for Sedler. Oh,
Oh.
and it's all falling apart. That was our 2 and 3.
Yeah, there it is. ML Toys, the logo just passed by for the Power Goals.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I've seen that before, but I didn't know what it was. That makes a lot of sense. There's Daniel, 14-7 flat, trying to get back on the 15-lap pace.
He's going to be coming up to that group of traffic that Manchanda just had to get through eventually here. There it is. Wow, it came up quick to him, too. And
Wow,
nice.
did that good.
That was good. Beep, beep. Oh, send it in there.
He's got more commitment than I think I would.
Beep, beep.
Still on that 14-7 flat. Manchanda also on the 14-7 flat. He's coming up on Decker right here, who's running in 4th.
Your top 4 on 14-lap runs, that would put them all ahead of Teddy Davis. Some luck thrown in there.
This should put Aiden back out to the lead.
Cars are starting to get a little
Wiggly.
wiggly. Yep.
Sedler still out front. Aiden with a little bit longer lap. Uh-oh. That's a bummer.
That's going to hurt. 2:30 left to go here in this one.
These guys started out ripping in this run,
Yeah.
too. Oh, wow.
Big pile up on the back straightaway. I think there might have been 2 or 3 cars hung up right
That
underneath
might-
those greedy banners.
One of them could have been our leader, but we'll see. 28-8 from David Harvey. He's up to the 2 spot. Sedler down to the 3. Just so many cars, just mass carnage in the front section. That was David Harvey just crashing there.
The 33-year-old David Harvey.
Right. Manchanda comes by with a 28.9. He's on a 14.701.
2 more of those. A couple more of those. Might be able to get up there in 15 right here right at the end.
Pretty good run for him this round in E-Truggy as well. I believe somewhere in
There
the
you
top
go.
10.
This layout's nice. It's got a nice big triple. Get some airtime. Get some pictures.
That was a good one, 29 flat.
Now
Trying to get on that
14
15
flat.
lap pace.
It's getting close. Got to do this a couple more times. Little outside. Made it happen.
Oh, goodness. Could have been worse. Could have been
a
better.
lot worse. bank that lap as one that's been completed.
Yeah, trying to get through this. Still on the 7 flat.
He'll get it right. If he gets another 29, it'll be right here. That would have been a 29 if he didn't have to slam.
Yeah, that was a good
that
lap.
car. So a little outside.
Good recovery.
30 seconds.
Oh no!
That'll probably put a fork in it for 15, unless he can rip off like a 28 something here right at the end. That was a 31, so that's gonna be tough.
Should safely hold the top seed going into the next run.
By more than a lap. Your top 4 all ahead of that time. Everybody else not. So Teddy Davis still got a pretty good run. Beating like half the guys in the next heat after his. That ain't too bad.
100%. I think we're starting to hit the end of the hero dirt cycle. It's starting to get loose out there.
Manchanda does finish with a 14:02. That happened to me once at the 96 Stock Nats. It rained overnight, and I was in the hero dirt for my qualifier, and I was on an A-main run, A-main time, and I could feel every lap my truck getting slower and slower and slower because I had like used batteries.
Right, yeah.
And like, you know, I didn't know anything about stock motors at the time. I was just up there driving, and I could, every lap, I could feel it because it was wet, so your tires were caked in it.
Yeah.
And the last lap, like, the way that I was making this jump, my wheels were turned in the air, so when I landed, I could just whip around this corner, and because I was going slower and slower and slower, that lap, I just happened to be a little bit too much on the inside, and I tagged the pipe, and my hero run was over.
Rona was telling me all about that, where it was like the only way that you could even score races was rocket round. So
yes,
you had to take advantage of the one time you got the really good track.
So and all these guys there were all ticked off because they were the later heats, so it was drying out for them, so they couldn't go as fast. So if I would have not hit that pipe, it's very possible I would have been the A main.
Right. Yeah.
I would have been way out of my element. But I would have done it, and I still ended up with a pretty good main. But still, it was one of those things where if I could go back in time, I'd like to just go back into that body and just not turn your wheels till you make it past the corner, dude.
Right,
That's what
right.
do.
Andy Barrett checking in, saying hi to you.
Andy Barrett, TJ Williams' uncle, one of the boys at our track. There's about five or six teenagers at our place that got real fast over the last couple years and moved up through the INS stuff, doing independent and then finally into expert.
They've been going to all the races kind of together, too.
Yes, yep, trying to. We'll have a pretty good group at Hoosier.
Nice.
Second to last race of round 2. And Raposo had a pretty good run. That last one.
Yeah, it was excellent.
Yeah. Finished high up the order.
The last time I saw him, his voice was not deep. So when I saw him earlier and I said, "Great run," he goes, "Thank you." And I was like, what on earth just happened? And he did change paint jobs. He was blue and white. Now he is back to the original colors.
Right. You know who threw me for a loop at the on-road race, or not on-road, geez, the carpet off-road? Was Brock's change of paint scheme.
The Rob Gillespie special?
Yeah.
Not how you want to start off the race if you're Dylan Raposo. Oh.
Well, that worked out fine. I also think we're definitely far past the point where the cars are getting all that mud on their nose now.
Right, yeah.
No matter what they do. Dirt's getting a little browner, a little lighter brown, I mean.
Yeah, you can definitely see where the cars have been running now.
I think it did that 2 years ago too at this race.
Okay.
Like it rained a lot,
Yeah.
and the track on main day looked freaking awesome. That was the track that had the Kaufman Pass.
Yes.
In the back.
Correct. I want to say after all the rain, though, they actually put more sugar on it. And I don't think these guys put any more sugar on.
Yeah. I tried sugar once on our track. And then about 3 days later, I realized I shouldn't do that.
Following along with Kyle Loy here.
If you have an indoor track, probably not the best idea to put something organic that can decompose.
Yeah, you really
track.
need the sun.
Yeah. $15,507. So right now, just your top two in front of Aiden's time. That.
Uh-oh. Now maybe just your top one.
Yeah. Thomas Kaufman, the 3 car. Maddie Long now back up to the 3. She's the 7 car, but Kaufman in the 3 car, 29.4 that last lap. On a 15 at 7:20. The only one in this group right now on a 15-lap run.
I don't know if Thomas is still the announcer at LCRC, but he was.
Oh,
Good
okay.
announcer.
Yeah.
So Maddie Long out front now.
She's on a 14.7 flat, and Kyle Loy gets back to a 14.7 flat. So your top 2, possibly your top 3. Benny on a 14 at 7:02.17.
Oh, Maddie with a mistake there.
Just behind it.
Good recovery, though.
Benny's got the antenna on his car. That's how I know that's his.
The Jared Tebow antenna?
Yeah, I was watching that in practice. Raposo working back up there now.
All of them very close. Lloyd trying to stretch out ahead of these guys and girl. Lloyd, Raposo, Kaufman, Hobb Baker. It's not Hobbreaker, Hobb Baker, and
Hobb
Long.
Baker. There doesn't appear to be too many crazy last names that are hard to pronounce this
No,
weekend.
luckily, yeah. Back along with Loy here.
That was Benny up on his roof.
Oh. Benny actually was trying to get out of the way.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, that's bad news.
Loy upside down. Or wheelie.
Kaufman probably close enough to take advantage of that.
Look at 28-second laps for those two that last time around, too. The speed is still there.
Oh, Kaufman to the lead now. Raposo in the 2, Hawbaker in the 3. Wow, that's fast.
Raposo back up to the 2 spot on a 15.729. Hawbaker on a 7, or I keep saying 17, 15 at 7:29.
These guys all on 15.
Yeah, they're flying.
Only one driver did 16 laps last round, and that was Tater.
Raposo now back up to the lead.
Wow, good recovery.
That 2 car. He's up, should be coming up to the triple right about now. Going to the back straight.
Now he's going to the back. Yep. There he is.
So after a rough first couple laps, he has worked himself back into the lead. Car looking pretty good. It's just that. It's the pucker jumps.
Right.
That's all it is.
Still puckering.
Still puckering. Thomas just 0.8 of a second back now. Hawbaker. Wow, it's close. Up front, it is close. 0.7 between your top 3.
Garrett, one of the locals around here. More from the Adrenaline area, I believe.
Really isn't that far away. Winchester's not that far away at all.
No, yeah,
Just
I think
down the
they're
road.
from Virginia. Garrett putting
Kaufman
together.
might have come back, got the lead that lap. We'll see what
Oh, he did,
Raposo
yeah.
puts down here. They're both on 15 at 7:25s. Your top 3 on 15 7:25s. 28-3, 28-1
Oh, wow.
from Raposo that time.
That was fast.
Getting it dialed in. Dylan, Thomas, and Garrett racing for the lead and to take over the TQ spot going into the top seeded heat. Dylan making sure not to get in any lap traffic here. Sending it up there. Yeah.
Oh,
there you go.
Oh, he's going to short it. Good recovery.
That might give it back to Thomas, though. That's how close they are. We'll see what happens when Thomas comes around.
He's got Garrett right in front of him with a mistake.
Last lap's coming up. Just your top two, Thomas and Dylan on a 15-lap run. Matty Long was on a 14 flat.
Ah.
Dylan's going to have to whip out one of those fast laps again. He almost had a 27.
28-7, 28-4 for Kaufman. Kaufman going to get it.
Kaufman with a good last lap, too. 28-4 holds him off because any slower and it would have been flipped. 15-7-22 for Thomas Kaufman. Dylan Raposo with a 15-7-23.
Garrett Hallbaker.
Garrett still needs to finish.
Oh, does he?
Yep.
Oh, he does, yeah.
That might have been, was that him upside down?
Oh, yeah, it was.
Oh, that's rough because I think that Marshall
had left.
Oof.
Shout out to this guy for staying out there.
Yeah, no kidding. Look at that.
Now he's going to keep his third place spot because he was the only guy left. Yeah.
Maddie had a 14:02.8, so I think she'll finish right behind that.
She's right behind Minchanda, yeah.
Getting that. I think it's going to be interesting to watch the group that fills in.
Right, yeah.
You know, it gets maybe. I'm not saying they can't finish higher than 5th or 6th, but
they wouldn't be expected to.
Yeah, you know. I was at a Norca National once, and there was only like 10 Mod 2 wheels.
Oof,
and they sent like, who went to that one? Jimmy Babcock was there. Todd Hodge was there.
Okay.
This was like 2000.
Right.
So if you signed up for Mod 2 wheel, you're basically in the A main.
Yeah.
Adrenaline was like that at the INS race that one year.
Yep.
And Emerson ran Mod.
And those guys were going so fast.
Yeah, it was nuts.
Lee and Cole and who was Dustin there that year?
Dustin, yep, Dustin was there. And Dakota.
And Dakota, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Brock, I believe, came the next year and was really, really fast as well.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Top heat yet again. 10 cars. Tater with 1 TQ. Remember, Ethan and Spencer Heckert were really fast.
Yeah.
In that first one, so this is going to be crazy. Anyways. After this, they'll resort, and we'll get through round 3, and that'll be it for the day.
Somebody just having the longest flip ever. Might have been Mechanic, and it was.
That was Ethan.
That is not how you want to start. There's Spencer Rivkin. It's got Fernari right behind him and Mechanic.
Spencer Rivkin, Tater Sontag starting off for 27-second laps. Chase Lemieux with a 28 flat. He'll be third. Setzer 28.3 and Aidenhorn with 28.4. So
there's Rivkin out front right now.
Maybe trying to flip the script from Truggy.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Go 1-1. Setzer, who had a really tough run the first round, trying to recover here. He's in second. Rivkin already gapping out over second on the field.
Lee's car looked really good in practice, too.
Yeah.
He was one of those drivers I was like, oh, well, he's kind of got it figured out. Now Lemieux getting back up there.
Lemieux, one of the drivers with a good run in the first round as well.
Yep. Spencer doing that jump.
Single double.
Yep.
It's goofy looking, but it's fast.
Yeah.
There's Lemieux.
There's Lemieux in his colors.
Signature Canadian colors, even though he's not Canadian. They are pretty far north, though.
Pretty close.
He's about a second and a half behind Spencer. Just saw Tater have a rollover in the top corner. He landed on his wheels, though. He's running third.
Remember, Tater kind of came back at the end of the last one, too.
He did. Oh, almost a big mistake.
Spencer right now the only one on a 16, 20, 21.
Which there was only one driver who did it in the first round, which was Tater.
And right now, only your top 6 drivers are on 15-lap runs, so Kaufman's 15, kind of a big deal.
That is a big deal. So Tater trying to do what he can do to see if he can catch up to Rivkin. He's a little bit further in front of Lemieux this lap, it looks like.
Spencer's average lap is 27.7 so far.
Sontag with a 27.4 this last time around.
Rivkin's got 3 seconds over Lemieux, and Lemieux's only got about half a second over Tater.
Oh,
Aiden
Tater.
having a pretty good run so far as well, along with Lee Setzer.
Here's our leader.
The OG Spencer Rivkin colors, white wing, white wheels. Another 27.7, man, that is
just consistency.
That is matching the average.
Chase on a 7 flat .0, trying to get onto the 16-lap pace.
Smooth.
Oh, there's Chase upside down, so that's not going to help. So that should move Tater to the 2 spot.
Yep.
Yep, so Tater to the 2, Aiden to the 3, Setzer, Heckert, Lemieux.
That time Rivkin did the single double down there, and he was a little far to the outside, got into the wet stuff, and then picked up a whole bunch of mud on the front of his car. But it came off. I think like
wow,
2 hours
that was
ago,
close.
2 hours ago, that wouldn't have come off. He would have had it on the front of his car permanently.
I saw his car after practice. It was so nasty.
It was brutal. That was close, too. Look how tight he was on that pipe. So that was the slowest lap of the race, 28.6. Brings his average to a 27.8. He's still in a 16.723.
He caught a lapper in a weird spot. Had to get on the brakes.
Had to kind of check up and do some avoidance. 2 minutes to go.
Rivkin, Sontag, Heckert trying to recover after a tough first run in Truggy. He had a pretty good one going in E-Buggy last round. Didn't finish quite where he wanted to.
That's Spencer right there behind Spencer. Those are a couple Spencers. You know, Emerson was almost named Spencer.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Rivkin let him go.
Yeah.
Got a little squirrely. Oh, no. And that didn't work. They were trying to be so nice to each other.
Yeah, they were.
Oh, that was Harvey, I believe. So Rivkin still ahead of Sontag right now. Only 1.2, though, so Tater battling back.
That checkup he had to do didn't help him at all.
No. And playing bumper tag with Heckert.
He did have a cushion, I guess, so it doesn't really matter. If you get the 0, you get the 0.
There's Tater. It just looks so wild through the front.
You know what's crazy about the world with him is I've always thought of him as an 8-skill specialist.
Right.
You know? I think that was what was so crazy about that.
Tater letting him go, which was cool. Or not Tater. Lee letting him go.
Yeah. That crash, though, that might have
put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah. Might
Here's
have sealed
Horn
the deal.
trying to hold on to the 4th spot. There's a pretty good battle for 4th.
Is that Mechanic back up to 3rd? That is.
Yes.
Wow. Way to put your head down.
Not giving up on this one. So Mechanic with 3 good runs so far this weekend, if he can finish this one out.
Yeah.
He had a 3rd in Truggy this round.
Yeah.
I think he was 4th or 5th in E-Buggy last round, but he was even higher at some point.
Spencer Rivkin right in front of us here. Gets through, no problem.
He just doesn't look wild like Tater
No.
does when he goes through there.
A little rub of the pipe. No harm, no foul.
Heckert back up to the 3 spot. Mechanic down to the 5.
Spencer's got one more lap.
So he's going to get that 16th
Locked
lap.
in. Marshall's going to hope they stay out there.
Well, it shouldn't matter. Well, actually, as a tiebreaker, it would.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And the marshal's gone.
And there he is, sending it.
And he's stuck.
And he has found the wet part of the corner, along with a collection of leaves and whatever that is. So yeah, 16.728. Your top 8 all finished in front of Thomas Kaufman's time. So
Kaufman going to take a 9. Still pretty good.
that's not terrible at all.
Kaufman 9, Raposo 10, Hawbreaker, and Chanda. So top 12 was Rivkin, Sontag, Heckert, Horn, Mechanic, Lemieux, Setzer, Busina, Kaufman, Raposo, Hawbreaker, and Manchanda.
Excellent. That'll do it for round number 2. We are going to pick back up at 3:30. I've been told at 3:30. So, I guess we let you go. This is me trying to learn how to sign off.
Gonna take a small pause. We'll be back at 3:30 with more action from Q3 at the Roar 1/8 Scale Electric Nationals.
We'll see you then.
Number 1. 4WD short course truck. Heat 1 of 1.
Check, check. Alright guys, heat sheets are coming down as soon as possible. They are online. They are online qualifying round number 3. That is what we're going to rock with. It was the resource done by single best qual point, and the tiebreaker was individual fastest laps and time. You guys want to figure out the resource? So we'll bring those down ASAP to you. We're going to start in 20 minutes, which means race 1 you'll want to be in tech in about 10 minutes. couple of you guys were late to the bell last time, so again, we're restarting at 3:30. Please do not be late. Hemingway, Alameda, Noonan, DeLosa, Davis, Lewis, and Jones, you're up first. Marshalling force is race number 12. Check out the resort, guys. It has been posted. That'll be Tater, Spencer, Chase, Spencer, Rat, Heckert, Ethan, Aiden, Dylan Raposo, Lee Setzer, Colt Bernard, Gavin Vicina. That'll be marshalling the first race. might want to get over there if you're not there yet. Marshals from race number 12. If I could please ask you guys to start making your way out there, I appreciate it. Tater on the 1 cone, Rifkin on the 2, Lemieux on the 3, Heckert 4, Mechanic 5, Horn 6, Proposal 7, Setzer 8, Bernari 9, and Gavin Machina 10. Once again, Marshals, I see you walking out there doing a little track walk. It is Tater Sante on the 1 cone, Rifkin on the 2, Lemieux on the 3, Heckert on the 4, Mechanic on the 5, Horn on the 6, Dylan Raposo on the 7, Lee Setzer on the 8, Colton Fernari on the 9, and Gavin Vecina on the 10, please. Race 1, you guys should start getting on the track. Do not wait for me. Once you're... We're going to be running this one by 3:30. So again, that's Hemingway, Alameda, Noonan, DeLosa, Davis, Lewis, and Jones. And of course, race 12, Marshals and Egypt. Marshals, I am still missing a lot of you guys. Let's do the track walk later, guys. I need you guys to come on out there and grab a spot. Tater Sontag 1, Rifkin 2, Lemieux 3, Heckert 4, Mechanic 5, Horn 6, Raposo 7, Setzer 8, Bernari 9, Vecina 10. Heads up to Gavin Vecina. We have moved the 10 cone. It's just coming onto the straightaway now, the front straight there next to the pit lane. Once again, Gary V, you'll be next to the pit lane now.
Tyler's hard to... I can't hear him, so I guess one of the ears is stuck.
A lot of Marshals still missing, guys. Come on, let's go.
We swapped headsets and it worked just fine, so...
goal, we'll see based on weather, is 2 more rounds of qualifying to make it 5 in total. That's our goal, but of course Mother Nature could have other plans. We'll find out. I'm missing the following. Chase is there. Cone 8 is Lee Setzer. He's there. Cone number 1 was Tater. Tater Sontag. I need you out there, please. He's there. Cone 2 is there. Thank you very much. That's Ronnie taking Spencer's spot. Looking pretty decent. I'd say that'll play. That's good. Got about 2 minutes till we start, guys. Short course, guys. If you want to run, you might want to hustle.
Richard Lewis.
So as we were mentioning, guys, tomorrow's schedule was going to be very similar to today's until Mother Nature had other plans. But tomorrow, 8 o'clock practice for a 1-hour open time practice. We'll do the 2-minute drills by heat, and then we'll start at 10 a.m. for round 4 qualifying. Yeah, we'll see what Mother Nature has in store for us. But that is our goal. I'm going to try and post that timetable online for you too, so you guys can see it.
Will Almeida.
Drivers, let's shut down hot laps this time by. Let's start setting the grid. Only second to not get was Richard Noonan, was car 3, Richard Noonan. Remember, guys, re-sticker your cars. We did resort. Make sure you grab new stickers from the tech area. Re-sticker your cars, please. You can do it while you're in tech, but might as well do it now if you got time. Everybody's in, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is going to now be Hemingway, Alameda, Noonan, DeLosa, Davis, Lewis, and Jones. Car 1 on the zone. Everybody else when your number is called, less than 5. 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, we are back for round 3 of the Roar Electric Off-Road 1/8 scale Nationals. Starting off with short course truck once again.
All right, with this being round 3 as well, they only planned on doing 2 rounds today, but being that it is the 3rd, the guys went ahead and did a resort for this round. So some of the guys are going to be in different heats, but we have a resort. Guys are a little bit more where maybe they should be after only having 1 round of seeding, but this will be the last round of qualifying today, and then hopefully we'll get 2 tomorrow.
Hopefully that's the plan too tomorrow. The percentage for rain has been all over the map for Saturday, and so I kind of like the idea of doing 3 today if you got the time for it. Not kind of like it. I do like it.
Yeah, why not? Why not try to get ahead?
Yeah. So, bring back my fancy informational screen here that you can find on liverc.com. As a race director, and this is the first time obviously I've been able to do this, but like I feel like Live RC and Live Time in general and how they're integrated and everything and all that, like we don't even print off our heat sheets anymore.
No.
Because everybody can just find them on their phone. It's been like life-changing.
It's one of those things people, and this is not just because we are shills for Live Time.
That's what I'm trying to say too. Like I hope this doesn't come across as like brown nosing, but you know.
But yeah, no, the other motorsports timing systems are atrocious.
Right?
Like for go-karts or.
Will Alameda got a 7-0 because he wasn't here for the first round. Taylor De La Rosa's got 2 3s, and Richard Noonan's got a 2 and a 6, and he didn't start the last one. And everybody's out there for this one, all 7 trucks. So it's kind of game on here in this 3rd round. And Hemingway out in front in that yellow and white. Pretty sure that's a Techno. These 10 scale classes, most everybody's doing that double single there. Dude, I did a track walk in between the break.
Yeah.
There are some gnarly, like you don't really see it from up here on screen, but there are some gnarly holes out there.
I talked to Spencer a little bit, and he said as well that you can't see it obviously from up here, but
Yeah.
there are some really soft spots.
Yes.
And he said for like the last minute of the e-buggy run, one of his tires got really heavy and unbalanced because there was just all this dirt caked up on the inside of it.
So on the back straightaway, we'll see if right about. See if I can do this. Right about there. There's a massive hole, and it doesn't show up on the screen, but it is there. And I'm surprised these things, like the short course trucks and the mini truggies, aren't getting kicked. Like, I went out there and I'm like, I put my foot in it, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
Shows you how good, like, yeah, our suspension technology is not maybe as complex as, you know, full-size racing, but it's still really good.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, for sure.
So Dave out front, Teddy Davis having another good run. He had a good run in e-buggy last round. Will in the 3 spot, Lewis, DeLosa, and Noonan.
Teddy had a 4 in round 1, and he didn't start round 2.
Teddy Davis out to the lead now.
Really mix up the points, too, for that matter.
Oh, trouble in the... Oh, he collects it.
Oh, Hemingway getting caught up with that one. So we're watching the short course race here. Teddy Davis still out in front. Will Alameda in that 2 spot, and Hemingway in the 3, so they're still battling for that overall TQ. We have with us right now Spencer Rivkin. How's it going?
What's up, man? Yeah, not too bad. We're out here doing some real man's racing. We got some weather interference through the last day and a half or so, yeah, we're making it work. That's what it's all about.
When was the last time that you've raced in conditions like that?
I mean, to be honest with you, we've had a couple of DNCs, obviously, as always.
That's right, yeah.
But, I mean, this one just feels a little bit different. I think, ultimately, what makes this one, I wouldn't say special, but more just unique is just the fact that there's not a complete sold-out event. It's a lower turnout, which makes it a little bit more laid back, relax. You're able to kind of help out some people that you maybe didn't have time, or it's hard to do when you're just so focused on, you know, whatever, you know, that the prize is, you know, winning and so forth. So we're all obviously here to do well, but, you know, we have a lot of our own customers here. We got a big team with J Concepts, Team Associated here. I think what's really cool about coming to this event is it kind of reminds me of kind of how I first started. You go to Mike Paddock's back in Arizona, and you know, you have the track changing every run and making big tire compound swings and tread patterns, and then obviously introducing the rain like we mentioned earlier. So, yeah, I think it's been really, really cool. There's been some ups and downs from some people. I've had a couple electronic issues, so has you know, many others, and you know, we're pushing the limits on these cars. You know, people don't really realize that, like, for the pro guys, we don't really run e-buggy as a normal class. Like some of the people that are paying their way to be here and their hobby is RC, like their main class is only e-buggy. So what that means is that when you're focusing on one class, particularly like this weekend, you know, you're pushing the car at its absolute limit, where if we go to a DNC or, you know, a Wicked Weekend, PMB, you know, your main class is Nitro Buggy, and then kind of the E-Truck, you know, the Nitro Truggy and E-Buggy kind of are like the the support classes, so to
Yeah.
speak.
Yep.
So you're pushing the electronics and everything at the limits, the batteries. So it's really important to have all great stuff. So, we're working through some bugs. It's kind of part of racing. Um, we brought a lot of tires here this weekend, but to be honest with you, we don't really have the tire that we need. But luckily, J Concepts, Jason and Allison, Mac and the crew are putting together an order to supply us.
Would you say what tire that is?
Well, it seems like the hot tire right now, like as of this hour, to be honest,
yeah, it's gonna change.
It's for sure going to change. Is Green Ellipse.
Right.
So it's a bar tire.
Yeah.
We have some blue compounds in that here, but which is what I ran in truck. That was the softest rubber that I had in truck was blue Ellipse, and then for buggy I ran Green Ellipse. So Ethan Mechanic, he's a local here, pretty good driver, and he has a lot of insight of kind of what compounds and tread patterns to run. So he's kind of leading the way, setting the tone when it comes to that, and yeah. I mean, you can totally see, like, watching on the film right here as they're about to start race 2, how much drier it is. You can kind of slowly start to see some of the groove coming in.
I just went out and walked the track, and that's the first time I've walked the track all weekend. And I was telling Tyler, I was surprised by some of the holes that are like still out there. Like the back straightaway. I'm watching your car, and you're doing that a lot of times with your buggy, especially you're doing that thing where you kind of hop onto the second step and jump over the last one. And right before that, there's this massive divot.
Yeah.
And you don't really see it on the screen. You almost probably don't see it that much from the driver's stand.
Well,
it's a straightaway.
I need to go out there. Yeah, I need to go out there and really look at it. But for sure, as you're driving throughout the races right now with the recovering of the track with the rain, is until the mud goes away. Sometimes it doesn't. People don't really realize how crucial the droop is on your car. How it can be so detrimental driving your car with no droop, or especially when you have it set quote unquote right, but then you have mud being caked in there, which not only limits things and binds things up, it also adds a lot of unwanted weight.
Yeah.
So I think ultimately,
that's probably why the trucks are able to go a little faster so far.
Yeah, I mean, on a track like this, you can kind of whip it around. It's the wider stance. You can kind of get through the front section a little bit easier. I would say I like the way this layout is compared to how it was 2 years ago, from at least watching. It feels like
I studied the Nats from 2 years ago a little bit just to check out the service and the facility and stuff like that when I was on my way here. And when I showed up, I asked Garland, I'm like, dude, did you make the track bigger? Because the videos from 2 years ago, it was almost like a little bit more straight line and back and forth. And this has that extra little 180 and coming at the driver's stand. And so it actually looks bigger. He said it wasn't bigger at all. It just looks different.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Garland and his mom and dad or his family here working on the track. I mean, literally can't thank these guys enough. Those guys.
That dude's been working nonstop since I've been here.
He's
as somebody
a
who runs the
fantastic
track.
dude. For those who don't know him.
Yeah.
Super generous. A lot of him doing a raffle here this weekend to St. Jude's. And it's really cool. He's giving back to the less fortunate people that have some issues, and he just wants people to have fun and go out there and enjoy. And obviously there's been some talk this weekend because of the lower turnout, or just people are kind of frustrated with the track. But I mean, it's racing. I mean, you have Mother Nature come in here, which is never fun for anybody to deal with. I heard that he was out at 4 o'clock this morning with his family and crew to put the sawdust and wood chips down. And if he didn't do that, I mean, we wouldn't be running. So obviously it just shows a lot of heart and passion to making sure people are enjoying their time. So
yeah, he killed it with getting the track ready.
Super thankful that we're here this weekend racing.
Dedicated.
How much dedication these guys have.
So talk a little bit more shop before we let you go, but World's coming up. When do you leave?
Yeah, so man, the schedule's gnarly.
Right?
So I basically home Monday morning. We have my dad's girlfriend's father had passed away, so we have a funeral to go to. Unfortunately, which is going to happen on Tuesday, and then we leave Thursday to go to Spain. It's kind of the next kind of crazy stuff that's kind of going on. We go Thursday. We meet up with my dad, Ryan, Richard, Brent, Mayfield, Shuri, and most of us, I think, are all on the same flight from LAX to Madrid. And then we have a 4-hour drive to Alicante once we get there. Yeah,
So-
I think this time around, or go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask you, because it's in the same place as it was 2 years ago, is that now I wouldn't say advantage, but does it make it easier on the American contingents that's going to go and kind of knowing how that track works and the operation of the track? Because I'm assuming it's going to be relatively the same as far as like.
Well,
getting
it's
your
definitely not
fuel
going to
and-
hurt being back there a second time.
Right.
I mean, for me, I'll be back there for a third time because I actually went to the warm up 2 years ago, then
Okay.
the Worlds, and then now again for the Worlds.
But like, was there anything that happened at the last Worlds that was sort of unexpected as far as like either tire selection or track setup and stuff that you guys learned from that you can bring with you this time?
Absolutely. I mean, we learned a lot with the tires. So I think last year we didn't really have what we fully needed as a collective group, which we learned from our mistakes. This time around, Jason from J Concept and Allison, we picked up a really talented racer in Europe, which is Carlos Canas.
Yeah.
Basically European. He is European champion. He just won his second 8-scale Euros win a few weeks ago on the J Concepts tires. So learned a lot from there. Tires there are everything. The car setup is important, but I think being on the right tire, that kind of plays in a big factor of how you're going to set up your car with the diffs and clutch and everything. And so I'm really looking forward to going back there. We were discussing a little funny side story. Brent and I were talking about where we wanted to stay again, and we had stayed in an Airbnb last time, and everything was actually pretty good in this little community, but we kind of made the agreement that, let's just stay somewhere completely different. We had the opportunity to stay in the same spot, but you know what, it just would have felt kind of too much of the same, like kind of change it up and maybe there's some different voodoo, so to speak, for myself and maybe the guys that we were traveling with. Obviously, as a collective group, but team-wise, Davide won last time around in 8-scale. So I think he's obviously, one of the favorites, if not the favorite, given that he's the reigning defending world champ. In Canas, obviously has some momentum with his last few victories. It's going to be pretty crazy. I think this time around, maybe for the Americans, I got into the semi, and I ended up braking. I had a bump into the semi. This time around, I'm hoping that I can, make it in direct to the semi and kind of peak at the right time. I know it's going to be a little bit of a fight for sure all the way through, and you got to stay mentally strong the entire time. I mean, things can change so much. Who knows? Maybe we'll get weather when we're there.
Yeah.
And we're running greeny lips. Who knows?
Yeah. Right.
But
who knew?
yeah.
Cool.
Okay. All right. I think we're up soon, so I wanted to just check in.
Yeah.
And see what's going on. So
I
thanks for
appreciate you having you up here. I'm excited to have gotten a chance to talk to you while I'm live on Live RC.
Heck yeah, man! Thanks, guys, for tuning in.
Marshall, these guys are in a ninja. Let's go, let's go. Still missing on number 8 cone, Larry.
All right, I just want to go back to short course real quick. With talking to Spencer there a little bit, kind of got lost. But David Hemingway did get another TQ, so he's got 2 out of the 3 so far.
So he is leading the charge going into Saturday.
The point series, exactly. And then 8th scale Masters truck there, that was James Henry. The 3 truck with Ophir getting a 2 and Mark Decker getting a 4. And I wanted to go in.
Slot class has been kind of all over the place.
Yeah, it has. Let me look at 40 plus real quick here. Where's Masters truck? There it is. So James has got a 2, a 4, and a 0. So he is tied with Ophir right now, who has also a 0 and a 2. Looks like the time tiebreaker would go to James.
Yeah, Rusty not running that 3rd round.
That's
so
weird.
Either he broke or something happened.
Well, that was cool. I'm glad we got to talk to him because I wanted to just ask about Worlds. I didn't get to ask him about like what his lead up to the event was going to be like. Has he been testing stuff? But take what we can get, I think. So we're back to it. This is our first of 3. E. Truggy.
Yeah, we would have loved to have Spencer longer, but I needed to remind him that he's up in like
he's up in like 2 races. So I think we were trying to get interviews yesterday with a bunch of them too, and they were all kind of they were wrenching. Everybody was wrenching on their stuff.
Also, we both knew it was going to get cooler because it looks like it's going to rain here shortly, and neither of us went and got a hoodie. Well, actually, you don't have one, but I still forgot mine.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind stopping at a Walmart and picking one up or something like
just getting a blank,
like a cheap one. Yeah.
Yeah.
But or maybe I'll just live. I also didn't bring any pants. I only wore shorts.
I also did not bring pants.
I hate wearing pants.
That was not on the agenda.
It's like the worst feeling ever, having my legs totally covered. Kind of sounded weird, but it's okay.
All right, so Longo out front. Hartman in 2nd. Davis 3rd. Wright, Lingerman, Almeida, Yoder, and Hemingway.
Pretty good opening laps there for your top 5. Getting in the 30s.
E-Truggy, just so fun to drive. Into the wall.
Yeah, I thought about it. But I think I'm going to get an e-buggy again for the Techno Series. I thought about E-Truggy, though.
E-Truggy in your place may not be as fun.
It's like popular, though.
It's hitting that threshold of, like, really big and too fast.
It's fast. It definitely is. But the last 2 years, we have minimum 3 heats of E-Truggy.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah,
I wholeheartedly believe it.
And Logan Prismanis, I believe he's 2-time champ in that class with his ride. He's been pretty good. I don't know. There's just something about buggies. I like buggies. I like racing mod buggy. I like racing e-buggy when I can. There's just something more to me. Not to sound. I don't want to sound snooty, but it's just like pure.
Yep.
You know.
Mod tool buggy, which I don't really run that much, so don't come for me in the chat room. Leave me alone. 8 scale nitro buggy.
Yes.
And outlaw sprint car.
Yeah.
And modified touring car. Those are like your classes of each of the disciplines.
Yep. Josh Hartman now out in front, 14-7-10. Teddy Davis with a 14-14. Drew Longo, 14-14. Zach Ryder on a 14-7-18. Bradley with a 14. So 14 lap runs. Will Alameda again missed that first round. He's on a 14-25. Not too shabby.
Definitely thought what Spencer was bringing up about the guys that are kind of coming into that event with confidence. I definitely agree. I think it's the Davide Angaros of the world and the Juan Carlos Canasas of the world. Like, those two guys are – you can't really expect anybody to be more of a favorite than those two for sure. I'm excited to watch that.
Dude, 2 years ago, the main was so exciting.
Oh, yeah.
It was – my son and I, we were both watching it, live. We were at the edge of our seat the whole time, screaming every single time Dakota got up there. And then Ronald Falk, man.
Yep.
Almost.
Yep. Kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah. So I'm excited to watch that whole thing go down again. I'm obviously the Fullers, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys have your own, like, literal locals to root
Yeah.
for.
I'm always going to be there, an advocate for those two.
For my area, that would be Brandon Rose.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's our Texas guy. Oh, no.
Oh. Lingerman, the number 1 car, 14 at 7:16 pace to kind of start things off for us here.
And again, for today, this is our last round of qualifying. This is Q3. Hopefully, we'll have 2 rounds tomorrow. We wanted to get 3 rounds in today at least to make kind of a more complete qualifying if we get washed out tomorrow. But there was a resort for this round, so these guys in a little bit different races than they were the previous 2 rounds.
The number 1.
Sorted after qualifying.
There he is. Pretty sure that is our leader. All white truck, yellow wheels, purple and black wing. Is that a number 1 on there?
Sounds right to me. Should
Oh,
be
that's
car number 3,
That's
which
number
he is in
3.
first.
Ah, there you go. That's Zach.
Running the Techno, very distinctive body.
Very distinct body. The first one to do it, too.
The internet lost their mind, and then look at us now.
Yeah. It grew on me. Just like everything else. Remember the first cab forward bodies that were on Truggy?
That would have been like slightly before my time of paying
were
attention to RC,
hideous.
but I know what you're talking about.
And then they grew on me.
I still think one of the coolest bodies of that like initial era of cab forward truggy bodies will always be the Low C 2.0 body.
Yeah.
That body's sweet.
Zach peeking his way through. Nice job getting through. Down to a 14.715. I think that's Alameda in front of him. These trucks starting to get a little sideways here and there.
A little
once
western.
in a while. From the track walk, though, the track is still wet.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
It's hard, though.
yeah. Up over the triple.
Oh, no.
Oh, hang on to her. He's gotten through. He's got some clean track now in front of him, too. Lots of clean racetrack.
Oh, no. Never mind. I thought one of those guys went off the back of the track, but that was not the case.
30 seconds. I think Lingerman's going to be more than a few seconds behind in that 2 spot. Sliding it around. It's a good lap. 30.8, getting back into the 30s.
So Jack trying to get it around on his last lap. Be the first TQ of the round for Truggy. See how long it holds on or how far he can go.
Hitting that front part really well. That should be it. Picked off another second. So 14 at 7:14.01.
Waiting for Teddy Davis to finish up.
That was Hemingway. Oh. Wah, wah.
Bummer. So it's
Well.
Zach Wright, Lingerman. Teddy's going to fall probably to the bottom. So it'll be. Oh, no, he's good. So Wright, Lingerman, Davis, Longo, Hartman, Almeida, Yoder, Hemingway so far.
Middle heat. Maddie gets to start out first on this one. Usually by that resort, this is kind of what will be very close for the mains. Not very often you see any big jumps. Not saying it can't happen, but usually you start to get more familiar with the cars and the paint schemes and the driving styles and all that stuff. They were out there cleaning up some of the sawdust too and putting more to the middle. I noticed they had a between that last round they had a wheelbarrow and shovels and rakes and stuff, kind of cleaning up some of it. It's another full heat too. 10 trucks.
Benjamin Decker, Cody Dudley, David Harvey, Andrew DeGirolamo, Bob Walker, and Benny Camarian. Car 1 and 2, everybody else, your number is 12, less than 5.
Maddie, Ezra, Alex, Daniel, those are kind of our drivers that are battling to move into that main.
Maddie, Ezra, Alex, Daniel, those are kind of the drivers that are battling to get into that main.
Bottom of the A main. Somewhere in there.
Not really how you want to start. That's going to be a bummer.
That was Ezra. Well, the car number thing, I love having the car numbers on there. I hate how they start with car number.
Oh.
A lot of times people don't remember their car numbers. That happened to me at the Nats in 16.
But they do remember their names.
They do remember their names. But, like, I had somebody in front of me not know that they were supposed to go because they couldn't remember their number. Then they went. Then they called my number. Like, and then I was like, well, do I go or do I wait? And then, so I went. And then the person behind me didn't know their number and thought that they were my number, so they went. So there were 3 of us that all went essentially at the same time.
Right.
And that was pretty brutal. But I get it. I know why they do that. It's just up to us to remember the car number. I knew my number.
All right, so Dudley out front has had some good runs in mini truggy as well. Yeah. DiGirolamo in second. Our difficult name of the weekend.
I was going to say that's one of the few that's I've probably pronounced it a few different ways so far. Car 6 is your leader. Right there.
Little Western.
Hang on to it.
Daniel Sedler trying to find a way around.
Getting sideways again.
Oh, goodness. That was Cody Dudley.
Yep. Do you think that's more diff, or do you think that's tire when they start doing that? Getting sideways.
Honestly, it just didn't go. Like, coming up to the jump, like, it just spun.
Right.
So, I don't know. In my opinion, it looked like he was, like, maybe a little bit further inside than he wanted to be, and then he tried to grab a bunch of throttle, and then it just spun. So, it was kind of like a culmination of different issues. I don't know. I don't know if that's really the car or the tire, if it's so much just not being where you want to be.
Right. Benjamin Decker? No, how about Benny Camarian from the 10 leading this one? He's got the antenna, I think blue and white truck. The number 10 on a 15.721. Your top 5 drivers on 15 lap runs. Previous TQ is a 14.14, so.
There's Benny. Looks like an HB truck.
Pretty sure that's right, yep.
Not having any wheel spin issues there.
No. Remember he had really bad luck in round 1, but he was flying in round 1.
Yeah, he was. He was well out in front in his heat, and then it looked like a servo issue.
Yeah, second heat, or second lap.
He's ripping along now, though.
Back and forth now with Benjamin Decker. The 5 truck, Andrew DiGirolamo. And now David Harvey back up there. It's bouncing around. Again, your top 6 drivers all on 15 lap runs now, and they're pretty tight. They're pretty close.
It's Benny kind of rolling around with some consistent 29s, but the guys out front, Decker and Harvey, are dipping into that 28 second lap range.
Yep.
believe
Yeah,
this is Cody Dudley.
Average lap for Benny is a 29.6. Average lap for your leader is now 29 flat. There's a 28 flat from both of them, Benjamin and David Harvey.
Just dropping the pace, those two guys.
Benjamin in the 5 truck again.
Oh, wow.
Nice. It's almost like they were designed to do that.
Right. Oh, no. I believe this white and pink truck, this is maybe David Harvey?
The 7 truck?
Yeah, I think that's David.
7, yep. Is that a Techno?
No, that is a Kyosho, I believe.
Oh, yeah. I was trying to read the labels on the side. It's a nice color pink. Kind of that bath soap color.
Light
Dove.
Pepto.
Like Dove, maybe. Or Pepto-Bismol, yeah. Hitting that jumping downhill line. It's pretty good. Benjamin Decker, though, even with that mix-up. Oh, we were watching the wrong truck, that's why. That's your leader right there, the 5 truck. Some of these guys might not have the right numbers on their car.
No, I think the other one was Harvey.
Was
This is
it?
Decker, but yeah, the other
Okay.
truck was Harvey.
Oh, okay. Turning and burning down the straight.
This looks like an X-ray truck, which I think we had already said that he runs for X-ray.
Yeah. Smooth through there. Very smooth. That was really good. I like how the big trucks, you can kind of get away with the pipe rub.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of get the 2 tires on the inside. It doesn't really hurt anything.
Doesn't even count.
Nope. It's got 25 seconds there. There's a 27.7 from your leader now. So 15.713. Your top 8.
Feeling
in
the
this
flow, trusting the process. Uh-oh. Thought he was going off the track.
It's that section right there. You can straight line it. It is possible to straight line it.
Oh, it did the little double.
Mm-hmm. Couple cars in front of him here right on the last lap, maybe. Ezra lets him go. It's good driving right there. Getting through there again. Clean.
Oh, Matty trying to get out of the way. It's always that, oh, I screwed up, and then it's too late.
Yeah.
So Decker going to get done with the win.
14. That's 1 lap quicker than Zach's time.
Top 8 going faster than Zach's time. Couple of guys to finish up. Benny going to be the last one.
That's a good run. I mean, it's a
Pretty solid.
15-lap run.
So right now it's Decker, Harvey, Sedler, Kamarian, and Long. That's going to be your top 5 going into the A heat. It is A heat time for E-Truggy.
Let's go. Again, you never know about weather tomorrow.
What tomorrow will
goes,
bring.
If it goes bad, this could be it.
Tight.
You know?
That's true. It could be like the qualifying order.
Yeah. But if it stays good, then we'll get bonus time, I guess.
If it's good, then it's good.
Yeah.
All right, so we've had 2 TQs so far, Rivkin and Sontag, in both classes.
Yeah. And some dark horses in here, man. I wonder if Ethan, now that he's up into this heat.
If it goes better or worse,
Yeah.
we're fit to find out. I think it should. I mean, it should go fine. He was in the A heat for E-Buggy and
Yeah.
did excellent.
Did really well. But I mean, he doesn't have to worry. Like, he was in the B heat, so he kind of had to dodge and weave a little bit. Now he gets to.
He did.
It's going to be Rifkin, Sontag, Horn, Mechanic, Setzer, Heckert, Lemieux, Kaufman, Bernari, Manchanda. That's 1 through 10.
All right, time to
This
get
should
this
be
one
pretty good.
rolling.
So we wait patiently for the tone.
Super patient.
Sontag 2, Aiden Horn is 3, Ethan Mechanic is 4, Lee Setzer is 5, Spencer Heckert is 6, Chase Lemieux is 7. Thomas Kaufman
They get that marshalling cone moved over a little bit.
I think so.
I think they were complaining about the 10 cone a little bit, maybe if somebody's standing there in the right spot.
I think they did move it, yeah.
All right, for realsies, here we go.
Oh, we lost a car. We lost Aiden Horn. So Horn not making the call.
It's interesting hearing them, hearing Spencer talk about the electronic issues and the heat and stuff.
Just, yeah, I'm sure heat and mud and, yeah.
I would think more of the wet would be the problem than the heat, because it's like 20 degrees cooler than it has been for the last 2 days. Dude. Mechanic starts off with a 27.6. So does Spencer Heckert.
Oh, Rivkin going for a ride. Good recovery. Unconventional. Sontag going to get by. That's going to be not good for his overall run.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he got it done. Spencer Heckert said he wanted to glue a different set of tires for this run.
Yeah.
Starting to grab him out of the bag when I was coming back up here, so I don't know if he got it done, but I would assume so. He is out front after 2 laps. It's Heckert, Mechanic, Setzer.
Spencer's truck looked really good in practice, too.
Which one?
Yes. Heckert.
Yeah, said he wanted to make a compound change. Said
26.6.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
Wow.
I think it's working.
Yeah, no kidding.
Mechanic in the 2 spot. Setzer in the 3. Sontag, Lemieux, Kaufman, Rivkin, Manchanda, Bernari, and Horn not making the call.
I mean, there's 5 minutes to go, but that could totally change it up again. 3 different TQs. It's possible.
Oh, wheelie. He's got a 2.5 lead up on Sontag so far. Ooh, Setzer to the front.
Setzer, 27.1. Tater at a 27 flat. Spencer at a 29.3. Your top 4 almost all had the exact same pace there for a second. 16.20s, 16.22s. Now for Tater and Ethan back there in 3rd and 4th. So Spencer Eckert and Lee Setzer.
They're on like an identical time right now.
That is nuts.
Sontag holding on to the 3. He was the TQ from the last round. He is less than a second back. Setzer's going to fall down to the 4. Mechanic right there, though. Sontag coming across the line.
27.6. Spencer Heckert with a 27.2 that previous lap. 0.6 of a second lead now. Then you got Lee, Ethan, Spencer Rivkin, Chase Lemieux, Aiden Manchada, Thomas Colton, and Aiden Horn not making the start.
Oh, man. Heckert going to fall all the way down to the 5. Long mistake for him.
Long lap. Mechanic had a long lap too, so now we're back to Tater and Spencer.
Which has kind of already ruled itself out because Spencer would have to get back around Tater to take the TQ.
That's right, yeah.
Uh-oh. There's part of it.
Oh, man. Tater trying to gather it back up. Scrubbing the pipe a little bit.
Honestly, Spencer's not that far ahead of Ethan Mechanic. They're separated by like 0.3 of a second right now. Spencer making a mistake. He rolls over. Marshall looking the wrong way.
That's going to be rough.
That should give Mechanic second.
Mechanic out, yep.
Oh, he was in second already?
And that should be Ethan right there, just now coming through the puckers.
Just got around Kaufman.
Sontag currently the only one on a 16, 722. Ethan's on a 15 flat. He'll probably pick it up there. Yep,
there he is. Heckert back to the 3 spot. 27-1 from him. Oh, wow, he's right there as well.
Yeah, dude.
So the 2 spot still to play for.
Spencer's got that fast lap of the race. Heckert.
One of them.
At least I'm saying his last name right now.
Right. 1:45 left to go in this one. Sontag comfortably out front. The battles for the 2 spot. Mechanic, Heckert, Setzer, and Rivkin all together. Setzer goes up to the 3 spot. Heckert down to the 4. Oh, Rivkin with another mistake. Mechanic going to go by, solidify the 2 spot a little bit more.
Yep. Minute 20 left to go in this one. Top 4 now on 16 lap runs. That 15-7-14 actually would make a 7 for Benjamin Decker right now.
Solid run.
Yeah.
Setzer holding on to the 3 spot. Heckert in the 4. Chase Lemieux back to the 5, but he's quite a ways back. So those 3 guys, the battle for the 2 spot. 1 minute left to go. Looks like another crash for Spencer in the background.
Sontag. Ethan 28 flat. So gave up 0.2 of a second there.
Setzer to the 2 spot. 26.9.
Lee, there it is. Second car to get in the 26 is for Lee Setzer.
They're reeling Tater back in just a little.
Reeling him back in just a tiny little bit. Probably 3 more laps. Now 2 more laps for Tater.
Tater by the line with a 27.4. Let's see what Lee's got this time around. See if he can eke into that just a little bit. 27.7.
Gave a little bit of it back. I was about to say if he can do another 26, the pressure will be on Tater.
He's got about a 1.5 seconds right now. Setzer's got about a second on Mechanic.
Lemieux getting back up there. I think, didn't he break out in round 2? Or was
I
that
don't
in buggy?
remember. I don't remember.
I think it was in Truggy.
Mechanic comes by with 27.1. Lee with a 27.4. Last lap for these guys.
Tater gets through there clean. That's what he needed.
Heckert's going to finish up probably 4th. Sontag done.
16:22.
Let's see how the 2 and 3 shape out here. Ooh, Mechanic long lap. Setzer done. Mechanic still not done.
Lee going to get a 2 for the round?
So that's going to give Lee 2 no matter what. Mechanic may not have finished, but that'll give him 3rd.
Yeah, they'll still get him 3rd, but the time's going to be.
Oh, there he is.
Right there.
Oh, he's so fortunate he got that last lap. And he could have gotten a 2nd. He would have gotten a 3rd, so I'm sure he'll take a 3rd and be plenty stoked.
Decker gets that 7 spot.
Yeah, good for him.
Pretty good run.
So the top 12 for this round going to be Sontag, Setzer, Mechanic, Heckert, Lemieux, Rivkin, Decker, Harvey, Sedler, Kamarian, Manchanda, and Kaufman.
In fact, I think 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th all came from the last heat, too.
They did?
That's pretty cool.
Moving into Mini Truggy.
Mini Truggy. I mean, our store still sells one of these at least like once every couple weeks.
They're cool. I don't see why not.
They're a lot of people are using them as bashers,
Yeah, I believe that.
like tough little bashers.
Mm-hmm.
That monster truck that Techno makes too.
Pretty
so
sweet.
we did a parade as part of this like Papillion Days parade, like a suburb or whatever, and they have this like, I don't know, they do this parade. It wasn't July 4th. It was just like a parade that they do in June. Anyways, enough about the parade. So we were in this parade, and we were all wearing our Hobbytown gear, and we had a whole bunch of our locals all come with RC cars, and I was dragging a ramp I had built with wheels on it behind a Arma 8S Creighton. And then we had a couple guys with X-Maxes and stuff doing the jump. Well, the little 410 MT that was brought was like the one that stole the show, because it could do like 6 backflips in the air.
Right, yeah.
And then land flat on the concrete and then just keep going.
Those things they're pretty sweet too, because if you wanted to, like, you could put the Truggy chassis on it. Like, you can do all these different things with it to make it kind of like whatever, its own thing.
Yeah. They had the big massive wheels that go on like they were like the max size wheels.
Right.
I think Badlands from Proline, I think, is what was on that thing, and you give it gas, and that thing will just automatically do
a backflip.
Pretty much as many backflips as you think you can land. It's overpowered. I'm pretty sure it had like a 6S system in it.
Oh, perfect.
It was insane.
All right, so catching up with Cody Dudley.
Cody trying to go 3 for 3.
Trying. Track's got a little bit of a different color to it now, kind of starting to lighten up, but still, obviously still wet.
Yeah.
Dudley pretty smooth through the front section.
I wouldn't mind trying one of these on. There's an outdoor track called Hobby Haven in Des Moines. I've wanted to go there all summer. They actually stopped racing because they're building like a drainage system underneath of it.
Okay.
But maybe next year. I don't know.
That's like it's like black dirt, right? It's super dark.
Yes, it's dark dirt, yeah.
Cody having a little bit of trouble there, but he already built up quite a bit of a lead.
Oh, that was weird. Yeah, if the drainage system works like it should, they should have a lot less rainouts. Because basically if it rains like 3 days before they're supposed to have a race, there's still water there.
Game over.
Yeah. So they're trying to fix it without putting a roof on it at least. Which, where they're zoned, I doubt they could put a roof on it anyways.
So Dudley's still hanging on to the lead. Dave getting much closer with Cody's wreck on the last lap.
Hemingway's your short course TQ so far, right? You win 2 out of 3 so far?
That's a great question.
I think that's right.
We do have that information. I will pull it up.
Yep.
Yes, he is. He has 2 TQ runs.
Dudley
Well,
with another 40-second lap, that previous lap to a 33 from David, so getting a little closer.
Uh-oh.
Trying to break the cycle. Just bouncing through the end of those pucker jumps.
The whole thing just bounces around.
Kind of reminds me of how Gas Truck used to be. I don't know if I said that before, but like when we were all racing Gas Truck and 8 scale started coming up real big, and they were making all the jumps like way bigger, and
right.
And a lot of these tracks wouldn't water or anything like that. They just sort of let it go. Like you had to roll some stuff, or you had to double single some stuff with Gas Truck if you wanted to just survive the race.
The difficulty level just went up a lot.
Yeah. We'd be doing this right here, this double roll single thing the whole time. But you wanted to pin it. But you knew that if you did, you risked breaking a rear bulkhead or something like that.
Right, yeah.
But your brain was like trying to
still
keep
pin it.
Yeah. The little devil on the shoulder saying, do it, do it, do it. That's how I broke out at the Gas Nats, 2005. Gas Truck. Was it 2005? Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
qualified in the C. He's doing really good. Decided to try to triple this triple because I saw Jared Tebow do it. Broke.
Usually makes it a good idea.
Broken car.
So Dudley in control of this one.
Dude,
Hemingway's
he's-
about 5 seconds back.
He's having a clean run. I mean, matriculate? Is that a good verb?
I don't know what it means, but yeah.
Like matriculating the ball down the field, isn't that what they say sometimes on SportsCenter?
Maybe.
I think that's right. I don't know. I haven't actually watched SportsCenter in a long time.
You're really making me feel confident about this.
Two-thirds distance for you on 2:20 left to go. Not a whole lot changing. Looks like Zach and Josh about 3 seconds apart.
His average lap still is a good exactly 1 second over David's. 32.9 to a 33.9 from David.
Zach Wright holding on to the 3 spot. Then it's Hartman, Yoder, DeLosa, Lewis, and Bobby Baker not making the call to this one.
Masters buggy coming up. And
2
one's up,
heats.
that one's up in the air, right?
It is. Honestly, all the Masters classes have been kind of all over the place. There's like 3 or 4 guys who have kind of matriculated
Matriculated.
the podium spots. That was completely used incorrectly.
Hold on. I'm going to look up what that means. Where's my, there it is right there. Tell me, Google. Watch me not spell it right. Oh, there it is right there. What?
I have a feeling it's not even close.
It's not even close. Wait a minute. That can't be right. Be enrolled at a college or university? He matriculated at the University of Vermont. Or record arms in an official register. It's not even close.
Nope.
Where'd I get that from?
No idea.
Dude, I'm surprised. Does anybody say anything in the chat about that? We'll have to check because they're probably like, this guy's an idiot.
Enrolled in a college or university.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks, smoking. Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, the smoking rat's usually my go-to for knowledge.
Yeah.
So. In this case, he was right, so. Thomas Kaufman just being long and lanky out there.
I mean, other than like 1 or 2 crashes here, he's done a really good job. And the crashes, one of them weren't even his fault.
I really enjoy watching the pro guys marshal immediately after their race because you can see totally how the run went without having to watch the run.
That's what I always say when I'm trying to like. I always talk about sportsmanship at the start of the our drivers meeting and stuff, and I'm always like, okay, if you do really bad or you get taken out by somebody, just go to your marshalling spot, fold your arms, scowl for like 5 minutes, and
then it's fine.
And then it's fine. It'll be over. Everything's fine. We're racing our C cars.
Aggressively.
Yeah. Do with my. So Cody, 13:01, and that is 3 for 3. He's the first one of the weekend to lock in a TQ no matter what. That's the way to do it. He can like try stuff tomorrow.
He could just like start trying tomorrow.
Not race tomorrow even. It wouldn't really matter.
Take a nap.
Take a nap. Sleep in. Like miss the first qualifier altogether. I once got sustenance and subsistence confused. I was talking about
Subsistence is not a word.
I know. I was trying to get people to get me food, and I'm like, I need some substance. And then like some guy came up. I don't even know who he was. I think he was just like I think he was just passing by, and he like walked up. He said, "Hey man, substance is not a word, man. You mean you're talking about sustenance, to sustain."
It was nice of him to say to sustain, to really just hammer the point home for you.
And I was like, thanks, sir.
You're like, thank you, I hate you, but I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I will say, ever since that time, I've said sustenance in the correct form ever since I've been corrected by that guy.
Now, the chat room says that there's a slang definition for matriculate that is meant the way that you're using it.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't feel so stupid then. I could have swore that I've heard on SportsCenter they matriculated the ball down the field.
They probably said it. I don't know.
They had to have.
Dude, those dudes are 9,000 years old. They've got a whole bunch of words that we don't know.
When I was really big into the NFL, I watched SportsCenter. I watched like all SportsCenter, whether or not it was the same SportsCenter, over and over and over again. And then my team won the Super Bowl, and then I like stopped caring.
You're like, oh, that's all I
I
wanted.
used to be a
I'm
huge
done.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan,
Oh, okay.
and then they finally won the Super Bowl, and then for some reason I just stopped caring after that.
Is it them whose coach is like really funny now?
Oh, dude.
Can't remember his name.
I can't.
He's
remember.
young. Well, I mean,
Oh,
young
okay.
in relativity, but
Yeah.
he's got to be like early 30s, but he's like really, really funny.
I think it's the Dolphins coach.
You're right. It is.
Okay.
Our Fender Field here.
I
They are
appreciate-
not.
I appreciate the producer telling me sports knowledge that I don't know, so I can sound smart.
Oh, I totally thought that was you. I forget that you can hear him and I can't.
Because I'd have no idea.
Somebody knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah. If it's not RC or Supercross, I have no clue.
That's fair. That's pretty much the extent of most of my knowledge as well.
Yeah.
Trying to convince anybody to go with me to the SMX race at Texas Motor Speedway.
Mm.
I don't know why nobody else cares, but
I think that's cool.
I might go by myself. Screw you guys.
I took Emerson to St. Louis a couple years ago. That was pretty fun.
Nice.
Boring race though, because everybody was hurt by the time we got there.
Right.
Anyways, Alan Placer out in front. The number 3 car. Pretty sure this is him, actually. Little announcer's curse again. He's on a 13 at 7:05.
His paint job is pretty sweet.
It's familiar, too.
It
to me.
is.
But I can't peg who that goes to. Like, who's got something that's close. I know it's one of my local guys from Omaha. I'm pretty sure. And the only reason why I think that way is because I'm pretty sure it's also on a Techno.
It looks kind of like one of the... I'm going to blank really hard. It looks like one of the Vanderbeek brothers. Kind of. It looks like Owen's paint job if it wasn't purple.
Yeah, Owens changed his again this year too. It's even more purple.
A lot of purple.
Mm-hmm. He's sending it. Oh, Gutschall might take the lead though, and Dwayne, your number 1 car, now your leader. A little bit of back and forth going on here. Ooh, 4 out of the 5 cars, 4 out of the 6 cars, same part of the racetrack too. That's going to be tough. There's a body coming off.
I was about to say, we got a body coming off.
I would make some jokes, but I don't want to embarrass one of my locals who always has a body coming off.
Oh, do it.
On
I have
the
wheels come
national-
off all the
On the
time.
national broadcast.
Make fun of them. Oh, you're really thinking about this. I would have already committed.
Oh, I can't even. Yeah. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't.
We got 2 more days of this. You can make fun
Yeah.
of them later.
I'll make fun of them later. There's your number 1 car. Is that pink buggy, yellow wheels, yellow wing, through the chicane.
Can't tell what it is. Associated. Figured it out.
Yep. 13,704.
Oh, wow. About just break frame case the triple. That would have been pretty sweet.
Found that soft spot in the landing there. Flipped it over a little bit. No marshal needed, though. That's always good. That part of the track looks so fun to me. That hole is still there before that, and it's
The one that you were talking about?
stand. Yeah, but it's rounded off. You know how
Yeah.
with it being wet, like it's not jagged or anything anymore, but there's still a hole there. So you'll see these cars get bounced there. But
Right.
yesterday, as that was coming apart, when cars would come by, they'd take like a chunk of it out with them. And so they would get kicked, and then there'd be like a clot or something in that same spot.
And then the next guy would just take
And then
more
next
of the
guy would
track
hit-
out.
Yeah, that's what was going on. So it kind of fixed itself just by rounding the edges off, so it's not near as harsh.
That's the thing, like trying to get newer track owners to understand that if you water the track before you blow it off, it does that. It does exactly what you're talking about. Because it's like whatever's on top of the track just attaches to whatever's right below it, and then as soon as a car drives over it, it just takes that whole layer off the track. Those blowers can be really, really helpful.
Yeah, we picked up 2 more blowers, so we have a total of 8 blowers that we use in between every heat now.
Nice.
When we're doing the on-road. I keep saying on-road. When we're doing the 10-scale stuff.
Once you get your, like, it sounds terrible to say it this way, but once you get your locals conditioned to using the blowers after every race, it just makes the surface way better.
Yeah. We picked up 2 more, too, because it makes the battery life better. So, like, the shorter distance everybody can go, the
Yeah.
longer that battery life lasts. So, now it actually lasts longer than 3 hours.
That's cool.
So, if we have, like, a 3-hour round of racing, you know, most of our big races, we can usually get through a whole round without worrying about the batteries.
Kevin asking if they can or can't blow the track off during road races. I actually don't know. I mean, at the Tinsko races, I guess you can because
So-
we have before.
Yeah, so you can. It has to be equal. So, like, if you're like how we do it, if the marshals do it every single heat, that's how it
Right.
has to
That's how you
be.
would keep it equal.
Right. So here, they actually can't blow the track off in the traditional style because the dust gets into the neighbors' yards and stuff.
Oh,
and
yeah, that makes
they'll
sense.
Make the neighbors angry.
So they kind of have to run it wet and not blow it off.
Right. He's got this really cool thing that like blows water as it's blowing the track.
Oh, cool.
And I saw him use that yesterday. I was like, well, that's pretty nifty. But they can't do like what you'd normally see where guys just go out there and blow the actual line off and all the dust goes everywhere and then wherever the wind takes it, it takes it.
Right.
They actually can't do that here.
That makes sense. Can't argue with that.
Right.
It's better to stay open than blow the track off.
Yes. Yep.
Honestly, today, the way that the track is, you don't really need to.
Yeah,
It's
you don't
fine.
really need to at all.
You're not worried about watering it.
And I mean, yeah. I think yesterday they decided they just weren't
Oh,
gonna
my
blow it
goodness.
off. Like they
Oh,
talked
the
about
car
it.
just went straight into the wall. Lucas, our cameraman, just saw it happening and was like, I'm going to stay on that one. We're going to watch it hit the wall.
He's making it. He's still got 5 out of the 6 to finish here. Dwayne Gutschall going to win this one, 13,703. Alan Placer got a 13, and looks like Joseph also going to get a 13 as soon as he crosses a line, and that'll kind of set things off.
Oh, no.
You'll probably see, what do you think, like a lap improvement per heat?
I don't know.
There it is.
13,703. I know that, who was it? It was Jay Drakeford that was on for like the first 2 or 3 laps. He was on a 15-lap pace and then fell back to 14. But now we have all of those guys,
Oh,
like
this
all of
is-
the
And this is still 40 plus.
yes,
Yeah, I just remembered that.
all of those guys that were the top 4 and 40 plus are now in the same heat because Jay
Yeah.
was in the previous heat in the previous
Yes.
rounds.
they are going to need a few volunteer marshals for this one, it looks like, too. I think they finally took out the people that for sure weren't here
That would
as
make
well.
sense.
So I think this one's going to be tough because there's 13 cars
Ooh,
total. So
yeah.
if you're taking 12, do you just
Poor
throw
guy.
the 13th one out there, or do you just what
And
do you do?
in Roar's history, you would say no.
Yeah.
So, which I mean,
So
whatever.
I think if I remember right, at one of our honor nationals, I raced mod 12 scale. I tried to race mod 12 scale, and I was the 13th. No, I was the 9th car.
Yeah, 8-car main.
And I said, I'm not racing the main. You guys are good.
Yeah,
Because I was like, I'm going to get lapped like 8 times.
just
maybe
made their
longer.
life easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to be in. But I mean, like, if you're in Roar's position, you don't want to set that precedent that, well, sometimes we allow an extra car.
Yep.
I've hammered on them for a lot of things in the past. So I would like to give the benefit of the doubt.
That national event, I got a 12 scale car, but the front end was the outdoor front end, and I tried to get the carpet front end on it before the race happened, and they were out of stock, and then they stayed out of stock, so I never actually got the on-road, the carpet front end for that thing. So I tried to race it.
It was just bad news
It
bears.
was horrible. It wanted to flip over everywhere. Plus, I'm an idiot for thinking I could just pick up a mod 12 scale and be okay.
It'll be fine. All right, this is our A heat 45 plus Masters e-buggy. Henry, Kamarian, Drakeford, Mihelich, Duffy, Raquadon, and Decker.
And this one has had 2 different TQs. Ophir and James. We're picking right up with James Henry there.
Rusty Mihelich with a heater of a first lap, 29.9. So it's Rusty, Ophir, Wendell, James, and Jay. That's after your first lap.
Rusty's that 4 car, as James just went on his lid. And Rusty, I'd say a long lap, but a 32-second lap ain't terrible. So I think Ophir might end up being the leader this next time because James was on his lid that time too. So we'll see. This lap?
Yeah, I think he's going to move back to second.
Yeah.
Maybe third. Moves to third. Ophir with a long lap, though,
Ophir with a
too.
long lap, too. This is now it's showing Rusty back up to the lead, and Rusty with a 30.4, good recovery lap. So your top 3 on 14-lap runs currently. Your TQ is a 13.703. That would put him 4th at the moment. And Drakeford, who did have a couple good runs here, he is down in the 5.
That's a good lap for James. It's going to be a 29.6. Oh, and he crashes in the back. That's a bummer.
Mark Decker with a 29.4 as well.
There's our leader.
And Rusty
30.8 makes a mistake.
getting upside down.
Drakeford right in front of him.
Multiple lead changes. 45 plus.
Ooh.
I think that's Ophir. Ophir also with the antenna on his car, isn't it?
Yeah, he's in the blue and pink. Oh, goodness. That was violent. I don't think Rusty's still going to be in the lead, but he might be. Oh, he's still in the lead.
Still in the lead. Mark Decker up to the 2 now. 32 flat that last lap as everybody else is kind of spazzing out a little bit on that lap. your top 4 with 14 lap runs, and Ophir on a 13.703.2, which would put him just in front of the current TQ.
Following along with our second place driver, Rusty Mahilic. Getting that triple this lap. This should be a much better lap. 30.1.
Even after all that crashing, he's really only maybe a second behind Mark Decker. Mark Decker in the 7 car. The 7.
So not one of the guys we've seen in the top 3 in either of the rounds so far, but trying to make it happen in the third round.
He adds a long lap to the list of these guys that have all had long laps. James Henry, the 29.3, bounces all the way back up to second. Ophir with a 30.2. Now he's in second. So Rusty.
Wow. Rusty just came by with
3.
Yeah, I think that's the hot lap of the race.
Yep.
Ophir running in the 2 spot. So those 2 guys are actually in frame right now. Uh-oh, Ophir making a mistake.
Anymore.
That's going to let Rusty stretch the lead out a little bit more.
Still 2:40 left to go in this one. You guys can clean it up a little bit.
He's down to a 14.717.
Wow, that was just a straight traction roll. And there's Ophir.
Ophir holding on to the 4th spot now.
Now Requidon up to 3rd. So Rusty, James, Wendell, Ophir, Jay, Drakeford, Mark, Sean. Your full order.
Dwayne looking at getting a 5th for the round for the B heat.
Yeah. About 2 minutes left. Top 3 on 14 lap runs again.
This is going to toss the points up even more. Rusty just committing to really taking his time in the front, but it's worked. I mean, we watched Ophir crash the last 2 laps.
And he did that last heat, too, if I remember right. Just basically making sure he gets through it. Then I think the last heat he got like crashed in like 2 other spots.
Right.
Minute 20 to go.
Almost an 8-second lead for Mr. Rusty over James Henry. Wendell having probably his best run of the event as well.
For sure. Yeah, 5.0 over James. And James only has 6 tenths over Requidon, and he's got 6 tenths over Drakeford. Then a big gap back to Ophir. About 11 seconds. Kind of Rusty's race to lose, basically, at this point.
Yeah, and he's dropping that pace down even a little bit more. He's down to an 18. He was on a 20. Jay Drakeford back to the 2 spot.
That's a close battle between Jay, James, and Wendell there for that second overall spot.
Jay and Henry, 2 of our guys battling it out for the overall TQ as well.
Yep.
And they are separated by 0.3 of a second.
That's Henry right there in front of Rusty. Huh. Double, double, single, double.
Oh, no. There he goes. So James trying to hold off Jay Drakeford.
10-second lead now for Rusty.
James with a 29 that last lap. That's going to help. Jay with a 29, though, as well. They're still separated by about a half a second. Consistent every lap.
Mm-hmm. Double, double, single, double. That right there, pretty much do it there for Rusty. So there you go. We're gonna have three different TQs.
Waiting for Jay to finish up. Same with Wendell. Jay done with a 3.
Dwayne's time gonna get him a, what is that, a 5?
Should get him a 4. Yep, good enough for 4th overall. So your order for this round is going to be Mahilic, Henry, Drakeford, Requidon, Gutshaw, Comarian, Placer, DiGirolamo, Duffy, Bottinger, Jones, Walker Jr., and Mark Decker.
That's unfortunate for Mark because he was up there.
It was, yeah.
He led a lap or two, and RC guys came down with their finger and went. So now we are back into our regular e-buggy. This is, we got 4 heats left, and then we'll be done with qualifying for the day. And it's just kind of a laid-back, pretty chill program here at the 2024 Roar 1/8 scale electric off-road nationals. I think they're going to have some open track after this, so guys might be able to get out there and get some more practice laps before they close it up. For sure, I believe it's 7. That's what they said. Hopefully the weather will hold out and not give us any more rain. It's been cloudy all day. Very low clouds, very overcast. Hasn't, it's actually been pretty nice because it was really hot the first day we were here. And this one, it's like that overcast sky is allowing the track to just sort of be very, very similar, very, very consistent surface-wise throughout the day. They're trying to get some marshalling spots taken care of and some cars. Somebody went in there pretty hot. All right. I think the hardest part about this is talking to yourself, like when Tyler's not here, like right now. But let it be known that I do talk to myself quite a bit, so it's actually not that unnormal for me. I have video proof. But clean slate for these guys. See how high up in the order they can go. Get a good run in here. You never know. Move up maybe a main event or two. First lap's coming in. And it's Hemingway with a 31.1. There's a 30.9 from Hippensteel, opening lap. It's car number 7.
Following along right now with Fokianos. He's running 3rd. Cool paint job. Not colors that you see together that often.
There's another one of those red, yellow, and white cars. I can't put my finger on whose that reminds me of.
Hemingway, Fokianos, Hippensteel. That's your top 3 right now.
Maybe I'm having Cavalieri flashbacks. It's very similar.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. 14 at 7:19 for David Hemingway.
Be a good run.
That would be a very good run.
Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Also a cool paint job.
Yeah. When I was trying to figure out when Emerson was younger, his paint scheme, I had all these leftover yellow wheels because the Losi kits always used to come with both.
Right, right.
And I don't use yellow, so I was like, well, we got to make it so that you can use yellow.
That was the reasoning.
That
we have all these wheels.
Whole reason. So we wouldn't waste all these wheels that I had left over. Oh, your leader, the big tumble, and the marshal is going the other way to get another car, but luckily did not need a marshal. I swear that always happens.
Right, right.
Just
Do a
trying
stutter
to-
step to go try to marshal, and then somebody
Yeah.
crashes somewhere else.
It
That's
never
the
fails.
worst.
I don't know if I just notice it more or not, but
So Hemingway having a good run so far.
kind of downside a little bit. There's that.
Is that Ryan Cavallari?
Yeah, there's that white, yellow, and red car again.
So
Dropping
Dave
in.
putting in the consistent laps, hovering right near that low 30-second mark.
Still in a 14. Focianos up to a 14. Seven-minute qualifiers. How long are the mains? Do they keep them at 7?
I would think either 7 or 8. Hemingway back to being the only one on the 14-lap pace.
His average a full second faster, too. 31.4 to a 32.4 from the next closest of Chris Focianos. And then pretty big gap back to the next one. Josh Hartman's average is 34.4.
Oh, he makes a mistake. First mistake of the race for Hemingway. Not that bad.
Not that bad. That Marshall was there that time.
32.5. Not really going to hurt him all that much.
Nope. And that corner right there was really breaking up yesterday. I was gonna bring up the whole character thing, but
And now it's all gone.
now it's fine. It's totally fine. Maybe Sunday.
If you brought a character right now, everybody in the chat would be like, "What are you talking about?" It looked smooth.
Yeah.
That is also the camera deception, though. As
We were
well.
going to do a track walk yesterday, too, and then it started raining on us when we were getting ready to do that.
Which, honestly, it's going to do today, too.
Yeah.
Here at any time, so hopefully we can get this done.
Were you there at State Line either time? When
The
we
Nitro
were,
Nats? I was
yeah,
there
when-
the last Nitro Nats when it rained.
Yeah.
Man, the quickness that they unrolled that tarp was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like, that was unreal. Everybody just magically knew what to do.
Mm-hmm.
My dad and I were standing around like, well, we'll see y'all tomorrow. And they're like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
I'm like, well, I thought we were done.
It was just lame because it's kind of like yesterday. That storm just sort of came out of nowhere.
Right, yeah, not
Just like
much warning.
yesterday. Wasn't a whole lot of warning, but it also, like, it started off with this tiny little cloud over here, and then the next thing you know, it just turned into this big, long thing, and it didn't move. It just
Right.
sat here and just poured on the track for an hour.
That was
Nothing
also
su-
where we realized that peat moss was super cool.
Yeah. Kind of expensive.
Yeah, that I believe.
You know what I've always wanted to do at an 8-skill race is you know how, like, Supercross and motocross, they have sand sections?
Yes.
I've always wanted to do a peat moss section.
So I actually raced a Southern Nationals a long time ago that had a legitimate sand section.
Mm-hmm.
It was really cool until you went home, but like it was sweet. But it would also move like 50 feet a day.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
They would have to like rake it back every night, but it was really neat.
One time I left part of this corner, this whole corner from one end to the other. So it was like a 180. I left the whole thing tilled up and not packed down.
Right. Yeah.
And so I just had the guys come in. It was like an RC Pro Series race or something.
Yeah.
And I had them come in. And by the end of the weekend, it had all gotten kicked away, and the hard dirt that was still underneath of it was totally exposed. And it had these like 2 or 3 ruts that were in basically a horseshoe shape.
Right.
And like Jared was there, and I was watching him, and he just sent that thing. He was running Kyosho at the time. He just sent that thing right into that thing.
Didn't
Almost
care.
used it as a berm
Right.
and just twisted around it.
That's cool.
But I was like, man, I kind of wanted it to be. And then I thought, well, maybe I should have raked it every single time or had like a rake out there. But I feel like it would have never been the same.
There's no way to get it to actually just stay fluffy like that.
Yeah.
So Dave holding on, still on the 14-lap pace.
I think he's led from start to finish, too.
Sweet paint job. Oh, no. Oh, he's done. Okay.
He's done. He sent it. He went for it.
He's got reverse, too. That's pretty tight.
27. Glad he didn't do that
During the race.
in the race. Technically, he was done.
Marshals are getting yelled at.
Yeah, I think they started to drift away a little bit there.
Nice.
So there you go. 1 of 4 done as we close in on the finish of today's festivities.
And then, did I hear we're getting Mexican food? I think I heard that.
I've heard Mexican food. I'm actually quite hungry again.
I'm pretty interested in that whole phenomenon.
I just had a Philly cheesesteak and some tots, and I'm still hungry.
It smells excellent down there.
Dude, it's seasoned right. No, there wasn't a lot of crap in it. I don't like Philly steaks with much crap in it, so
Right.
it was good.
I might try that tomorrow because it did smell excellent.
Their food truck, man. I had bacon and eggs this morning.
Also good.
You can't screw up bacon.
Oh, you can. You absolutely can.
Can ya?
They did not do it.
They did not screw up bacon. It was
Good.
delicious.
It
Just
was delicious.
The right amount of protein to go around. It was perfect. Actually, the bacon was really good. So, like, my wife overcooks. She likes, I shouldn't say that. My wife loves overcooked food. Whether
You
it be
already
steak,
stepped
bacon.
on it.
I know. So, but I like my bacon nice and,
Same.
soft and
Yes.
twisty and
Yeah.
all that. So, we argue when we make real bacon over how done the bacon should be.
This was like this with my mother as well. She liked to burn the ever-loving
Oh,
everything out of bacon.
My mom burned everything on purpose.
Yeah, no, this was just bacon. She'd be like, no, like I want to be able to break it off
Break
against
it
the
off
table.
like that, yeah. I don't know. It's got to be. It's got to be
I'm out.
squishy.
I'm out on all that.
My mom used to complain at restaurants before we got our food.
You know whose mom does that also? Not the complaining part so much as like, however you cook this, I want you to then recook it and then maybe recook it a second time. That was Dakota's mom.
Oh,
She like
man.
got fajitas at Chili's and she's like, I would like you to burn them.
Yeah.
And we were like, say that again. She's like, yeah, no, burn it.
Burn it.
Perfectly happy.
Burn it to the ground.
Shout out Miss Finn, who's
Yeah,
probably not
we love
watching
you,
because
Nancy.
Dakota's not here.
So this would be your sea sort?
Sea sort.
Sea sort.
Lucas Sedler, Walker III, Burns, Dudley, DiGirolamo, Davis, Longo, Lingerman, and Yoder. Oh, goodness. That was Mr. Daniel Sedler. Probably not having the day that he has wanted. Good driver. Oh, wow.
That was cool.
I think he scared himself. He, like, hit the brakes, and then it popped up higher.
Yeah. Well, there's also that dip over there.
Right.
There's one on top and there's one at the bottom where everybody's been coming in at. It almost is making it like a jump face to it.
I would have puckered for
A
sure.
natural jump face.
Here is Brady Lucas. And there goes Brady Lucas.
Landed it, though. So Alex Burns coming around 30.3, and the previous lap was a 30 flat.
There he is. The Burns machine.
that a
Believe that's a
Mugen?
Mugen. Yep.
Nice. I got a Mugen Eco waiting for me at home to build
Nice.
for this winter.
Dude, is that a Supra? Alex Burns, another one of the local guys around here. I see at LCRC every race they have. DiGirolamo in the 3 spot, Dudley in the 4.
Alex going 14 flat right now.
Oh, saved it.
Just that front section. I feel like a broken record every time somebody crashes there, but that is the hardest part of the racetrack.
60% of the time, it'll get you 100%
100%
of the time.
I used to have all these sound bites built into the built into my my
Into the
scoring
computer?
system. Yeah. Took a couple from Anchorman. There
Might
used to
as
be
well.
a wave file site that where you could go and download them
Just
all.
steal sound bites.
Yeah. Got a couple Roadhouse ones, Pulp Fiction, Anchorman.
Dude, Jamie Tinney's, before every race, it has like a whole conversation with you.
Really. I think I'm finally going back up there to trackside for the INS race next year.
Sweet place. I like
I
it.
got the last couple of years. Our schedule, the Techno Series schedule, and the INS round 1 schedule.
Or like on top of
are-
each other.
Yeah, they're the same weekend. So this year, I made sure not to do that.
Nice. Knowing that, I will try to make sure that INS also does not change the date. That would be insult to injury.
Well, I had to change the Techno Series last round this year again too because I was going off last year's DNC,
Right.
and then that sort of changed again.
yeah,
so then I
yeah,
had to
yeah.
like change it back. So I'm surprised nobody's messaged me with like some
Dude, what are
dirty
you doing?
message. But I try to not have it on the same weekend because that way, like Ashton or Mason,
Right.
you know, they can still come.
There's only so many weekends in the year.
That's right.
Try to get the local guys in Texas to understand that. You can only do so much. There's only so many weekends.
Alex is really doing a good job here, man.
He is.
14:03. He's got a pretty healthy lead over Daniel Sedler, Brady Lucas in that 3 spot. But he is surrounded by lap cars.
Sedler is kind of having a good recovery after we saw him.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. And we've jinxed everyone. Oh, that hurt. That hurt.
I saw that coming. Darn it.
Hopefully he is all right.
Thankfully,
That one
Rose
hurt.
got insurance.
That's not what I was going for, but that works too. It's not funny. Yes, it is. Gonna hold on to the lead still.
At least it was the back of the knee instead of the front of the knee. I mean, if you're
Oh,
going to get
that's
hit
true.
by an 8-scale car, I'd
I will
rather
give you
get hit in
that.
the back of the leg than the front. Because these things could literally break your leg.
For sure.
Alex has led this one from the start,
Holding on.
getting through that time. Oh, wow. 2 minutes to go. 14:10. It's not a terrible time. The TQ's a 14:27, so right now just your top 2 in front of Hemingway's time.
It burns quite a bit ahead of Sedler as well.
I got hit once in the leg by an 8-scale.
Nice to see. It looks like Mr. Manchanda took the spot from that guy so that he could go sit down.
Yep.
Good sportsmanship.
You know who you are if you're listening. I got him back, though, a couple years later. The guy.
Oh, the guy that hit you?
Yeah, yeah.
You hit him back?
I did. Not on purpose, but it just happened, so we just laugh about it now. We're like, well, it equaled out.
That's funny. I feel like it never works like that.
No.
So Burns stretching it out even more. 11 seconds.
I'm kind of a Mugen fanboy, so this is kind of fun for me to watch.
Yeah.
Watch Alex do this here. My first 8-scale that I ever got was an MBX5.
Back in
Long time
1972.
ago. Yeah. Would have been, what, 2003?
Something like that.
Something like that.
Oh, my goodness. That was hard.
Some of these guys getting really lucky with their crashes, landing on their wheels and just taking off. That was only a 31.6. Look at Sedler, 28.9.
There he goes.
28.5
7 seconds
even.
back. 7 seconds back now.
I think that's him going through the pucker section too, right front. Still no Marshall.
There he is, right behind.
No, he's behind him.
He's
Yep,
the
you're
third
right.
car in line. These guys just trying to get to the finish line. Just let it be over. There they go.
They're both done. Daniel getting up there, getting a 14, 7-13, the only two to get 14 in this one, it looks like. Or did Andrew get one? No, nope. Andrew was on a flat there right at the end.
So David's going to slot in third so far. Sounds like Alex was not sure he was done, so still driving another lap.
I saw Daniel give Alex a little tap, saying "Good job, dude."
Little knuckle bump.
Almost done today. Up to the B heat.
Up next, race number 11. 1-ATH electric buggy. Heat 3 of 4.
Tracks open, guys. Just be careful watching for oncoming marshals. Guys, remember your car number and your phone number is going to be Lucas on 1. Setzer on 2.
That's a tough spot to be in. Like as a marshal, you want to go get the car as fast as you can usually, but at the same time, you don't want to get hit. So if you're unfortunate enough to get like the worst spot on the track to marshal, it's tough. Do you run out there in front of like 6 other cars that are coming, or do you just sit there and wait and let them all go by? It's
Right, yeah, there's not really a good way to do it.
no. So our TQ moves up to a 14.709. That's actually not a lap improvement from the first one because we got a 14 as well. So I think everybody, I don't know.
I'm not sure we're going to see any 16s lap paces this round. I might eat my words, but the track looks like it is starting to get a little bit bumpier.
Yeah. They're running web web type tires now.
That's the craziest thing, yeah. Yeah, the top guys are on like bar tires.
Yeah. I was gonna order green ellipses for our regional race this weekend, and my son thought I was crazy, and I'm like, dude, let's just get them.
Regional race, is that at Fastlane?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought I saw something about that.
That was the plan, but Emerson hasn't really touched his 8 scale in like a month and a half. And I didn't have my e-buggy built yet, so when I got the call to come here, I'm like, yeah, I'll do that.
Right. That was me. I was scheduled to go to a dirt oval race, and it was like, this might be a little bit more advantageous for me.
I don't think my son would have gotten Friday off anyway, so probably wouldn't have mattered.
So they're saying Benjamin Decker, who had the hot lap on the
yeah,
first lap,
he did.
maybe
He
out
started
of this
off
one.
with a 28.5, but now he's out.
Checking in with Manchanda.
On a 15, 7:21. Currently the only one on a 15. That's him right there in the green buggy, if I'm not correct, or if I'm.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Popping around. Saw him talking to Spencer, trying to get some setup tips for this round. He is well out front at the moment. Hawbaker in the 2 spot. There's Hawbaker.
Now we're seeing some 28s.
He's Adrenaline local or somewhere around there. Kaufman had a really good run the last round, but it looks like he is not having as good of a run this round.
Yeah.
Hawbaker out to the lead now.
3 car.
The 2.
Oh, see, now they're calling it the 7-pack.
That's fine. Oh, Hawbaker, he is still crashing, which means that is probably going to be the end of that run, unfortunately.
The 7 pucker pack.
Kentucky washboard. I'm going back to it.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Arkansas washboard was just too derogatory.
Maddie about 3.5 back. She's been flirting with that top 10 too, getting close. You know,
Had some good runs
Top
at Truggy
12.
as well. She's up to the 2 spot now. Comes by with a 29 flat. Aiden, the only one on 15 at the moment. Uh-oh.
man.
There's
Hang on to her.
Hawbaker getting back around.
Yep.
So he's going to try to recover in this one.
Manchanda still holding a 15, 725. You got Maddie Long on a 14 flat. 1403 now. David Harvey on a 1403. Ezra on a 1404. Garrett on a 1404.
Aiden getting through it much smoother this lap.
Down the straight line there.
Hawbaker letting him go again. So everybody playing nice right now. Love to see it.
Nice and tight. That time much straighter through there.
Aiden still on the 15 lap pace, 724.
And your top 5 in front of Alex's time. Fast lap in this one still is David Harvey got a 28.534 to Benjamin Decker's 28.593 that Benjamin got on that one lap.
Kaufman's got a
And
27.8 though.
Oh, he does? Where's that at? I didn't see that. Oh, he does. Look at that, 27.8. That was your leader on his lid, too.
Yeah, this is not
That
going
was
to be
a
a
tough
quick
spot. And we're off of 15.
one. Kaufman
And
had that
Maddie
really
Long now to the front.
Kaufman had a really tough first lap, and he's recovering very nicely. Just did another 27.8.
Another one. Yep.
And Chanda trying to recover. Maddie just made a mistake in the background. Thomas up to the lead now. It goes 27.6.
Another 27.6. Wow. Back to back to back.
He's in the all-yellow ride. The banana machine.
The banana
Actually,
hammock.
I don't think it's that one, but it might be. Ah, it is. All right, perfect.
I'm just glad I get to say banana hammock again. I think that's a 7 car.
Oh, there he is. This is the car in front of this one.
Yeah.
There he is.
Yep.
Thomas, it looks like running the Kyosho car.
Wow. Back up to a 15 and on a 15.27, and Manchanda back up to a 15 as well.
28.1. So Thomas continuing to kind of keep that pace moving.
Ooh.
Close enough.
He was pushing it. That car just kind of drifted out a little wide. The takeoff on that first jump is not the same the farther out you go.
Our guy's a little wild. He's fun to watch. So Kaufman going to get that 15th lap. He's going to finish it
Manchanda
up at the
hasn't
end of
crossed
this
the
one.
line yet, though. He still could get a 15.
Oh, you're right. He could get it. Kaufman getting through smooth. Long lap for Manchanda.
Yep,
That's going
long
to be
lap.
done. So congratulations to Thomas Kaufman. Another good run for him.
15.24.
Manchanda going to finish up with the 2 spot. Matty Long in the 3. Loy, Hawbaker.
go. Your top 3 finish in front of us. So Alex is going to have some good points regardless.
Alex getting a
From
4
that
so
speed.
far, and looks like Sedler's going to be 7th right now.
Yeah.
It's time for the big dogs. One more time for today.
Let's go.
We've got a high from Germany.
Filbert's on here. Hello, Riley.
Is it raining or does it just sound like it's raining?
I swear that I've been getting hit by a drip, but we're underneath of a canopy, so I don't know where it's coming from exactly. But every once in a while, it'll feel that way.
It's getting close. Hopefully we can get this
Yeah.
locked up. Got a high for Brazil.
Awesome.
Like you said, Riley checking in.
Mark Lawn wants to know who the great reporters are on the mic.
And it has been answered by BJ in the chat.
Oh, there you go.
I don't like talking about myself, man.
Yeah, I can talk about you. This is Tyler Hooks.
Oh, God.
Sorry. I love talking about myself. I don't know if you know that or not, but
All right. Sontag, Rivkin, Lemieux, Heckert, Mechanic, Horn, Raposo, Setzer, Fernari, and Vucina.
Riley, I do not have any picks. I've just been asked who I want to pick for buggy and truck. I don't have any picks. I don't want to pick.
Yeah, that's kind of that's a no-no.
Yeah.
Like, you can do that if you're on the side of the track, but for some reason, like, that's a Scotty thing, too. He doesn't
Yeah.
pick the winner.
No. I'll just say what's going on and be happy.
Now, if you want to pick the winner of the F main, like, we're in.
Right.
We'll do that.
Yeah. Here we go. It's exciting. I love this part.
Exciting. It's time. I don't like the count-off time, though. Too much anticipation. There's the Sontag machine. .28.3 from Tater Sontag to start.
I want to see what Heckert and Mechanic are going to do here.
Not a lot, unfortunately.
Well, look at Chase Lemieux, though, 27.9.
So 27.8 from Rivkin, 27.9 from Lemieux. Those guys are the top two. Then it's Horn, Sontag, Setzer, Mechanic, Raposo. Did we lose Spencer Heckert?
No, he's in ninth right now. He just had a 31-second lap for his opening lap, but still there.
Hey,
There he
there's the
is.
two of them
Yeah,
right
he's
together.
there.
So Sontag back out front, goes 27.7, 15.7 flat. Chase Lemieux also on a 15.7 flat. Mechanic in a 3 spot. Setzer, Horn. Oh, Heckert. Not ideal circumstances. There's Dylan Raposo.
Tater should be coming right around the end of that front stretch.
There he is.
That's him
I
at the
just
bottom
saw
of
him
the
at the
screen. Your TLR ride.
There's Lee Setzer running in the 4th spot.
Well, that was cool.
We owe him a little bit of time because he had a really good run going in Trevi,
Yeah.
and we missed him. The Setzer ripping around 28.2. He's in the 4 spot.
Mechanic up to the 3.
There's Tater Sontag.
There's Tater.
Found him.
Getting through the Kentucky washboard very well that time.
There you go. Love to hear it. So Sontag, Lemieux. So Chase Lemieux having another really good run, or working on one right now. Sets her up to the 3 spot. Rivkin, Horn, Mechanic, Lucina.
I wonder how happy these guys are that it's not 105 degrees outside.
I'm pretty
wasn't
happy that it's
Wednesday.
not, but yeah. Was it really that hot here on Wednesday?
It was pretty hot, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
They're like a day behind Omaha weather, so it hit 100 in Omaha on Monday.
Oof.
So, yeah, that's about right.
So Rivkin climbing. He's up to the 3 spot.
Still doing that section there, jumping down. Tater's not doing that. He's just stepping it down.
Yeah, he's just, not doing anything silly.
Setzler's been hovering right there, 3rd and 4th. Gets back up to the 3 spot for the moment. We got, what do we got, 3 minutes left?
Chase Lemieux staying right there with Tater Sontag. He's about a second and a half behind.
Tater just ran a 27 flat. Chase with a 27-1. And their paces makes them only, about 1.8 seconds apart. So that makes that they're probably less than a second on the track.
There's Chase. Got the X-ray ride ripping. Look at that. We can see Tater's pace and watch Chase at the same time. We are moving into the 21st century.
That's
people.
pretty cool.
In real time.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
There you go. 26-8 now for Spencer Rivkin. Trying to get up there.
Yeah, just too far out of this one right now.
5.5 seconds back from your top 2. They're still separated by less than a second, your top 2.
Lemieux looking really smooth. Not a big 8-scale guy, but ran the Mugen Challenge, running this one. Getting some experience, doing well.
If you can drive a 2-wheel drive mod buggy as well as any of these top guys can, I feel like
you just figure the rest out.
Yeah, you know?
That's fair.
Rivkin's still trying, but Lemieux getting in a 26.9 that last lap, and he's closed it within 0.4 of a second. This is starting to tighten up again here, right at the end. 1:30 left to go. 0.2 of a second on the pace. Picked up another 1/10 of a second on the track. Tater Sontag, Chase Lemieux still has about almost a 6-second lead over Spencer Rivkin.
So Lemieux trying to play spoiler on this party.
Trying to have a 3rd different TQ in this class as well.
Uh-oh, Sontag with a long lap.
Pressing it. Look at Hecker just sliding that thing to the corner. Doing his best Ryan Lutz impersonation.
Did we lose Sontag? Oh, we did. I think we did.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow. So that may get this one to Chase Lemieux if he can hold on to it.
Yeah, unless something crazy happens, we'll have 3 different TQs.
So Chase out front.
Lemieux
oh, wow. Spencer Rivkin only a second back now.
Up over that big triple. And Rivkin 1.4 back. So some, I want to say a long lap, but a 27.3 is not that long of a lap. Maybe the lap before that.
Lemieux had a 29 the lap before.
There it is.
So Rivkin doing everything he can to try to get a second TQ today. Lemieux doing everything he can to try to prevent that.
Yeah. They're going to get one more lap. They're both on 16 at 7:25 paces.
Oh, 26.8 from Rivkin.
Yes.
Less than a second apart.
Chopped off a half a second right here at the end.
Both of them in frame
this is
here.
For all the marbles here in round 3.
I think Lemieux's probably
Spencer
done enough.
trying to get a second one. Chase trying to get his first one of the week.
Oh, Spencer.
Oh, no. Put a fork in it.
Oh, goodness, that's game
Oh,
over.
What a brutal way to end that one. Wow.
Those guys, the only two to go 16. So Lemieux going to take the TQ. Rivkin going to end up second.
Dude,
Mechanic going to get another
Mechanic
third.
getting another third. Look at
Solid.
that.
Setzer fourth. Horn fifth. Lucina, Kaufman, Heckert, Manchanda, Matty Long, Alex Burns, and Kyle Lloyd.
And how about Kaufman's time? Going to hold up and get a 7, it looks like. Very well done. Well, that was fun.
All right, and with that, that's going to conclude today's coverage of the 2024 Roar Winnetka Electric Off-Road Nationals. Congratulations to Tater Sontag, Spencer Rivkin, and Chase Lemieux, the 3 drivers getting TQs in the premier classes, as well as all the other drivers in the rest of the classes as well. We'll be back hopefully for 2 more rounds of qualifying tomorrow, if the weather will cooperate with us. Worst case, we will just get in what we can tomorrow. But stay tuned tomorrow for more coverage, and check out our website for more online content.
And check out Roar's Facebook page for this tomorrow's start time.
That as well.
That is where they're going to post that. We honestly actually don't know when that's going to be right now, so
we don't know.
That's where the information is going to come from, and then we'll be here. Thank you very much for being here with me. This is super fun, and we'll be back tomorrow.
See y'all later.
All right.